Salutations, dear friends. You're listening to Proxima What If. Today's narrative journey takes us through what if Harry claimed the lordship of death and summoned the spirits of the founders to be his teachers. If our stories bring you joy, please consider liking and subscribing. Share with friends who appreciate a good story. And so, our story begins. Chapter 1, The Lordship of Death. The Elder Wand was sitting on the kitchen table when Harry came downstairs. He stopped on the last step. Grimmauld Place was dark around him, the ancient wallpaper peeling in long strips like dead skin, and the only light came from the street lamp outside bleeding through gaps in the curtains. But he didn't need light to see it. The wand practically hummed, a low vibration in his back teeth, in his bones. He'd snapped it 3 days ago. Not just broken it, he'd snapped it clean in half, walked to the Thames, and thrown both pieces into the water at 2 separate points a mile apart. He'd watched them sink. He'd felt the current carry them. Then he'd gone home and slept for the first time in a week. And here it was. Whole. Waiting. Sitting on the scarred wood of the kitchen table as if someone had laid it there with care. Harry stared at it for a long time. Then he pulled out a chair, sat down across from it, and said, "All right. I'm listening." The wand didn't answer. Of course it didn't. It was a wand. But the hairs on his arms stood up, and somewhere deep in the house, Walburga Black's portrait let out a low moan in her sleep. Not the usual shrieking, something softer, almost afraid. He didn't touch the wand. He made tea instead, moving through the motions with the mechanical precision of someone who hadn't been sleeping enough. Kettle. Water. Flame. Wait. The mundane ritual of it helped, or it used to. Lately his hands did the work while his mind drifted to that place, the White King's Cross, Dumbledore's voice, the choice. You can go on. He'd chosen to go back. He'd chosen life. So why did death keep choosing him? The resurrection stone had turned up in his coat pocket 4 days after the battle. He'd left it in the forest. He knew exactly where he'd dropped it, he could still feel the phantom impression of turning it 3 times, could still see his mother's face. He'd dropped it in the leaves and the dirt and he'd walked away and it should have stayed there. But he'd reached into his pocket at the burrow, looking for a coin, and his fingers had closed around a small, cold stone with a crack running through its center. The cloak had always been his. It didn't need to come back. It had never left. 3 hallows. 3 returns. And a pull in his chest like a fishhook behind his sternum, dragging him towards something he couldn't name. The kettle screamed. Harry poured his tea, sat back down, and looked at the elder wand. He wrapped his hand around it, and the world shifted. Not dramatically, no flash of light, no thunder. Just a subtle tilt, like adjusting the focus on a pair of binoculars. The shadows in the kitchen deepened. The silence gained texture. And for just a moment, he felt the house, really felt it, all the lives that had passed through these halls, the arguments and laughter and cruelty and love, layered on top of each other like geological strata. Then it faded, and he was just a tired 18-year-old sitting alone in a dark kitchen holding a stick. He finished his tea. He went back to bed. He didn't sleep. The owl came at dawn. Ron's handwriting, the letters too big, slanting downward as if even his penmanship was exhausted. Harry, Mum's asking about you again. Come to dinner. Please. Hermione says if you don't come she's going to break down your door, and she means it literally. She's been studying structural dissolution charms. We're worried about you, mate. Harry read it twice, folded it, and set it on the stack with the others. 7 letters from Ron. 5 from Hermione. 3 from Ginny, each one shorter than the last, the most recent just 4 words, I understand. I'm here. 2 from McGonagall about Hogwarts rebuilding. 1 from Kingsley about, something official. He hadn't opened it. He hadn't answered any of them. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It wasn't that he didn't care. It was that every time he picked up a quill, the pull in his chest intensified, and the words that wanted to come out weren't "I'm fine" or "I'll be there Tuesday." The words that wanted to come out were ones he didn't understand yet, in a language he didn't speak, and they pressed against the inside of his skull like a migraine made of meaning. Something was wrong with him. Or something was becoming right. He couldn't tell the difference anymore. He showered. He dressed. He picked up the elder wand, pocketed the resurrection stone, threw the invisibility cloak over his arm, and apparat to the edge of the forbidden forest. The morning was grey and soft, the kind of Scottish summer morning that couldn't decide between rain and mist and settled for both. Hogwarts rose against the sky to his left, damaged, scarred, but standing. Even from here he could see the figures moving along the battlements, the construction crews and volunteers working to rebuild what the battle had broken. He didn't go to the castle. He went into the trees. The forest was different now. Not the trees, those were the same towering sentinels they'd always been, ancient oaks and twisted elms closing overhead until the grey sky became a canopy of green and black. What was different was how Harry moved through it. His feet found the path without thought, his body remembering a route his mind had tried to forget. Past the stream with the mossy stones. Past the hollow where the acromantulas had nested before Aragog died. Deeper, where the light went green and then went away entirely. He felt things in the forest. Lives. Hundreds of them, thestrals in the deep wood, their cold alien thoughts brushing against his awareness like moths against glass. Centaurs to the north, their hoof beats a low rhythm in the earth. Smaller things, foxes, rabbits, a family of nifflers denning under a fallen log. Everything alive pulsed with a warmth he could sense but not see, and between those pulses, in the gaps, there was something else. An absence. A cool, vast patience. He found the clearing. It looked smaller in daylight. Just a gap in the trees, unremarkable, carpeted with last year's leaves gone brown and soft. But Harry's scar, no, not his scar, that was gone, his skin prickled when he stepped into it. Every hair on his body stood up. The air tasted like metal and winter. This was where he'd died. He stood in the exact center, where he'd stood when Voldemort's killing curse hit him. He could feel the echo of it in the ground, a disruption in the natural order that hadn't healed, might never heal. A place where death had happened and been refused. Harry pulled out the 3 hallows. He held the wand in his right hand, the stone in his left, and the cloak hung over his shoulders. He hadn't planned this. He hadn't thought about what to do when he got here. But his body knew. His magic knew. He closed his eyes. "I know you're here," he said. The forest went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that has weight, that fills space, that pushes against the eardrums. Every bird stopped singing. Every insect stopped buzzing. The wind died mid-breath. And in that silence, something answered. It didn't speak in words. It spoke in understanding, a direct transfer of meaning that bypassed language entirely. Harry felt it unfold in his mind like a flower made of concepts, and he understood. "You came back. You keep sending me things," Harry said. "I got the message." The presence, because that's what it was, not a creature or a spirit but a presence, fundamental and enormous, pressing against reality from the other side, shifted. If Harry had to describe it later, he'd say it was amused. Not cruelly, not mockingly. The way a river might be amused by a stone that refused to be moved. The hallows returned to their master. "I'm not their master. I used them. Won them. Whatever Dumbledore set up nothing. Dumbledore understood less than he believed, though more than most. The hallows were not made by death for 3 brothers. That is a children's story." The presence drew closer. Harry felt it like a change in pressure, like descending in deep water. His ears popped. The hallows grew warm in his hands, not hot, but warm, the way a living thing is warm. The hallows are tests. The wand tests the bearer's relationship with power. Can you wield absolute force and choose not to let it define you? The stone tests the bearer's relationship with loss. Can you call back the dead and still let them go? The cloak tests the bearer's relationship with fear. Can you hide from death itself and still choose to face it? You are the first in 1,000 years to pass all three. Harry's mouth was dry. And what happens to the one who passes? You are offered what was always meant to be offered. Not a gift. A responsibility. The presence showed him then. Not in images but in direct understanding, a flood of knowledge that made his knees buckle. He went down on one knee in the dead leaves and saw, the boundary. A membrane between the living world and whatever lay beyond, shimmering and vast, stretching across every corner of reality. It was beautiful. It was ancient. And it was cracking. Hairline fractures ran through it like veins of darkness in marble. Some were old, centuries old, the accumulated damage of dark magic and necromancy and every violation of the natural order since magic began. But some were new. 7 fractures in particular, raw and ugly, radiating outward from a central point of damage. Horcruxes, the presence said. Not angry. Something worse. Sad. The boundary requires a guardian. It has been untended too long. The damage compounds. What lies beyond the fractures is not what waits for the peaceful dead, it is older, and it hungers. Harry looked up. The clearing seemed to vibrate around him, and through his borrowed understanding he could see the boundary itself, impossibly thin, overlaid on reality like a second sky. He could see the cracks. And through the largest crack, he could feel something watching him. If I refuse, he asked. You live your life. You grow old. The boundary continues to decay. In a generation, perhaps 2, it will fail. What lies beyond will pour through. Everything with a soul will know suffering without end or meaning. And if I accept, you become the Lord of Death. The guardian of the threshold. The keeper of the boundary between what lives and what has lived. You will see the world as it truly is. You will have the power to mend what has been broken. And you will bear a burden that cannot be shared and cannot be set down. Harry knelt in the leaves where he'd died, holding 3 ancient artifacts that refused to leave him, and thought about choices. He thought about his parents, who'd chosen to stand between their son and oblivion. He thought about Sirius, falling through the veil. He thought about Remus and Tonks lying side by side in the great hall, and Fred with the ghost of a laugh still on his face, and Colin Creevey who was 16 and should have been taking photographs. He thought about walking into this forest with the stone in his hand, ready to die, and meaning it. He thought about the cracks in the boundary, and the something that watched through them. I didn't come back to hide, he said. And he accepted. The pain was total. Not the cruciatus, that was nerve-deep, physical, a thing of the body. This was a rewriting. Every cell in Harry's body rang like a struck bell as the lordship settled into him. The hallows blazed, the wand white-hot, the stone ice-cold, the cloak rippling like a living thing. Then they dissolved. Not destroyed, absorbed. They sank into him, through his skin, into his blood and his bones and his magic, and became part of him the way his heartbeat was part of him. He couldn't have separated them from himself any more than he could have separated his thoughts from his brain. The world exploded into clarity. Harry gasped and opened his eyes, and the forest was transformed. Every tree blazed with life, not visible light but a warmth he could perceive with a sense he hadn't had 30 seconds ago. The thestrals in the deep wood were beacons of cold fire. The insects, the birds, the fungi breaking down a fallen log, everything alive shone. And between the living things, he could see the dead. They were everywhere. Not ghosts, not in the way Hogwarts had ghosts, silver and see-through and chatty. These were impressions, echoes, shadows of every creature that had ever lived and died in this forest. They overlapped, translucent, moving through their last moments or their fondest memories, or simply standing still, waiting. Most were faint, ancient, barely there. But some were recent, sharp-edged with the violence of their passing. He could see the echo of himself, lying in the leaves, hit by the killing curse. A shadow, Harry, crumpled, glasses askew, 17 forever. He looked away from that. He stood. His body felt the same height, same messy hair, same hands. But when he flexed his fingers, the air bent around them. Not visibly, not to normal eyes. But he could feel the boundary respond to his will the way the air responded to his lungs. "All right," he said to the forest, to the silence, to the presence that had receded but not vanished, that lived in him now, a quiet awareness at the base of his skull. "Now what?" The answer came from within, from the knowledge that had been written into him: the boundary needs mending. You need teachers. There are none living who can teach what you must learn. But there are dead who can. Harry looked toward Hogwarts. The castle rose above the tree, lean, battered and beautiful, and he could feel it now, really feel it. It wasn't just a building. It was a nexus, a convergence of ley lines and ancient magic, built on a site of power by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards who ever lived. 4 who were dead but not gone. Not entirely. Not from this place. He started walking. The edge of the forest gave way to the grounds, and the full scope of the damage hit him anew. The courtyard was rubble in places. One of the towers had partially collapsed. Scorch marks climbed the walls like black ivy. But there were people here, dozens of them, witches and wizards working with wands and hands and pure stubborn determination to put their school back together. Harry pulled on his old instincts, keeping his head down, moving through the grounds with the unconscious stealth that years of avoiding attention had given him. He didn't want to be seen. Not yet. Not until he understood what he'd become well enough to explain it. He skirted the main courtyard and entered through a side passage near the greenhouses. The castle's interior was better than the exterior, the major structural damage was being addressed from the outside in, and the corridors were mostly intact, if dusty and battle-scarred. Suits of armor lay in heaps where they'd fallen during the fight. Paintings hung crookedly or had been taken down entirely, their occupants displaced to other frames. The castle felt different from the inside. Before, Hogwarts had always felt alive to Harry in a vague, metaphorical way, the warmth of belonging, the sense of home. Now he could feel it literally. The magic woven into every stone, every beam, every inch of mortar hummed against his new awareness. The castle had a heartbeat. Slow, deep, steady, the pulse of accumulated enchantment laid down over 1,000 years. And beneath it, older still, the ley lines. Rivers of raw magical energy flowing through the bedrock, drawn to this spot and anchored here by the founders. Their fingerprints were everywhere. He could sense them in the architecture of the magic itself, for distinct signatures, for different approaches to the same fundamental craft. One was bold and direct, magic applied like a hammer, powerful and unsubtle. One was intricate and layered, recursive enchantments folded into each other like origami. One was warm and deep, rooted in the earth, woven into the land itself. And one was sharp and fluid, magic that moved and adapted, that thought for itself. Gryffindor. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Slytherin. He climbed to the 7th floor without meeting anyone. The corridor outside the room of requirement was empty, the wall blank and scarred where the door should have been. The room had been damaged in the fiend fire, Harry could feel it, a wound in the castle's fabric. But the room wasn't destroyed. It was healing, slowly, the way magical things healed. He didn't need the room of requirement for this. He went instead to the great hall. The enchanted ceiling was broken. Where it should have shown the sky, it flickered and stuttered, showing fragments of grey cloud interspersed with patches of bare stone. The 4 house tables had been removed during the battle and not yet replaced. The floor was clean but gouged in places, and the raised platform where the staff table belonged was cracked down the middle. Harry walked to the center of the empty hall. His footsteps echoed. He could feel them. Here, in this place they'd built, the Founders' echoes were strongest, not the faded impressions he'd seen in the forest but concentrated presences, anchored by love and purpose and 1,000 years of accumulated devotion from every student who'd ever called this place home. Harry didn't know the ritual. He didn't need one. The lordship supplied what his education couldn't, not instructions, exactly, but a deep intuitive understanding of the boundary and how to work with it. The Founders weren't beyond the boundary. They were in it, woven into the threshold between the living castle and the eternal, caught willingly in the web of Hogwarts magic because they'd chosen to never fully leave. He raised his hand, not his wand hand, because he didn't have a wand anymore, the Elder Wand was part of him now, and spoke. I am Harry James Potter, Lord of Death, Master of the Hallows, Guardian of the Threshold. I call upon the Founders of this school, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff. By the authority vested in me by the boundary itself, I ask you to manifest. There is work to be done. The magic that answered was old. Not old like Dumbledore was old, or like the castle was old. Old like bedrock. Old like starlight. It surged up through the floor and down through the broken ceiling simultaneously, and the great hall filled with light, not the harsh white of combat magic but a warm, golden radiance that smelled like heather and old books and forge fire and rain. For columns of light coalesced, brightened, and took shape. The first to solidify was Godric Gryffindor, and he was nothing like his portrait. The portrait showed a stately, dignified man in rich robes. The spirit that stood before Harry was a warrior, broad-shouldered, red-bearded, with laugh lines carved deep around his eyes and a scar that ran from his left temple to his jaw. He wore traveling clothes, not dress robes, and his hands were the hands of a man who'd held a sword more often than a quill. He was grinning. Merlin Saga left, he looked around the great hall, and the grin faltered. He took in the damage, the scorch marks, the cracked platform. His eyes traveled up to the broken enchanted ceiling, and something complex and painful moved across his face. Then he looked at Harry. You're younger than I expected. I get that a lot, Harry said. Godric laughed. It was a big sound, filling the hall, and for a moment the flickering ceiling steadied, as if the castle itself was responding to his voice. I'll bet you do. Lord of Death at, what, 17? 18. 18. Gods, that's obscene. But he was still smiling, and there was something assessing in his gaze, the look of a man who measured others not by their age or their appearance but by something deeper. Whatever he saw, it seemed to satisfy him, because he gave a short, approving nod. Well met, Lord Potter. What happened to my school? War, Harry said. A few weeks ago. The worst of it happened here. Godric's jaw tightened. We'll get to that. But first, my colleagues. The second figure was already forming. Rowena Ravenclaw materialized like a thought becoming visible. One moment there was light, the next there was a tall, angular woman with dark hair pulled back from a high forehead and eyes that moved too quickly, cataloging everything in the room within 2 seconds of appearing. She was striking rather than beautiful, with the kind of face that made you feel like you were being graded. She looked at the damaged ceiling, raised one hand, and the enchantment steadied. The flickering stopped. Gray clouds rolled smoothly across the restored magical surface, and a light rain began to fall from it before she caught herself and tweaked the spell. The rain stopped. The clouds thinned. Watery sunlight broke through. Shoddy maintenance, she said. Her voice was crisp, clear, and carried the faintest trace of an accent Harry couldn't place. That enchantment should self-repair. Someone's been layering modifications without understanding the base architecture. She looked at Harry. You're the new lord. Yes. You're distressingly young. So I've been told. Twice now, in the last 30 seconds. Something that might have been the ghost of a smile crossed her face. At least you're not timid. I can work with that. The third figure rose from the floor itself, not from light but from the stone, as if the castle was breathing her into existence. Helga Hufflepuff was short, round-faced, and radiated a warmth that made the air near her feel like a summer afternoon. She had dirt under her fingernails, or the spiritual memory of dirt, and her hair was a wild tangle of brown curls shot through with gray. She looked around the hall with eyes that saw not just the physical damage but something deeper, and her face crumpled. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, my poor castle." She pressed her hand flat against the floor, and Harry felt it, a pulse of magic so deep and fundamental it made the ley lines shiver. Cracks in the stone floor sealed themselves for 10 feet in every direction from her touch. Who did this? Who brought war here? A dark wizard named Voldemort, Harry said. He's dead now. I killed him. Helga looked up at him, and her expression was layered: sorrow, gratitude, assessment. She didn't have Rowena's sharp analytical gaze or Godric's warrior's appraisal. She looked at Harry the way you look at someone to understand their heart. "You've suffered," she said. "Not a question." "Yes. And you came through it." "Most of me." She stood, dusted her spectral knees, and nodded once. "Then we have common ground." "Hello, dear. I'm Helga." The fourth column of light had been hovering, unresolved, since Helga appeared. Now it condensed rapidly, and Salazar Slytherin stepped out of it like a man emerging from a doorway. He was not what Harry expected. Centuries of mythology had painted Salazar Slytherin as a villain, gaunt, cruel, dripping with malice. The man who stood before Harry was lean and sharp-featured, yes, but the word that came to mind was precise. Everything about him was controlled: his posture, his expression, the way his dark eyes moved across the hall with the cold efficiency of a chess player evaluating the board. His robes were simple, dark green, unadorned. His hair was black and worn long. He looked like a man who never wasted a movement or a word. His gaze settled on Harry, and Harry felt the weight of it, a mind pressing against his own, not rudely but reflexively, the way a snake tasted the air. Harry pushed back. Not with a clemency, he didn't have the skill to repel a founder's legitimacy. He pushed back with the lordship itself, and Salazar's mental touch slid off him like water off stone. Salazar's eyebrows rose fractionally. "Interesting," he said. His voice was quiet, measured, the voice of someone who had learned long ago that speaking softly made people lean in to listen. "Lord of Death, and a Parselmouth, if the rumors about the heir of my line are true. Is the current heir truly dead?" "Voldemort's dead," Harry said. "He was the last descendant of your bloodline. As far as anyone knows." Something unreadable moved behind Salazar's eyes. "The Parseltongue." "I spoke it," Harry said. "It came from a piece of Voldemort's soul that was attached to me. I don't know if I still can. We'll see." Salazar turned his gaze to the other founders, and for the first time, Harry saw them interact. Godric was staring at Salazar with an expression that defied easy reading: hostility, yes, but underneath it, something raw and complicated that looked a lot like grief. Salazar met his eyes and held them, and the two men stood across 10 feet of damaged stone floor and said nothing, and that nothing was louder than anything Harry had heard today. Helga broke the silence. "Not now," she said firmly, looking between them. "Whatever you two have to say to each other, it will keep. We have a lord to teach, a castle to mend, and apparently a war to catch up on." She turned to Harry. "Tell us everything, dear. Start at the beginning. How far back?" "How far back is relevant." Harry thought about it. "About 1,000 years. Helga's mouth twitched. "Then give us the short version." So Harry told them. Not everything, not the full 7-year saga, but the shape of it. Voldemort. The prophecy. The Horcruxes. Dumbledore's plan, the Hallows, the sacrifice. His death and return. The final battle. He kept it factual and lean, the way you'd give a military briefing, and he watched their faces as he spoke. Godric's expression darkened with every mention of Horcruxes. By the time Harry described destroying the last one, the warrior's fists were clenched and the air around him crackled with spiritual energy. "Soul magic," he said, and the words came out like something he'd scraped off his boot. "The most monstrous perversion of magical power there is. And this creature, this Voldemort, he made 7. 6 intentionally. The 7th was an accident. It was in me." The silence that followed was the loudest yet. "In you," Rowena said, her voice flat with controlled horror. "A fragment of a shattered soul, embedded in a living child. Since I was a baby. And you survived the removal. I died for the removal. Then I came back." Rowena and Salazar exchanged a look that carried the weight of shared expertise and shared revulsion. It was the most human interaction Harry had seen from either of them. "The boundary damage," Salazar said. "It wasn't a question. 7 Horcruxes. 7 fractures. You can see them?" Harry asked. "We exist within the boundary. We have felt them for centuries, the old damage, the accumulated violations. But the Horcruxes." He shook his head. "They are the worst of it. Tearing a soul doesn't just damage the soul. It damages the fabric that separates the living from the dead. 7 tears. 7 wounds that have not healed. They won't heal on their own," Helga added, and the warmth in her voice had an edge now. "The boundary is organic magic, it grows, it shifts, it repairs itself over time. Minor damage closes naturally. But this." She pressed her hand to the floor again, and Harry felt her reaching, not just into the castle but through it, into the earth, into the ley lines, into the boundary itself. Her face went pale. "This is catastrophic." "There's something on the other side," Harry said. "Something watching." All 4 founders looked at him. "Something large," he continued. "I felt it when I accepted the lordship. It's pressing against the cracks." The founders were quiet for a moment, and something passed between them, a shared glance, a shared knowledge, old and heavy with implications. Later, Salazar said, and the word was precise, deliberate. He was shutting the conversation down, not from ignorance but from strategy, and Harry recognized the move. "You don't discuss your worst fear until you understand the battlefield. First things first. You accepted the lordship, which means you need training. Without it, your power is a sword with no hilt, you'll cut yourself before you cut anyone else. Can you teach me?" Harry asked. "All of you?" Godric unfolded his arms and grinned, and the complicated grief in his expression was buried, not gone, just set aside, the way a soldier sets aside his fear before a fight. "Lad, we built this school to teach. It's literally what we do." "What we did," Rowena corrected. "What we're going to do again." Godric looked at the damaged hall, at the broken ceiling Rowena had already repaired, at the cracks Helga had sealed, and his grin became something fiercer. "Look at this place. Our school. Someone brought war here, and it held. 1,000 years and it's still standing. You know why? Because we built it to last. We built it to protect. We built it to teach." He looked at Harry. "And you need the best teachers you've ever had, because whatever's pressing against those cracks isn't going to wait while you figure things out on your own." "Subtlety, Godric," Salazar murmured. "As always, your forte." "Stuff your subtlety, Salazar." Godric stopped. The anger died as quickly as it had flared, replaced by something older and more tired. "Right. Not now." "Not now," Helga agreed firmly. "Harry, dear. We'll teach you. Each of us, in our own way, the areas where our expertise is strongest. But you should know, summoning us took power. Maintaining our manifestation takes power. We can exist more easily here than anywhere else, because this castle is saturated with our magic, but even so, you'll feel the drain. I can handle it. You say that now. I've been handling things I shouldn't have been able to handle since I was 11. I'm used to it. Helga looked at him for a long moment, and her eyes were old and kind and terribly sad. Yes, she said. I can see that. And I'm sorry for it. The sound of footsteps made Harry turn. Someone was approaching the great hall, quick, purposeful footsteps echoing in the corridor outside. Harry waved his hand instinctively, and the Founder's visible manifestations faded. They didn't vanish, he could still feel them, still sense their presence at the edges of his perception, but they became invisible to anyone without his abilities. Neat trick, Godric's voice said in his mind. You learn fast. The doors of the great hall opened, and a girl walked in. She was about his age, maybe a few months younger, with pale blonde hair pulled back in a practical knot and a face that belonged on a chess player, controlled, composed, giving nothing away. She wore work robes dusted with stone powder and carried a ledger under one arm, and she stopped short when she saw Harry standing alone in the middle of the empty hall. Potter? She sounded surprised, which was fair. He hadn't been seen in public in weeks. Greengrass, Harry said, placing her after a moment. Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin. They'd shared classes for 7 years and exchanged maybe a dozen words total. She'd been part of the silent faction, the Slytherins who weren't Death Eaters but weren't openly resistant, who kept their heads down and survived. What are you doing here? She asked. Not rudely, with the careful neutrality of someone who'd learned that the wrong tone in the wrong moment could be dangerous. Came to see the castle. Help with the rebuilding. She looked at him, and he could tell she didn't entirely believe him but was too well-bred to say so. The structural team is working on the West Tower today. If you want to help, Professor Flitwick is coordinating. Thanks. She didn't leave. She stood there, ledger under her arm, studying him with an attention that went beyond casual. You look different, she said. Different how? I don't know. Just, different. She shook her head slightly, dismissing her own observation. Are you all right, Potter? People have been wondering. People always wonder about me. That's not an answer. Harry looked at her, really looked, the way he'd been looking at everything since the forest. She was closed off, composed, careful. But underneath the control, he could sense something he wouldn't have noticed before the lordship. Worry. Not for him specifically, but a generalized anxiety, the low-grade fear of someone whose position was precarious and who knew it. The Greengrass family had walked a razor's edge during the war, and the peace was proving almost as dangerous. The wrong association, the wrong word, the wrong look could mean social exile, or worse. I'm all right, he said, and meant it more than he had in weeks. Better than I've been. Are you all right? Something flickered in her expression, surprise at being asked, quickly controlled. I'm fine. That's not an answer, he said, echoing her. The corner of her mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but close. Fair enough. She glanced around the empty hall, as if checking they were alone. The rebuilding committee meets on Wednesdays. If you want to do more than swing a wand at rubble, you could come to that. We need people who can actually make decisions. You're on the rebuilding committee? Someone from Slytherin should be. Otherwise everything gets decided by committees of Gryffindors, and you lot aren't known for your long-term planning. Harry almost laughed. I'll think about it. Don't just think about it, Potter. Show up. She turned to go, then paused. It's good that you're here. The castle needs everyone it can get. She left without waiting for a response, her footsteps crisp and precise on the stone floor. Harry watched her go, and something shifted in his chest that had nothing to do with the lordship. Interesting girl, Salazar's voice murmured in his mind. Sharp. Controlled. From a good family, if the name hasn't changed since my time. Oh, stop matchmaking, Helga said. I'm doing nothing of the sort. I'm making an observation about an obviously intelligent young woman who, you're matchmaking, Salazar. I am providing political analysis. Harry tuned them out, but he was smiling. He spent the rest of the day at Hogwarts. Not with the founders, they retreated to the periphery of his awareness, resting, conserving the energy their manifestation required. Harry joined the rebuilding effort instead, picking up a bucket of mortar and falling in with a group working on the lower corridors. It felt good to work. Physical labor, sweat, the simple satisfaction of fitting a stone into place and seeing a wall become whole. He worked alongside witches and wizards he recognized, Hogwarts students, order members, ministry volunteers. Nobody made a fuss about his presence. A few people nodded. Neville Longbottom clapped him on the shoulder without a word, handed him a trowel, and went back to work. But even as he worked, the new senses hummed. He could feel the magical infrastructure of the castle, the way an electrician might feel the wiring in the walls. And he could feel the places where the infrastructure was damaged, not just the physical damage but the magical damage, tears in the enchantment matrix where dark curses had struck, places where the castle's living magic had been wounded. He fixed those where he could, discreetly, a touch here, a pulse of will there, knitting the magical fabric back together without anyone noticing. Except Helga, who noticed everything. Gently, dear, her voice said. You're pushing too hard on the third-floor junction. The ley line there is already stressed, if you force the repair, you'll create a weak point. He eased back, adjusted, felt the magic settle into a more natural configuration. Better. You have good instincts. Raw, but good. He ate dinner with the workers, sandwiches and pumpkin juice in the courtyard, sitting on rubble, watching the sun go down behind the mountains. Neville sat next to him and talked about the greenhouses, which had survived mostly intact. Professor Sprout was already replanting. Hannah Abbott was helping. Neville mentioned this last part with studied casualness and a faint blush that Harry pretended not to notice. How are you, Harry? Neville asked, and the question was genuine, stripped of the social performance that coated most people's concern. Really? Getting there, Harry said. You. Neville looked at his hands. They were dirty, calloused, the hands of someone who'd spent the last year fighting a guerrilla war and was now trying to remember how to do something that didn't involve violence. Same, he said. Some days are better. Some days I still reach for my wand when a door opens too fast. Yeah. They sat in companionable silence and ate their sandwiches and watched the light fade, and it was the most normal Harry had felt in months. He operated back to Grimmauld Place after dark. The house was empty and waiting, and the moment he crossed the threshold, the founders manifested without being asked. The kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place was not designed for 4 spectral founders and a young Lord of Death. It was cramped, dusty, and still bore the lingering aura of the Black family's particular brand of casual darkness. But Helga settled herself at the kitchen table as if she'd been having tea there for years, and the others arranged themselves with varying degrees of comfort. Tomorrow, Godric said, leaning against the counter with his arms folded, we begin. Properly. Tonight, Salazar corrected. He was standing by the window, looking out at the dark street. If I'm to teach you occlumency, I need to understand your current mental defenses. Which, based on what you've told us about your training with Severus Snape, my condolences, by the way, the man sounds like he was a talented but spectacularly poor teacher, are probably inadequate. They're not great, Harry admitted. Then we start now. Sit. Harry sat. Salazar turned from the window and fixed him with those dark, assessing eyes. Occlumency as it is commonly taught is a defensive discipline. You build walls, you guard your thoughts, you repel intrusion. This is correct as far as it goes, which is not very far. True occlumency is not about walls. It is about architecture. Meaning your mind is not a fortress. It is a landscape. Walls can be broken, climbed, undermined. Landscapes are navigated, and if the landscape is designed by a master, the navigator goes exactly where you want them to go, and never realizes they haven't found what they were looking for. You're talking about giving someone a false mind to read. Salazar's expression shifted. Not a smile, but its nearest relative. I'm talking about making your mind a place where truth and misdirection are indistinguishable. But that comes later. For now, I need to see what I'm working with. May I? Harry nodded. Salazar's mental touch was nothing like Snape's. Where Snape had battered at Harry's defenses like a battering ram, Salazar slipped in like water, a cool, precise presence that flowed through Harry's consciousness without force. Harry felt him examining the existing defenses, poor, the emotional landscape, complicated, the raw magical power underpinning it all, vast and largely untapped. After perhaps 30 seconds, Salazar withdrew. He was quiet for a moment. You have, he said carefully, the most powerful magical core I have ever encountered. And I am including Godric, Rowena, Helga, and myself in that assessment. The other three founders looked at Harry with renewed interest. The lordship? Rowena asked. Partially. But not entirely. The foundation was already extraordinary, the lordship amplified what was there. Salazar looked at Harry. You've been using, by my estimation, perhaps 15% of your magical capacity for your entire life. What? The Horcrux, Salazar said simply. The fragment of foreign soul embedded in you since infancy. It would have acted as a parasite, siphoning magical energy to sustain itself. Your magical development was hobbled from the age of 1. And yet you still managed feats that, if your account is accurate, should have been impossible for a wizard your age. So with the Horcrux gone, and the lordship integrated, you have access to your full capacity for the first time. But access without training is dangerous. You're a river in flood. We need to build you channels. Dams, Godric muttered. Channels, Salazar repeated icily. Dams break. Channels direct. Wonderful metaphor, Sal, did you stay up late thinking of it? Gentlemen, Helga said, and her voice had the warm, implacable authority of a woman who had been managing egos for decades and was not about to stop now. Focus. Salazar inclined his head. The occlumency work begins tonight. Tomorrow, combat training. He glanced at Godric. That's your area. Godric straightened, and the grief and tension that had simmered between them was set aside with the discipline of very old practice. Dawn, he said to Harry. Hogwarts grounds. Bring everything you've got. I don't have a wand anymore. I know. That's the point. Rowena, who had been silent, observing, stood. I will examine the castle's enchantment matrix tomorrow. If I'm to teach you ward crafting and magical theory, I need to understand the current state of things. 1,000 years of modifications by people who didn't fully understand the original architecture. She made a sound that was half sigh, half growl. I may commit spectral violence. And I, Helga said, will be examining the ley lines. The damage goes deeper than the castle, Harry dear. The land itself is hurting. The ley lines that feed Hogwarts run through half of Scotland, and if they've been contaminated by the same dark magic that scarred the castle. She trailed off, her round face troubled. Well. Let's see what we're dealing with before we worry. Harry looked at the four of them, these legends, these ghosts, these teachers, sitting in the grimy kitchen of an old London townhouse, and something settled in his chest. The pull that had been dragging at him for weeks was quiet. Not gone, but satisfied, like a hunger that had been fed. Thank you, he said. For coming. For agreeing to this. You summoned us, Rowena said. We couldn't exactly refuse. You could have. The lordship gives me authority, not slavery. You chose to come. Rowena regarded him with something new in her expression, a recalculation, an upgrading of assessment. Yes, she said. We did. We chose to come, Helga said warmly, because you needed us. And because our school needs us. And because, she glanced at the others. We have unfinished business. All of us. 1,000 years of it. Salazar said nothing. But he didn't argue. Get some sleep, Godric told Harry. Dawn comes early, and I intend to hit you quite hard. Can you even hit me? You're a ghost. Godric's grin was wolfish. The Lord of Death can make spirits solid enough to interact with the physical world. Didn't the lordship tell you that? Harry reached for the knowledge and found it, yes. He could extend his power to the founders, give their spectral forms enough substance to affect the physical world. Touch things. Move things. Strike things. Oh, he said. Oh indeed. Sleep well, Lord Potter. Harry went upstairs. He lay in bed in the dark room that had once been Sirius's, and for the first time in weeks, the silence wasn't oppressive. It was populated. He could feel the founders downstairs, their presences glowing softly in his awareness, Helga's warm pulse, Rowena's crisp hum, Godric's bright flare, Salazar's cool, controlled radiance. And beyond them, further away, at the very edge of his expanded perception, he felt the other thing. The darkness. The pressure against the cracks. The something that was watching. It was stronger than it had been this morning. Or he was more attuned to it. Either way, it was there, a vast, patient malevolence, pressing against the boundary like deep water against a dam. Channels, he thought. Not dams. Channels. The darkness pressed. Harry held. He lay in the dark and held the line with nothing but instinct and stubbornness, and eventually the pressure eased, not gone, never gone, just, waiting. Patient. Confident in its eventual victory. Harry stared at the ceiling. You're wrong, he said quietly, to the darkness, to the pressure, to whatever ancient hungry thing was testing his defenses. I don't know what you are yet. But you're wrong about how this ends. The darkness didn't answer. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came fast, deep, and for the first time in weeks, dreamless. He woke at dawn. The light was pale pink through the curtains, and for a disoriented moment, he didn't remember, and then he did, all of it, and the weight of the lordship settled onto him like a coat he'd forgotten he was wearing. He dressed quickly, ate standing up in the kitchen, toast, cold tea, an apple he found in the back of the pantry, and apparat to Hogwarts. The grounds were empty in the early morning. Mist lay across the grass in sheets, and the castle was a dark shape against the brightening sky, its towers emerging from the fog like the masts of a stone ship. Harry walked to the edge of the lake, where the water was flat and grey and perfectly still, and waited. Godric materialized beside him like a bonfire being lit. Good. You're on time. Punctuality is the foundation of discipline. He looked Harry up and down. Now. Show me your combat stance. My what? Your dueling stance. How you stand when you expect to fight. Harry shifted into the position he'd learned in second year, sideways, wand arm forward, weight on the balls of his feet. Except he had no wand, so his right hand was empty, extended toward nothing. Godric looked at him for 3 full seconds, then closed his eyes as if praying for patience. That, he said, is the stance of a man who expects to point a stick at someone and say a Latin word. It is not a combat stance. It is an invitation to be killed. It's what I was taught. Then you were taught by idiots. Godric stepped forward and, with a casual sweep of his leg, knocked Harry flat on his back. Harry hit the grass hard, the wind rushing out of his lungs. Lesson 1, Godric said, standing over him. Magic is not separate from your body. It is not a thing you channel through a tool. A wand is a focus, nothing more, a lens that concentrates what is already yours. You don't need a lens to see. You don't need a wand to fight. Harry got up. Godric knocked him down again. Lesson 2. In a fight, the ground is your enemy and your friend. Learn to fall. Learn to rise. Learn that being knocked down is not the same as being defeated. Harry got up again. This time he was ready when Godric moved, but it didn't matter, the Founder was blindingly fast and his technique was something Harry had never encountered. Not dueling, not fencing, not any martial art Harry could name. It was something older, something that integrated physical combat and magical force into a single fluid discipline. Godric struck with his hands and his magic simultaneously, a palm strike that carried a blast of concussive force, and Harry was on his back again. Lesson 3, Godric said, and he wasn't even breathing hard. Your lordship gives you power. Power without skill is a loaded weapon in the hands of a child. I will give you skill. It will hurt. You will want to stop. You will not stop. Understood? Harry got up. His back ached. His pride stung. Something fierce and stubborn ignited in his chest, the same thing that had carried him through 7 years of impossible odds, the refusal to stay down. Understood, he said. Godric smiled. It was the smile of a man who recognized something he valued. Good. Again. They trained for 2 hours. By the end, Harry had been knocked down 43 times and had managed to land exactly one strike on Godric, a wild, desperate pulse of raw magic that caught the Founder in the shoulder and rocked him back a step. Godric rubbed his shoulder, looking pleased. That was ugly. Uncontrolled. Completely instinctive. He clapped Harry on the back hard enough to stagger him. It was also the right impulse. You reached for your power without thinking, without a wand, without an incantation. That's what I need. That's what we build on. Harry, bruised, grass-stained, and grinning despite himself, felt the exhaustion in his muscles and the exhilaration in his blood. Same time tomorrow. Every morning. Rain, shine, snow, or apocalypse. Godric looked toward the castle. Rowena's waiting for you in the library. Don't be late, she doesn't tolerate tardiness. Rowena was indeed in the library, hovering near a window where the morning light was strongest, surrounded by a floating constellation of books she'd pulled from the shelves with wandless magic. Sit, she said without looking at him. Tell me what you know about magical theory. The basics. Wand movements, incantations, the role of intent, no. That's magical practice. I asked about theory. The underlying principles. Why does magic work? What is it, fundamentally? What determines the difference between a spell that creates light and a spell that ends life? Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. I don't know. Correct. You don't know. This is not entirely your fault, magical education has degraded appallingly since our time, but it is a gap that must be filled. You are the Lord of Death, wielding power over the fundamental boundary of existence. You cannot wield what you don't understand. She pulled a book from the floating constellation and opened it. The pages were blank. Then, as Harry watched, words and diagrams began to appear, written in real time by Rowena's magic, her knowledge flowing directly onto the pages. Magic, she said, is a language. The universe speaks it. Every physical law, every force, every interaction between matter and energy, these are sentences in that language. Most people experience magic as an external force they channel, like water through a pipe. This is a child's understanding. Magic is not external. It is the syntax of reality itself. To truly command it, you must learn to read it. She held out her hand, and a ball of light appeared on her palm, a simple Lumos spell, unspoken, wandless. Tell me what you see. Light. Look deeper. Use your new senses. Harry focused, and the lordship responded. The ball of light on Rowena's palm resolved into something more complex, not just illumination but a structure, a lattice of magical energy organized in a specific pattern, drawing ambient magical energy from the environment and converting it to visible light. "I see, a pattern," he said. "Like a crystal. The magic is organized into a shape, and the shape produces the light." Rowena's expression warmed fractionally. "Good. Now, watch." She shifted something in the lattice, a minor adjustment to the pattern's geometry, and the light changed. Not just in color or intensity, in quality. It became warm. Harry could feel it on his skin, gentle heat, like sunlight. Another adjustment, and the warmth became healing. Harry felt the bruises from Godric's training session ease. "Same fundamental structure," Rowena said. "Different geometry. Light. Heat. Healing. 3 different effects from the same base pattern, distinguished only by the arrangement of magical energy within the lattice. This is what I will teach you. Not spells. Not incantations. The language underneath. The grammar of reality." Harry spent 3 hours with Rowena, and by the end his head was splitting and he understood, with humbling clarity, how little he actually knew about magic. But he could see the lattices now, faintly, with effort, like squinting at a distant sign. Every spell he'd ever learned had an underlying structure, and those structures followed rules, and the rules could be learned and manipulated and combined. It was like being told, after a lifetime of memorizing phrases in a foreign language, that the language had a grammar. Helga found him after lunch, sitting on the grass by the lake eating another sandwich and trying to process the morning's lessons. "Come," she said, offering her hand. "I want to show you something." She led him to the forbidden forest's edge, not into the trees, but to a spot where the grass met the tree line. She knelt and pressed both hands flat against the earth. "Put your hands here," she said. "Feel." Harry knelt beside her and pressed his palms to the ground. Helga's magic guided his awareness downward, through the soil, through the rock, into the deep places where the ley lines ran. And he felt them. They were rivers of power, vast and slow, running through the earth like the planet's circulatory system. Raw magical energy, unfiltered and fundamental, flowing from source to source along paths that predated human civilization. Hogwarts sat at a confluence, 3 major ley lines meeting beneath the castle, their combined power creating a wellspring that the founders had tapped to fuel their creation. But the rivers were polluted. Harry could feel it, a wrongness in the flow, a contamination that tasted like rot and smelled like ozone. Dark magic, seeped into the earth from decades of exposure. The ley lines were still flowing, still powerful, but they were sick. "Can this be cleaned?" Harry asked. "It can. It must. The ley lines feed the castle, and the castle's defenses depend on clean power. Right now, Hogwarts is running on contaminated energy. It's why the enchanted ceiling broke, why the wards are weaker than they should be, why the room of requirement won't fully heal. The castle is being slowly poisoned from below. How do we fix it? Slowly. Carefully. Earth magic is patient magic, you can't rush it without causing worse damage. I'll teach you the techniques. It will take months. We might not have months." Helga looked at him, and her warm eyes were steady. "Then we'll work quickly and carefully. The two are not mutually exclusive, despite what Godric may believe." The day wound down. Salazar found Harry in the evening, sitting in the great hall watching Rowena's repaired ceiling show a spectacular sunset. "You're a clemency practice," Salazar said, sitting across from him. "We didn't finish last night." "Right. The landscape, not the fortress." "Precisely." Salazar studied him. "But before we begin, a question. What do you know about the distinction between light and dark magic?" "Dark magic is harmful. Corrupting. It damages the caster and the target. That is the ministry definition. It is also largely wrong." Salazar's voice was calm, academic, but Harry could hear something underneath, an old frustration, a wound that had never healed. Magic is magic. It is a force, like gravity or electricity. It is not moral. It does not have intent. The classification of certain spells as dark is primarily political. It was institutionalized 300 years after my time by a ministry that wanted to control what could and could not be practiced. The unforgivables are terrible. I am not defending the Cruciatus curse. I am telling you that the blanket classification of entire branches of magic as inherently dark has left generations of witches and wizards ignorant of techniques that are not only harmless but essential. Healing magic, as it was practiced in my time, incorporated techniques that are now classified as dark. Ward breaking, a purely defensive discipline, uses methods that are now illegal. Even Parseltongue, a magical language, nothing more, was demonized because of its association with my name and my supposed philosophy. Your supposed philosophy? Salazar was quiet for a moment. I did not leave Hogwarts because I hated Muggle-born students, he said. That is the version of history that survived, because it was simpler and more convenient. I left because I foresaw a danger that the others did not believe and could not accept. When I tried to act on my own, we disagreed. Violently. He paused. I was wrong about some things. They were wrong about others. 1,000 years have made the truth irrelevant. What matters now is that you understand magic without the artificial limitations your education imposed. Harry looked at him. The founder's face was carved from the same controlled stillness as always, but Harry could see, with his new senses, with the lordship's perception, the depth of emotion underneath. Regret. Grief. A loneliness so old it had become structural, load-bearing, part of the architecture of who Salazar Slytherin was. Teach me, Harry said. Salazar inclined his head, and they began. The occlumency lesson lasted until midnight. It was nothing like Snape's brutal assault and defend approach. Salazar guided Harry through his own mind like an architect walking a client through blueprints, pointing out weaknesses in the structure, suggesting improvements, demonstrating techniques with a patience and precision that made Harry realize how badly Snape had botched his education. By midnight, Harry's mental landscape had been reorganized from a jumbled mess of memories and emotions into the beginnings of something coherent, not a fortress, not a wall, but a terrain. Rolling hills that could become mountains. Streams that could become moats. Open fields that looked inviting but led nowhere. It was a start. Tomorrow, Salazar said, I'll teach you to populate it. False memories, false emotions, decoys and dead ends. A properly constructed mental landscape doesn't just repel legitimacy, it defeats it so thoroughly that the attacker never realizes they failed. Harry nodded, exhaustion weighing on him like wet wool. Salazar. The thing in the boundary. The darkness pressing against the cracks. You know what it is. Salazar's expression didn't change. Yes. When are you going to tell me? When you're ready to hear it. Which is not yet. He held up a hand before Harry could argue. Not because I doubt your courage. Because the knowledge itself is dangerous. To understand what presses against the boundary, you must understand the boundary's nature, which requires the training Helga and Rowena are providing. To face it, you must have the combat skills Godric is teaching. And to survive the knowledge without it breaking your mind, your occlumency must be strong enough to contain it. We are building toward that moment. Trust the process. Harry wanted to push. Every instinct he had screamed at the idea of waiting, of being patient, of trusting someone else's timeline when he could feel the danger growing. But Salazar's logic was sound. And trust, Harry was learning, was not the same as naivety. All right, he said. But soon. Soon, Salazar agreed. Harry apparat home. He stood in the dark kitchen of Grimmauld Place, and instead of going to bed, he closed his eyes and reached out with the lordship senses. The boundary spread before his inner vision like a vast, shimmering membrane, beautiful, ancient, and damaged. The 7 Horcrux fractures were the worst of it, radiating outward like cracks in a windshield, but there were thousands of smaller wounds too. Every dark ritual, every act of necromancy, every violation of the natural order of death had left its mark. And behind the largest crack, something pressed. It was aware of him. He could feel its attention like heat from a fire, not direct, not focused, but radiating. It knew he was there. It knew he was watching. He felt it test the crack. A push, subtle and strong, and the fracture widened by the smallest fraction. A hair's breadth. Nothing. But Harry felt it like a punch to the stomach. He pushed back. Not with knowledge, he didn't have enough yet. Not with technique, his training had barely begun. He pushed back with pure will, with the raw stubbornness that had carried him through every impossible situation since he was 11 years old, and the fracture held. The presence behind the crack paused. If it had been a person, Harry would have said it was reassessing. Then it withdrew. Not far. Not defeated. Just, patient. Settling back to wait. Harry opened his eyes. His hands were shaking. Sweat ran down his temples. "I need those lessons," he said to the empty kitchen. "I need them fast." He went to bed. He dreamed of a vast darkness pressing against a wall of light, and in the dream, the wall was cracking, and beyond it, something smiled. He woke at dawn, dressed, ate standing up, and went back to Hogwarts. Godric was waiting. "Ready?" Harry rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, and sank into the stance Godric had beaten into him the day before. "Hit me." Godric hit him. But this time, Harry hit back. It was the beginning. Chapter 2, The Weight of Crowns. 2 weeks of training with the Founders taught Harry 3 things. First, he knew almost nothing about magic. Second, the almost nothing he did know had been taught to him badly. Third, he was a terrifyingly fast learner when someone bothered to teach him properly. Godric's dawn sessions had graduated from knock Harry down repeatedly to something that looked, from the outside, like a brutal cross between martial arts and a magical duel conducted at close range. Godric called it combat integration, the fusion of physical movement and magical force into a single discipline. No wand. No incantation. Just the body as a conduit and the will as a weapon. On the 15th morning, Harry caught Godric's fist. Not blocked, caught. Godric threw a right cross laced with concussive force, and Harry sidestepped, seized his wrist, and redirected the magical energy back at him. Godric flew 10 feet and landed on his back in the wet grass by the lake. For 3 seconds, the only sound was the lapping of water against the shore. Then Godric started laughing. He lay on his back in the dawn light, a 1,000-year-old warrior spirit, and laughed until the sound echoed off the castle walls. "There it is." He sprang to his feet with an agility that had no business belonging to anyone, living or dead. "That, right there, that's what I've been waiting for. You didn't think. You didn't plan. You reacted. Your body and your magic moved as one. Do you understand what just happened?" Harry was breathing hard, his hands still tingling from the contact. "I redirected your spell. You redirected my intent. The physical force and the magical force were a single strike, and you caught both and turned them. That's not a technique, that's an instinct. You can't teach that. You can only create the conditions for it to emerge." Godric wiped grass from his spectral shoulder. "You're ready for stage 2. "What stage 2? I stop holding back." Harry opened his mouth to ask what exactly Godric had been doing for the past 2 weeks if not fighting seriously, but the Founder was already moving, faster than before, fluid and violent, a storm of strikes and magical bursts that came from angles Harry didn't know existed. Harry went down hard. Twice. 3 times. But the 4th time Godric came at him, Harry's body found a rhythm: block, deflect, redirect, counter, and for 12 beautiful seconds they were actually fighting, actually exchanging blows at speed, and the magic that erupted between them set the surface of the lake churning. Then Godric feinted left, struck right, and Harry was on his back again. 12 seconds, Godric said approvingly. Last week it was 2. We'll have you at a minute by month's end. Harry picked himself up, tasting copper where he'd bitten his tongue. What happens at a minute? At a minute, you can survive a fight with anyone alive. At 5 minutes, you can win one. Godric's grin turned sharp. At 10 minutes, well. We'll see. The mornings were Godric's. The afternoons belonged to Rowena. Her teaching was the opposite of his, still, precise, conducted in the quiet of Hogwarts library while the reconstruction crews worked on the floors above. Where Godric taught through the body, Rowena taught through the mind. She was unraveling 1,000 years of magical education and rebuilding Harry's understanding from the foundation up. Stop, she said on the 14th afternoon. Harry was trying to deconstruct a shield charm, not cast it, deconstruct it. See the lattice structure underneath, the way magical energy organized itself into the geometry that produced the effect. I can almost, you're trying to see it. Stop trying to see it. You don't see magic with your eyes. You perceive it with your magical sense, which is something entirely different. Close your eyes. Harry closed his eyes. The shield charm hovered between them, cast by Rowena's wandless magic, a dome of translucent blue energy. Now, Rowena said. Don't look for it. Feel for it. The way you feel the boundary. Harry reached out, not with his hands, not with his eyes, but with the sense the lordship had given him. The sense that let him feel life and death, the warmth of living things, the cool patience of what lay beyond. He turned that sense toward the shield charm, and, there. Like a 3D blueprint blooming in his mind's eye. The lattice. Geometric, crystalline, gorgeous. Energy channels running through it in precise paths, each one supporting the others, the whole structure greater than the sum of its parts. I see it, he breathed. Good. Now tell me what's wrong with it. Harry studied the lattice. It took him a moment, but, the base. The energy channels at the bottom are thicker than they need to be. They're wasting power on structural support that the upper channels are already providing. Which means, the shield is less efficient than it could be. It's drawing more magical energy than necessary to maintain itself. If you thinned the base channels and redistributed the energy to the upper sections, you'd get the same protective strength for about 60% of the power cost. Rowena dispelled the shield and looked at him for a long, measuring moment. That, she said, is the Protego charm as it has been taught for 400 years. Standard curriculum. Every witch and wizard in Britain learns it exactly that way, with exactly that flaw. Why? Because no one questions it. The incantation produces the effect. The effect is sufficient. So everyone moves on. No one asks why the incantation produces the effect, or whether the effect could be improved. They learn the words and the wand movement and they never look underneath. She produced a new shield, this one with the modification Harry had suggested, the base channels thinned, the energy redistributed. It was visibly different, sharper, more luminous, vibrating with contained power. This is what a Protego charm looks like when you understand the grammar. 40% more efficient. Stronger against curses that target the base of a shield structure. And castable without an incantation, because when you understand the geometry, you don't need words to build it, you need will. She let the shield fade and looked at Harry with something that might have been pride, carefully controlled. You're learning this faster than any student I ever had. Including your daughter. The words were out before Harry could stop them, and he regretted them instantly. Rowena's expression didn't change, it crystallized. Went perfectly still, like water freezing. Including Helena, she said quietly. She had brilliance. You have brilliance and something she lacked, the willingness to listen. She turned back to the books. Again. This time, deconstruct a stunning spell. Show me the lattice. Harry didn't mention Helena again. Helga's lessons happened in the spaces between, during meals, during walks across the grounds, in quiet moments when the other founders were resting. She taught the way the earth taught, slowly, persistently, through accumulation rather than revelation. Magic and the natural world are not separate, she told him as they walked the perimeter of the castle one evening, the setting sun painting the stones amber and gold. Your training with Godric teaches you to fight. Rowena teaches you to understand. I will teach you to connect. Magic flows through the earth the way blood flows through a body. The ley lines are arteries. The living things that grow above them are cells. Everything is part of the same system, and the Lord of Death, more than anyone, exists at the center of that system. You are the intersection of life and death, Harry. The living world and the world beyond are your domain. To master that domain, you must learn to feel both simultaneously. She pressed her hand to an ancient oak at the forest's edge. Harry did the same, and through the tree's living wood, he felt the ley line beneath, clean in this spot, flowing strong, a river of raw potential. And at the same time, he felt the deaths the tree had witnessed, birds that had nested in its branches and fallen, insects that had lived their brief lives in its bark, a centaur who had died beneath its canopy 300 years ago. Life and death, layered on top of each other, inseparable. The boundary isn't a wall, Helga said. It's a membrane. It's supposed to be permeable, souls pass through it in one direction, and the energy they leave behind flows back to nourish the living world. Death feeds life. This is the natural cycle. The damage we're seeing, the cracks, the contamination, it's a disruption of that cycle. Death magic that refuses to let energy pass through. Souls trapped, energy blocked, the cycle broken. Can I fix it? You can begin to fix it. Here. She guided his hand deeper into the tree, deeper into the ley line. Feel the contamination. The dark spots. He could. Like clots in a bloodstream, knots of dark energy blocking the natural flow. Gently now. Not force. Persuasion. Coax the contamination out. Give it somewhere to go. Harry worked at it for an hour, teasing the dark energy loose one strand at a time, guiding it up through the tree's roots and out through its leaves where it dissipated harmlessly into the evening air. When he finished, the ley line ran cleaner in that spot, the flow stronger, and the old oak's leaves seemed greener. One tree, Helga said. One spot. The contamination runs through half of Scotland's ley network. But you have to start somewhere. And Salazar. Salazar taught in the evenings, after the others had finished, in sessions that took place entirely within Harry's mind. His occlumency was evolving rapidly. Under Salazar's guidance, Harry's mental landscape had become a sophisticated trap, a rolling countryside that appeared open and inviting but was actually a labyrinth. False memories sat in place of real ones, indistinguishable to even a skilled legilimens. Emotional decoys drew intruders toward carefully constructed dead ends. And at the center, protected by layers of misdirection so subtle they were practically invisible, Harry's true thoughts and memories sat untouchable. Test it, Harry said on the 15th night. Salazar raised an eyebrow. You're certain? Hit me with everything. The mental assault was immediate and overwhelming, nothing like the gentle exploratory touches of their first session. Salazar struck like a blade, fast and precise, cutting through Harry's outer defenses and plunging into the landscape of his mind. Harry felt him moving through the false terrain, reading the decoy memories, touching the planted emotions. Salazar was good, the best legilimens Harry had ever encountered, and he navigated the labyrinth with terrifying efficiency. But he didn't find the center. After 3 minutes of sustained assault, Salazar withdrew. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes held a glint of something that looked, improbably, like satisfaction. I found 17 memories of your childhood, he said. Your first broom ride. Your first kiss. A Christmas at the Weasley home. A conversation with Dumbledore about destiny. All vivid, all emotionally resonant, all completely convincing. He paused. How many were real? Harry allowed himself a small smile. 3. Which 3? If you have to ask, the answer is working. Salazar regarded him for a long moment, and then did something Harry had never seen him do. He smiled. Not a half smile, not an almost smile, not a politician's calculated expression of warmth. A real, genuine smile that cracked the ice of his composure and showed the man underneath, brilliant, proud, and deeply pleased. Adequate, he said, and from Salazar Slytherin, that word was practically a standing ovation. The owl arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was eating breakfast at the Grimmauld Place kitchen table, a habit now, fuel for the body before Godric broke it every morning, when a sleek ministry owl dropped a thick envelope on his plate. The seal was the ministry crest, heavy and official. He opened it, read it, and felt the first stirrings of a different kind of fight. Mr. Potter, you are hereby summoned to appear before the office of the Minister for Magic, the Honourable Thaddeus Bramwell, at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 15, 1998, to discuss matters of national magical security. Attendance is mandatory. Failure to appear will be considered a violation of. Harry stopped reading the legal threats and skimmed to the substance. The letter was carefully worded, full of bureaucratic padding, but the core message was clear: the ministry knew something had changed about him, and they wanted answers. Problems? Godric materialized at his shoulder, reading over it. Politics. Ah. Godric's voice carried the weariness of someone who'd fought political battles 1,000 years ago and found them more exhausting than any physical conflict. Need advice? I need Salazar. Godric's expression tightened, but he nodded. Probably right. He's better at this than I am. I tend to solve political problems by punching them. Salazar materialized at the other end of the table, already aware of the situation. The founders shared a peripheral awareness when they were within Harry's range. He read the letter from a distance, his dark eyes scanning the text with the focused intensity of a man reading a battlefield. Thaddeus Bramwell, Salazar said. New minister. Elected after the war. He replaced Kingsley Shacklebolt's interim government. Career politician, Department of Magical Law Enforcement background. Popular with the public because he promises stability. And stability, to a man like Bramwell, means control. Salazar steepled his fingers. He's not summoning you because he's curious. He's summoning you because someone told him you're a threat, and he wants to assess you before deciding how to neutralize you. The question is who told him, and what they told him. Does it matter? I can't hide what I am forever. No. But you can control the revelation. Go to the meeting. Be respectful, be calm, and give him exactly as much truth as serves your purposes. No more. Salazar looked at Harry. What are your purposes? Harry thought about it. I need the ministry to not interfere with what I'm doing. I don't need their approval, but I can't afford to fight them and fix the boundary at the same time. Then you need Bramwell to see you as an asset rather than a threat. This is not about convincing him you're harmless, a man like Bramwell would see through that immediately. It's about convincing him that you're more dangerous as an enemy than as an ally, while simultaneously making alliance the more attractive option. That sounds like a threat. It sounds like negotiation. The difference is delivery. Harry sent an owl to Daphne Greengrass that afternoon. He didn't analyze why she was the first person he thought of for political intelligence. He told himself it was practical, she understood the ministry's social dynamics, she had contacts, she was smart. All true. Also true, when he thought about walking into the ministry alone, the image of her standing next to him, ice-cool and sharp-tongued, made the prospect considerably less daunting. Her reply came within 2 hours. Potter, Bramwell's been asking questions about you for a week. His senior undersecretary, Malcolm Whitmore, has been meeting with Department of Mysteries personnel. Someone in that department flagged unusual magical activity, I suspect it was detected when you summoned the Founders. The wards on Hogwarts register unusual magical signatures, and the Ministry monitors those wards. Bramwell isn't stupid. He's also not evil. He's frightened, which is more dangerous. Frightened men in positions of power make bad decisions and call them necessary ones. I'll meet you at the Ministry entrance at 9:30. Wear something that isn't a Weasley jumper. DGPS. I'm doing this because political maneuvering is more interesting than mortaring walls. Don't read into it. Harry read into it anyway. He dressed carefully the next morning, not in dress robes, which would look like he was trying too hard, but in well-fitted dark clothes that were clean, sharp, and vaguely authoritative. He'd bought them on a whim in Muggle London the week before, and they felt like armor of a different kind. Daphne was waiting at the visitors' entrance, leaning against the telephone box with her arms crossed. She wore dark blue robes that managed to look simultaneously professional and slightly dangerous, and her pale blonde hair was down, framing a face that gave away absolutely nothing. "You look almost presentable," she said. "High praise. Don't push it." She fell into step beside him as they entered the telephone box and descended. "Here's what you need to know. Bramwell's brought in 2 advisors for this meeting. Malcolm Whitmore, his undersecretary, career bureaucrat, ambitious, follows power. He'll say whatever Bramwell wants to hear. The other is Cassandra Vane, head of the Department of Mysteries." The name snagged something in Harry's memory. Vane. Related to Romilda? Aunt. But don't let the association mislead you. Cassandra Vane is one of the most brilliant witches in Britain. She's been head of the Unspeakables for 6 years. She also, Daphne paused. She lost her daughter in the battle. Elena Vane. 7th year, Ravenclaw. Harry felt the weight of that settle on him. Another name. Another death. That's relevant. It might be. Vane has been obsessed with the veil in the death chamber since Elena died. My sources say she's been spending nights there. If she knows what you are, what you've become, she might see you as a threat, or she might see you as something else entirely. Something else? Daphne looked at him sideways. A way to get her daughter back. The Ministry atrium was busy, and Harry's appearance caused a ripple, heads turning, whispers spreading, the particular kind of attention that Harry had learned to endure rather than enjoy. He kept his pace steady, his expression neutral, and was grateful for Daphne's presence beside him. She moved through the crowd with practiced ease, ignoring the stares with an aristocratic indifference that seemed to extend a protective radius around them both. They took the lift to level 1. The minister's office was at the end of a long corridor lined with portraits of former ministers, each one watching Harry pass with undisguised curiosity. The door was open. An assistant, young, nervous, clutching a clipboard, ushered them in. Thaddeus Bramwell was a man built for authority. Mid-50s, silver-templed, with a square jaw and eyes that projected reasonable competence. He sat behind a desk that was aggressively tidy, flanked by 2 figures. On his left, Malcolm Whitmore, a thin man with a thin smile and the calculating eyes of someone who counted favors the way a miser counted coins. On his right, Cassandra Vane. Vane drew Harry's attention immediately. She was perhaps 45, dark-haired, with sharp features and an intensity that filled the space around her like a magnetic field. Her eyes locked onto Harry the moment he entered, and he felt it, a flicker of something at the edge of his death senses. Recognition. She knew. Not the details, maybe, but enough. "Mr. Potter," Bramwell said, standing. His handshake was firm, practiced. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit." His gaze moved to Daphne. "And Miss Greengrass. I wasn't aware you'd be joining us." "Mr. Potter asked me to attend in an advisory capacity," Daphne said smoothly, taking the chair beside Harry without being invited. "I trust that's not a problem, Minister." Bramwell's expression didn't change, but Harry caught the fractional tightening around his eyes. He hadn't expected Daphne. Good. Of course not. The more, the merrier. He sat back down and folded his hands on the desk. I'll be direct, Mr. Potter. The Ministry has detected unusual magical activity at Hogwarts over the past 2 weeks. Activity that, by all measurements, shouldn't be possible. Our monitoring wards registered a massive magical event, something that lit up every detector in the department, followed by sustained anomalous readings that haven't stopped since. He paused, letting the statement hang. Harry waited. We've also received reports, Bramwell continued, from multiple sources, of unusual behavior in the vicinity of the school. Magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest becoming agitated. Temperature fluctuations. And, perhaps most concerning, disturbances at the Vale and the Department of Mysteries that coincide precisely with the events at Hogwarts. Another pause. Harry still waited. Bramwell leaned forward. Mr. Potter. What happened at Hogwarts? Harry had rehearsed this with Salazar until the words came naturally, but the truth was, the best approach was one the founder had suggested and Harry had instinctively known: tell enough truth that the lie is invisible. After the battle, Harry said, I became aware that the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility, had bonded to me. I couldn't get rid of them. I tried. He kept his voice calm, conversational. Not defensive, not aggressive. Just a man explaining a situation. Eventually I returned to Hogwarts to try to understand what was happening. While I was there, the Hallows completed a process that seems to have been set in motion a long time ago. What process? Whitmore asked, his thin voice cutting in. I was given a title and a responsibility. The Hallows were a test, not a gift. I passed the test. Harry met Bramwell's eyes. I'm now the guardian of the boundary between the living world and the world of the dead. Silence. Bramwell's face cycled through several expressions in quick succession: disbelief, alarm, calculation, controlled calm. Whitmore's thin smile had vanished. Cassandra Vane hadn't moved, hadn't blinked, hadn't breathed. The boundary, Bramwell said slowly. Between life and death. The veil in your Department of Mysteries is a physical manifestation of it, one of many. The boundary exists everywhere, but it's damaged. Badly. Decades of dark magic, particularly the Horcruxes Voldemort created, have torn holes in it. Part of my responsibility is repairing that damage. And the unusual magical readings? That would be my teachers. I summoned the spirits of the 4 founders of Hogwarts to help me learn what I need to know. The silence that followed this statement was different from the first. It was the silence of people whose understanding of reality had just been rearranged without their consent. The founders, Bramwell said. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Yes. You summoned them. Yes. From the dead. They weren't entirely dead. They've been woven into Hogwarts' magical fabric since their original passing. I gave them form and voice. Bramwell looked at Whitmore, who looked like he'd swallowed something alive. Then he looked at Vane. The head of the Unspeakables was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on frightening. Minister, Daphne said into the silence, her voice cool and precise, I think it's worth noting that Mr. Potter is volunteering this information. He's not required to. The Deathly Hallows and the lordship they confer predate the Ministry of Magic by several centuries. There is no statute, regulation, or law that governs this situation, because no one imagined it was possible. The law will catch up, Whitmore said sharply. Perhaps. But until it does, Mr. Potter is a private citizen exercising abilities that fall outside the Ministry's regulatory framework. He's choosing to be transparent. I'd suggest responding to that transparency with cooperation rather than coercion. Bramwell looked at Daphne with the evaluating gaze of a man who just discovered a new piece on the chessboard. Miss Greengrass, I appreciate the legal analysis, but this is a matter of national security. With respect, Minister, this is a matter of reality's structural integrity. It's bigger than national security. Mr. Potter is trying to prevent catastrophic damage to the boundary between life and death. The ministry can either assist with that effort or obstruct it. I'd recommend the former. Harry watched Daphne work and felt something shift in his chest, admiration, attraction, something warm and unexpected. She fought the way Salazar taught, with precision, control, and the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly where to place each word for maximum effect. Bramwell sat back. His expression had settled into something Harry recognized, the careful neutrality of a man who was thinking very fast and didn't want anyone to see the calculations. I appreciate your candor, Mr. Potter. And your counsel, Miss Greengrass. But you'll understand that I can't simply take this at face value. The idea that an 18-year-old wizard has become the guardian of the boundary between life and death, and has summoned the founders of Hogwarts to be his personal tutors, this is extraordinary. Extraordinary things keep happening to me, Harry said. I've stopped being surprised. A flicker of something, humor, crossed Bramwell's face. I can imagine. He leaned forward again. Here's what I propose. The ministry will not interfere with your activities at Hogwarts. In return, I want regular reports, what you're doing, what you're learning, and most importantly, the status of this boundary damage you've described. If the boundary between life and death is genuinely failing, the ministry needs to be prepared. Agreed, Harry said. On one condition. The reports come from me directly to you. Not filtered through committees, not leaked to the press, not used as political ammunition. This is sensitive information, and if it's mishandled, people will panic. Bramwell nodded slowly. Acceptable. For now. The last two words carried a weight of implication. This arrangement was temporary, contingent on Harry's continued cooperation. But it was enough. The meeting ended with handshakes and pleasantries, and Harry and Daphne were halfway to the lifts when a voice stopped them. Mr. Potter. Cassandra Vane had followed them into the corridor. Up close, Harry could see the marks of sleepless nights, dark circles under her eyes, a tension in her jaw that spoke of clenched teeth and swallowed screams. But her voice was controlled, her posture erect. A moment, she said. It wasn't really a question. Harry glanced at Daphne, who gave him a barely perceptible nod and stepped away, not out of earshot, but far enough to give the impression of privacy. Vane stepped close. When she spoke, her voice was low, intense, and stripped of all professional pretense. You're the Lord of Death. Yes. You can communicate with the dead. Summon them. Give them form. Within limits. Yes. My daughter Elena. She died in the Battle of Hogwarts. She was 17. Vane's voice cracked, just slightly, on the number. She mastered it immediately, but Harry heard the fracture. Can you bring her back? The question hit Harry like a physical blow. Not because it was unexpected, Daphne had warned him, but because the pain behind it was so raw, so familiar. He knew that pain. He'd lived with it for years, the desperate, aching wish that someone you loved could just come back. He thought about his parents. About Sirius. About the stone in his hand, 3 turns, and their faces. No, he said. One word. He watched it land. Watched Vane's expression go through hope, denial, anger, and despair in the space of 2 seconds. You won't, she said. Or you can't. Both. The lordship isn't about reversing death. It's about maintaining the boundary, the natural order. Souls pass through in one direction. That's how it's supposed to work. If I start pulling souls back, I damage the boundary further. The same boundary that's already cracking. My daughter, I know. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to want someone back so badly you'd tear the world apart for it. But I can't do this. Not for you. Not for anyone. Not even for myself. Vane stared at him. Her eyes were dry, too dry, the dryness of someone who'd cried themselves empty and had nothing left. You could, though. You have the power. Having the power to do something isn't the same as having the right. She was 17, Potter. I know. Vane held his gaze for a long moment, searching for something, a crack, a weakness, a way in. She didn't find one. Harry's acclimacy held, and more than that, his conviction held. This was a line he'd drawn in the first hours of the lordship, and it would not move. I see, Vane said finally. Her voice had changed, not softer, not harder, but different. Closed. A door shutting. Thank you for your time, Mr. Potter. She turned and walked away, her footsteps precise and measured, and Harry watched her go and felt the weight of the choice he'd just made. The right choice. The only choice. It still felt like crushing something fragile. That was hard to watch, Daphne said quietly, appearing at his elbow. Are you all right? No. But I'm right. Daphne looked at him, and for once, her composure softened. Yes. You are. For what it's worth, I don't think she's going to accept it. I know. They rode the lift in silence. In the atrium, the crowd parted for them unconsciously, people stepping aside, conversations faltering, eyes following Harry with a mix of reverence and unease. He was used to being stared at, but this was different. Before, people had stared because of his scar, his story, his celebrity. Now they stared because something about him had changed on a level they could sense but not articulate. He moved differently. The air around him felt different. Even his eyes, he'd noticed in the mirror, were different. Not in color, but in depth. There was something behind them that hadn't been there before. Potter. Daphne stopped him just before the exit. Bramwell gave in too easily. I noticed. He's going to do something. The reports he asked for, that's not his endgame. He's buying time. What do you think he's planning? Daphne's expression was thoughtful, calculating, the gears turning visibly behind her pale blue eyes. If I were him, I'd create a regulatory framework. Something that gives the ministry authority over, whatever you are. A new department, maybe. An office. Something that looks reasonable on paper and gives him legal standing to monitor and eventually control you. How long? If he's smart. 2 weeks. He'll want it in place before the next Wisengamot session. She met his eyes. Let me work on this. I have contacts in the Wisengamot, families that owe mine favors, members who aren't aligned with Bramwell. If we build a coalition before he moves, we can block or water down whatever he proposes. Why? Harry asked. Why are you helping me with this? Daphne was quiet for a moment. Because you're trying to fix something that's broken, and the ministry is about to waste everyone's time trying to put a leash on you instead of helping. Because the pure-blood families I know, the ones that aren't in Azkaban, need to see that there's a future that includes them, and you're the only person in magical Britain who has the credibility to bridge that gap. And because, she stopped. Because? Because you asked me how I was, that day in the Great Hall. Nobody asks Slytherins how they are. Not since the war. She said it matter-of-factly, without self-pity, but Harry heard what lay beneath it, isolation, suspicion, the quiet punishment of a house judged guilty by association. I'll send you an owl with what I find. Try not to start any wars before I do. She disapparated. Harry stood in the street outside the ministry, London traffic flowing around him, and smiled despite himself. Definitely interesting, Salazar's voice murmured in his mind. Harry ignored him. The report came 3 days later. Not from Daphne, from Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was now heading the Auror office under Bramwell's government. A village called Dunmore, in the Scottish Highlands. Population 40, half of them Muggles, half wizarding folk. 2 nights ago, something had happened there. The Muggle authorities were calling it a gas leak incident. The Ministry knew better. The dead had risen. Harry read Kingsley's report standing in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place while Godric read over his shoulder and the others listened. 7 graves disturbed in the village churchyard. Bodies emerged and attacked the living, not inferi, per Auror assessment. Inferi are reanimated by a wizard's magic and controlled by the wizard's will. These showed no signs of external control. They moved independently, with apparent intent. They were violent, aggressive, and resistant to standard counterjinxes. 2 villagers injured. No fatalities. The risen dead eventually collapsed and returned to a deceased state approximately 3 hours after emergence. Cause unknown. Investigation ongoing. That's not necromancy, Salazar said flatly. An inferius requires a caster, a sustained magical connection, and a specific curse to animate. What this report describes is spontaneous reanimation without a source. The boundary, Helga said. Her voice was grim. The cracks. If the membrane is thin enough in certain places, the energy that separates life from death becomes unstable. Dead tissue could absorb enough ambient life energy to temporarily reactivate. Temporarily, Godric said. 3 hours. Then the energy dissipated and they collapsed. This time. The cracks are widening. Next time it might be 6 hours. Then 12. Then permanent. Helga looked at Harry, and her warm eyes held a fear he hadn't seen in them before. This is what happens when the boundary fails. Not all at once, in stages. First the recently dead. Then older dead. Then the distinction between life and death starts to blur, and things that have no business existing in the physical world begin to manifest. I need to see it, Harry said. The village. The site. Take me along, Godric said immediately. And me, Salazar added. If the boundary is thin enough to permit spontaneous reanimation, I want to examine the fracture point directly. Harry looked at them. Both of you. Can you be civil? They exchanged a look, the complex, loaded look that spoke of a millennium of unresolved conflict. We can be professional, Salazar said. Godric snorted but didn't disagree. Harry sent a Patronus to Ron and Hermione. 20 minutes later, they arrived into the kitchen, Ron first, one drawn out of habit, then Hermione half a step behind with a book under her arm. Bloody hell, Harry, Ron said, looking around the kitchen as if expecting threats. You send a Patronus saying, need help, Scottish village, dead are rising and expect us to just, come immediately. Yes. Because you always do. Ron's mouth worked for a moment. Then he grinned, his old grin, the one that said of course I came, you get, what did you expect? And clapped Harry on the shoulder. Yeah. All right. What are we dealing with? Harry briefed them. He hadn't told them everything about the lordship yet, he'd sent letters after the first week, brief ones, explaining the basics without going into detail. Ron had responded with a single line, always knew you'd end up running something. Figured it'd be a Quidditch team, not the afterlife. Hermione had sent 17 questions organized by category. Now, in person, they took it in stride the way they always took Harry's impossible situations, Ron with pragmatic acceptance, Hermione with voracious curiosity. Can we see them? Hermione asked, meaning the founders. You said they're here. Harry glanced at the empty air beside him. Want to? Of course I want to. I have questions about the founding of Hogwarts that, Harry willed the founders visible. For spectral figures materialized around the kitchen, and Hermione Granger, the woman who'd punched a werewolf, ridden a dragon, and stared down Voldemort, made a sound like a deflating balloon and went absolutely rigid. Oh my God, she whispered. Rowena Ravenclaw looked at her with interest. And you are? Hermione Granger. I was, Ravenclaw considered me but I was, the hat said. Breathe, dear, Helga suggested gently. Ron was staring at Godric with wide eyes. You're Godric Bloody Gryffindor. That's not my middle name, but I'll take it. Godric extended a hand, realized it would pass through Ron's, and looked at Harry. Want to make me solid enough for a handshake? Harry channeled a thread of power, and Godric's form solidified slightly, enough to grasp Ron's hand. Ron shook it with the stunned expression of someone meeting their childhood hero and finding them exactly as advertised. All right, Ron said, shaking his head slightly. All right. That's happened. My dead hero just shook my hand. Normal Tuesday. Fine. What's this about risen dead in Scotland? They operate to Dunmore as a group, Harry, Ron, Hermione, with the founders invisible and attached to Harry's presence like satellites. The village was tiny, a handful of stone houses clustered around a road that was more suggestion than infrastructure. The churchyard was at the top of a small hill, overlooking a valley that would have been beautiful if Harry's death senses hadn't been screaming the moment he arrived. The wrongness was immediate and overwhelming. The air tasted of rust and static. The boundary, which Harry normally perceived as a shimmering membrane overlaid on reality, was visible here, not to his magical senses but to his actual eyes. A thin, iridescent shimmer hung over the churchyard like heat haze, flickering and unstable. Can you see that? He asked Ron and Hermione. See what? Ron said. The boundary. It's visible here. Almost physical. Harry walked up the hill, his senses extended. The graves were obvious, 7 of them, the earth churned and broken, headstones cracked. The Auror team had been and gone, leaving the standard diagnostic residue of their investigation spells. But they'd missed the important thing. The fracture. Harry knelt beside the most disturbed grave and pressed his hand to the earth. The ley line running beneath the village was contaminated, worse than anything he'd encountered at Hogwarts. The dark energy wasn't just present, it was concentrated, pooling in the ley line like poison in a well. And at the center of the concentration, a crack in the boundary, barely a meter wide. He could feel what was on the other side. The confused, terrified echoes of the 7 people who'd been ripped from their rest and forced back into decaying bodies for 3 horrible hours. And beyond them, pressing against the crack with patient, relentless pressure, the darkness. Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp with warning. He looked up. The light had changed. The sun was still in the sky, but the light reaching the churchyard had taken on a gray, washed-out quality, as if someone had turned down the brightness. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in as many seconds. Ron's breath plumed white. Something's coming, Harry said. He stood and turned to face the graves. The earth moved. Not the 7 disturbed graves, those were empty, their occupants removed by the Aurors for examination. Other graves. Older ones. Headstones that dated back 50, 100, 200 years, cracking and shifting as the earth beneath them buckled. Oh, not good, Ron said, drawing his wand. The first hand broke through the surface. It was skeletal, not the preserved flesh of a recent burial but actual bone, brown and ancient, fingers clawing at the soil. Then another. And another. The churchyard erupted as dead things pulled themselves from the earth, not 7 but dozens, from every grave that held remains. They were not Inferi. Harry could see that immediately. Inferi were puppets, dead flesh animated by a wizard's magic, mindless and controlled. These things were different. They moved with a horrible, jerky awareness, their empty eye sockets turning toward the living with something that looked horribly like hunger. They radiated the same wrongness he'd felt at the fracture, the taint of the dark energy in the ley line, amplified, given form. Harry, what do we do? Hermione had her wand up, already casting, a ring of fire erupted around the 3 of them, standard and furious countermeasure. The dead things walked through it. Fire won't work, Harry said. They're not Inferi. They're being animated by the ley line contamination, the dark energy is using them as vessels. He could see it now, with his death senses, tendrils of dark energy rising from the earth like black roots, threading through the bones and rotting flesh, giving them a mockery of life. Cut the roots, Salazar said in his mind. Sever the connection between the contaminated ley line and the risen bodies. Without the energy source, they'll collapse. Harry raised his hand and reached for the boundary. He could feel it respond, the lordship, the authority over the threshold between life and death, flowing through him like a current. He focused on the nearest risen corpse, a skeletal thing in the rotting remnants of a Victorian dress, and pulled. The dark energy animating it tore free like a weed ripped from soil. The skeleton collapsed in a clatter of bones. That works, Harry said. Ron, Hermione, keep them back. Physical barriers, not fire. I need time. Ron didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and cast a massive barrier charm that Harry could see was imperfect. The base was too thick, just like Rowena had taught him, but it was solid enough to hold back the shambling dead. Hermione flanked him, transfiguring the iron fence around the churchyard into a series of animated barriers that moved to intercept the risen bodies. Harry worked. One by one, he seized the dark energy animating each corpse and ripped it free. It was like pulling thorns, each one resisted, clung, fought to maintain its hold. And as he worked, more kept rising. The contaminated ley line was pumping energy into the graveyard like a poisoned heart. You're treating the symptoms, Helga said urgently. You need to treat the cause. The ley line, can you reach it? Harry dropped to his knees and plunged his awareness into the earth. The ley line surged beneath him, thick with contamination, pulsing with dark energy that tasted of rot and despair. He could feel the fracture in the boundary at its core, the crack through which something was feeding the contamination, pushing it, intensifying it. He had to close the fracture. But it was deep, and the energy around it was hostile, and something on the other side was actively pushing against his efforts. Harry. Salazar's voice was calm, precise, cutting through the chaos. The contamination has a structure. It's not random, it's organized. Someone or something is directing it. Find the pattern and break it. Harry looked deeper. Through the mess of dark energy, he found what Salazar described, a pattern, subtle and elegant, woven through the contamination like a spider's web. Not natural. Constructed. Someone had laid this trap, seeded the ley line with contaminated energy and organized it to activate under specific conditions. He grabbed the pattern's central thread and pulled. The effect was immediate and violent. The dark energy in the ley line convulsed. Every risen corpse in the churchyard shrieked, a sound no human throat could make, a sound that came from the boundary itself, and collapsed. The contamination didn't vanish, but it lost its structure, becoming inert, passive. The fracture in the boundary was still there, but without the organized energy feeding it, the dead stopped rising. Harry fell forward onto his hands, breathing hard. The ground beneath him was warm where the ley line ran, and he could feel it, still contaminated, still damaged, but no longer weaponized. Harry. Hermione was at his side, her hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? Fine. It's done. He sat back on his heels and looked at the churchyard. Bones lay scattered across the churned earth. Ron was standing amid the wreckage, wand still raised, breathing hard, looking like he'd aged 3 years in 10 minutes. That, Ron said, was really, really bad. Yeah. We should talk about that. The thing that just happened. Where dead people climbed out of the ground and tried to eat us. They weren't trying to eat us. They were definitely walking aggressively toward us with their mouths open, and I'm going to call that attempted eating. Despite everything, Harry almost laughed. Ron. Constant, reliable, still cracking jokes with bone dust in his hair. Hermione was examining the collapsed remains with her wand, diagnostic spells flickering. Harry, these weren't controlled by a caster. There's no magical signature I can identify. But you said there was a pattern, a structure in the contamination. Someone set this up, Harry said. The ley line was seeded with organized dark energy, designed to activate and animate the dead. It was a trap. Or a test. A test for who? Harry looked at the fracture in the boundary, still visible to his senses, still open, still leaking wrongness into the world. On the other side, distant but unmistakable, the darkness watched. For me, he said. They cleaned up as best they could, reburying the disturbed remains with proper respect, sealing the graves, casting protective wards around the churchyard. Harry spent an hour working on the ley line contamination, pulling dark energy out strand by strand, the way Helga had taught him. He couldn't clean it completely, not here, not now, but he could reduce it, make it manageable, by time. When they finally operated back to Grimmauld Place, the sun was setting and Harry was exhausted in a way that went deeper than physical fatigue. His magical reserves were depleted, his death senses were overextended, and his head throbbed with the lingering echo of the darkness he'd felt through the fracture. Ron and Hermione sat with him at the kitchen table while he recovered. The founders were present but invisible, resting, recovering their own energy. Harry, Hermione said carefully. She had her cautious voice on, the one she used when she was about to say something she knew he wouldn't want to hear. This is bigger than Hogwarts. Whatever is happening to the boundary, it's not just an academic problem. It's a clear and present danger. People could die. People did die, if those villagers hadn't been lucky. Exactly. You need help. More than us. More than the founders. I know. The ministry is going to try to regulate me. Harry rubbed his eyes. Daphne warned me. Bramwell is going to create some kind of oversight body. An office, a department, something that gives him authority over what I do. Would that be so bad? Hermione asked. Some oversight isn't the problem. The problem is that Bramwell is scared, and scared leaders don't oversee, they control. And I can't be controlled right now, Hermione. Not because I don't want to be, but because the thing that's pressing against the boundary isn't going to wait for a committee to approve my response. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and nodded. Then we need political allies. People who can push back if Bramwell overreaches. Daphne's working on that. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. The kind of look that married couples, or near enough, share when they've noticed something their friend hasn't admitted yet. Daphne Greengrass, Ron said casually. The Slytherin? Blonde? Pretty? That Daphne? She's politically connected and she understands the Wisengamot. Oh, absolutely. Very practical choice. Nothing to do with the fact that you light up like a Lumos when you say her name. I do not, you absolutely do, mate. Harry looked at Hermione for support. She was trying very hard not to smile. He's not wrong, Harry. I hate both of you. You love us, Ron said. Now tell us about the founders. Properly. Not the letters, I want the whole thing. Are they really teaching you? Is Slytherin as much of a bastard as everyone says? Harry told them. Not everything, some things were still too raw, too complicated, too bound up in the training itself to articulate. But he told them about the combat sessions with Godric, the magical theory with Rowena, the earth magic with Helga, the occlumency with Salazar. He told them about the founders' personalities, how different they were from their legends, how complicated, how human. Slytherin isn't evil, Harry said, and watched both their faces carefully. He's cold. He's calculating. But he's not the villain the history books made him. He left Hogwarts for reasons that are more complicated than bigotry. And the magic he's teaching me, things the ministry would classify as dark, it's not inherently malicious. It's just powerful and poorly understood. Hermione looked fascinated. Ron looked skeptical but willing to listen. That was enough. There's something else, Harry said. The founders know what's on the other side of the boundary. The thing I keep feeling, the darkness. They won't tell me yet. Salazar says I'm not ready, but they're afraid of it. All four of them. I've never seen Godric Gryffindor afraid of anything, and when I described what I felt in Dunmore, he went quiet for 10 minutes. The kitchen was silent. Walburga Black's portrait muttered in her sleep somewhere down the hall. The gas flame under the kettle hissed. What do you need from us? Ron asked. No bluster, no jokes. Just the steady, quiet loyalty that had been the bedrock of their friendship since first year. Keep your ears open. Ron, you're in Auror training. If there are more incidents like Dunmore, I need to know immediately. Hermione, you're at the Ministry. Watch Bramwell. Watch Whitmore. And if you hear anything about Cassandra Vane, anything unusual, tell me. Why Vane? Hermione asked. Because she asked me to bring her daughter back, and I told her no. And she has access to the veil. Hermione's face went pale. You think she'd try to breach the veil? I think she's a grieving mother with the knowledge and resources to do enormous damage, and I told her the one thing she can't accept. So yes. I think she might. They left close to midnight. Ron hugged Harry, a proper hug, the kind that said everything their words hadn't, and Hermione kissed his cheek and said, "Answer your letters, Harry. We worry." Then they were gone, and the house was quiet. The founders materialized. Your friends are good people, Helga said warmly. The Weasley boy has Godric's energy. And the girl has Rowena's mind, Salazar added. She looked at me like she wanted to dissect me for research. I approve. Godric was standing by the window, arms folded, staring at nothing. He'd been quiet since Dunmore, quieter than Harry had ever seen him. Now he turned, and his face was grave. The pattern in the ley line, he said. The organized contamination. Someone created that. Someone with knowledge of ley line magic, boundary fractures, and reanimation. Knowledge that shouldn't exist outside of, he stopped. Looked at the others. Outside of us, Salazar finished quietly. Yes. I noticed. What are you saying? Harry asked. The founders exchanged looks. Not the loaded, careful looks of people guarding a secret, but the raw, uneasy looks of people confronting a possibility they'd hoped was impossible. We're saying, Rowena said, that the magic used to seed that ley line was Founder-era magic. Our contemporaries' magic. A style of ley line manipulation that we developed together and never taught publicly, because it was too dangerous. Then who? There were students, Salazar said. In the early days. Students we taught directly, before Hogwarts had formal classes, when the four of us taught everyone ourselves. Most of them died, as mortals do. But there was one. He stopped, and something passed through his expression that Harry had never seen there before, pain, old and deep and unresolved. One student, Salazar continued, who was brilliant enough to learn everything we could teach and foolish enough to believe he deserved more. He wanted what all the most dangerous students want, immortality. We refused to teach him. And he found his own way, Helga said quietly. A student from 1,000 years ago? Harry said. Still alive? Not alive, Salazar said. Not dead. Something between. Something we should have dealt with a very long time ago. And now, it seems, our failure to do so has consequences. Silence. Then Godric punched the wall. His fist, made partially solid by Harry's power, cracked the plaster and left an impression in the ancient stone beneath. Damn it. Damn it, Salazar, I told you, 1,000 years ago I said we should have hunted him down, and I told you he'd gone beyond our reach. Which he had. Salazar's voice was controlled, but Harry could hear the strain underneath. He bound himself to the space between life and death. A place we couldn't follow because we were still alive. By the time we died, he'd had centuries to dig in. What's his name? Harry asked. The founders looked at each other. It was Helga who answered, her warm voice gone cold and sad. Aldrich. His name was Aldrich. And he was the best of us. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and felt the boundary pressing against his awareness, the fractures throbbing like open wounds, and somewhere in the vast dark space between life and death, something ancient and broken and furious was plotting. He reached for the nightstand, found parchment and a quill, and wrote 2 letters. The first was to Daphne. Greengrass, you were right about Bramwell. We need those allies now, not later. I'll explain when I see you. Wednesday's committee meeting, I'll be there. Thank you. For the ministry. For everything. Harry P.S. I own more than Weasley jumpers. I own 2 entire pairs of non-Weasley socks. The second was to Kingsley. Kingsley, Dunmore wasn't a one-time event. It's going to happen again, in other places, and it's going to get worse. I know what's causing it and I'm working on a solution, but I need time and I need the ministry not to panic. If there are more incidents, please send me the reports directly. I can help. I know this is a lot to ask. I know I'm asking you to trust me without explaining everything. But you know me. You know what I've done. Trust me a little longer. Harry he sent both owls into the night and lay back down. The next morning came like all the mornings since the lordship, too fast, too bright, with the pull of duty dragging him from sleep. But something was different. The listless fog that had hung over him for weeks after the battle, the directionless drift that had driven him to isolation and silence, it was gone. Burned away. Replaced by something clearer and harder, purpose. He had a boundary to repair. He had enemies, political, personal, cosmic. He had teachers to learn from and allies to rally and a darkness to face that even the founders feared. And he had a committee meeting on Wednesday. He dressed, ate, and operated to Hogwarts. The rebuilding committee met in a classroom on the first floor that had been hastily converted into a meeting space, long table, mismatched chairs, a chalkboard that still had notes from someone's transfiguration lesson on it. Harry arrived 5 minutes early and found Daphne already there, arranging parchment with the focused efficiency of someone who treated organizational work as a form of combat. You came, she said without looking up. You told me to. People rarely do what I tell them to. It's one of my ongoing frustrations. He sat next to her. The room filled gradually, Professor Flitwick, who was coordinating the construction effort. Professor Sprout, who was managing the grounds restoration. Neville, representing the student volunteers. Hagrid, enormous and awkward in a chair designed for normal-sized people. A handful of others, ministry representatives, community members, the odd parent. The meeting was productive, if occasionally chaotic. Harry listened more than he spoke, getting a sense of the scope of the rebuilding effort. The physical damage was extensive but manageable. With magic, construction moved fast, and the castle's own restorative enchantments were slowly reasserting themselves. The deeper damage, the magical infrastructure, the wards, the enchantment matrix, was another matter. When the topic of ward restoration came up, Harry leaned forward. I can help with that. Professor Flitwick looked at him over his half-moon spectacles. Mr. Potter. You have expertise in ward crafting. I'm learning. From someone with 1,000 years of experience. He felt Daphne's sideways glance but didn't elaborate. The castle's enchantment matrix has degraded, and the recent damage accelerated the process. But the original architecture is sound, it just needs to be restored, not rebuilt. I can work with the existing structure. Flitwick's eyebrows rose. The original architecture, you're referring to the founder's work? Yes. Something shifted in Flitwick's expression, a spark of the academic curiosity that made him Ravenclaw's head of house. I've spent 40 years trying to understand the founder's enchantment work. It's several orders of magnitude beyond modern capability. If you have insight into the original design. I do. I'll start with the outer wards, the protective barrier. It's the most critical, and it's the most damaged. After the meeting, Daphne caught his arm as he was leaving. A word? They walked the corridor together, past rubble and repair crews and the lingering echoes of battle. Daphne kept her voice low. I've been reaching out to the families I mentioned. The Knots, Theodore's mother, not his father, the fathers in Azkaban, are willing to listen. So are the Zabinis, the Davies, and surprisingly, the Bones family. Susan Bones lost her aunt in the war, but she's pragmatic. She sees the value in a coalition that crosses house lines. What are you proposing? An alliance. Not a faction, nothing that looks like an organized opposition. Just a loose network of families and Wisengamot members who agree on one principle: the Lord of Death should be supported, not controlled. If Bramwell moves to create an oversight body, we need enough votes to either block it or reshape it. And what do these families want in return? Daphne looked at him. You understand politics better than you let on. I spent 7 years navigating Hogwarts house politics. And I had Dumbledore as a teacher. The man was a political operator underneath all the grandfather act. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, not at the observation itself, but at the fact that Harry had made it. She was recalibrating, Harry realized. Adjusting her model of who he was. He watched it happen in real time, the slight widening of her eyes, the recalculation behind them, the fractional softening of her posture as she admitted him to a different category. They want legitimacy, she said. The old pureblood families that stayed neutral during the war were pariahs. Not Death Eaters, but not Order of the Phoenix either. The public doesn't trust us, the ministry watches us, and the new political order has no place for us. If you publicly align with some of these families, not all, just enough, it signals that neutrality isn't a crime. That the post-war settlement has room for people who didn't fight on either side. Some of them should have fought. Yes. Some of them should have. And some of them had children to protect, or blood curses that made combat impossible, or philosophical objections to both sides of the war that were more nuanced than good versus evil. The world isn't as simple as, she caught herself. I'm not lecturing you. Sounded like you were. I was making a case. There's a difference. They'd stopped walking. They were standing in a corridor on the 3rd floor, afternoon light slanting through a window that had lost its glass, dust motes drifting in the beams. Daphne's hair caught the light, pale gold against the grey stone. My sister, she said abruptly. Astoria. She has a blood curse. Inherited. It's. She paused, and for the first time since Harry had known her, Daphne Greengrass looked uncertain. It's killing her. Slowly. The healers at St. Mungo's have done everything they can, which isn't much. The curse is old magic, older than the hospital, older than most modern healing techniques. How old? Possibly Founder era. The words hummed between them. Harry understood what she wasn't saying, what she was too proud and too careful to say outright. She was asking for help. Daphne Greengrass, who had made self-sufficiency into an art form, who had survived the war by owing nothing to anyone, was asking for help. Bring her to Hogwarts, Harry said. Helga Hufflepuff knows more about healing and curses than anyone at St. Mungo's ever will. I can't promise anything. But I can try. Daphne stared at him. Her composure cracked, not dramatically, not in tears or trembling, but in the subtle way that matters more. Her jaw loosened. Her shoulders dropped. The shield she wore like a second skin thinned, just for a moment, and Harry saw the person underneath, exhausted, frightened for her sister, carrying a weight she'd never asked anyone to share. Thank you, she said. Just that. 2 words that carried the weight of everything she wasn't saying. Daphne. He used her first name without thinking about it. You don't have to earn my help. You don't have to trade for it. I'm not a politician. Everyone's a politician. Not me. I'm just someone who does what needs doing and figures out the consequences later. Ask anyone, it's my most alarming quality. The crack in her composure widened, and she almost, smiled. Not the controlled, measured expressions she usually deployed, but something real and unguarded and fleeting. It lasted half a second before she caught it and put her walls back up, but Harry saw it, and it hit him somewhere in the chest that had nothing to do with the lordship. Wednesday, she said, her voice steady again. Next meeting. I'll have more information on the coalition. And I'll bring Astoria to Hogwarts this weekend. I'll be here. She left. Harry stood in the corridor and breathed. You're in trouble, Godric's voice said cheerfully in his mind. I'm fine. You're absolutely in trouble. I recognize that look. I wore it myself, once. Beautiful, brilliant, terrifying woman. You never had a chance. Godric. Just saying. Harry walked back through the castle, heading for the library where Rowena was waiting. But he stopped when he felt it, a tremor in his death senses, a ripple in the boundary that was different from the steady background pressure he'd learned to live with. Sharper. Closer. He changed direction and headed for the entrance hall. The tremor was coming from outside, from somewhere on the grounds. He walked fast, then broke into a run, bursting through the great doors and onto the front steps. The sky had darkened. Not with clouds, with something else, a dimming of the light itself that turned the afternoon sun gray and weak. The temperature was dropping. Harry reached the courtyard and stopped. A man was standing on the bridge. Not a ghost. Not a spirit. Something else, a figure that existed on the boundary itself, half in the physical world and half in the space between, flickering like a bad signal. He was tall, gaunt, wearing robes that might have been grand once but were now tattered remnants that floated in a wind that didn't exist. His face was angular, sharp-boned, with the hollow cheeks and burning eyes of someone who had been hungry for a very, very long time. The Founders erupted into visibility around Harry, all four of them, manifesting without being asked, their spiritual energy flaring like bonfires. Harry felt the drain on his power but held it steady. Aldrich, Salazar said. The figure on the bridge turned. His burning gaze fixed on Salazar, and the expression that crossed his ruined face was complex beyond description, rage, grief, betrayal, a hunger that went beyond the physical into something existential. Master Slytherin. The voice was wrong, layered, reverberating, coming from multiple places at once. 1,000 years, and you haven't changed. Nor have you, I see. Salazar's voice was controlled, but Harry could feel the tension radiating from him, a spiritual pressure that made the air between the two Founders student and teacher hum. Though I'd hoped time might have brought you peace. Aldrich laughed. The sound made Harry's teeth ache. Peace. Peace is for those who die. I didn't die, Master. You wouldn't teach me how to avoid it, so I taught myself. And here I am. He spread his arms. Eternal. Unchanging. And so very, very angry. Aldrich, listen to me, no. The word cracked through the air like a whip. You don't get to counsel me. Not after what you did. You saw my potential, all of you, and you were afraid of it. Afraid of what I could become. So you refused to teach me what I needed, and when I found my own path, you tried to stop me, and when you failed, his voice cracked. Under the rage, under the madness, Harry heard it, the raw, bleeding wound of a student abandoned by the teachers he'd worshipped. You left me. You all left me. We tried to save you, Helga said, and her warm voice was thick with sorrow. Aldrich, we tried. You'd gone beyond your reach. Beyond your understanding. Beyond the neat little boundaries of acceptable magic. He turned to Harry, and those burning eyes focused with a terrible intensity. And now there's a new one. A boy playing Lord of Death. Tell me, boy, do you think you're any different? They'll teach you what they want you to know and withhold what they're afraid of. They did it to me. They'll do it to you. Harry met his gaze. The boundary around Aldrich was in shreds, the membrane between life and death, torn and ragged, the edges raw where Aldrich had forced himself into the space between. He existed in a state that shouldn't be possible, not alive, not dead, not a ghost, not a revenant. Something new and terrible, sustained by the same dark energy that Harry had found in the ley lines. I'm not here to repeat history, Harry said. And I'm not here to fight you if it's not necessary. Everything is necessary. Aldrich's form flickered, intensified. The Lord of Death has the power to do what I never could, break the boundary completely. Open the door between life and death and let everything through. If you won't do it willingly, there are others who will help me persuade you. Others? Aldrich smiled. It was the worst expression Harry had ever seen on a human face. You feel it. The thing in the dark. The thing pressing against the cracks. It's been waiting for someone like you, someone with the authority to open the door. And if you won't open it, it will break through. The cracks are already widening. Dunmore was a preview. There will be more. You seeded the ley line, Harry said. The organized contamination. That was you. A demonstration. To show you what's coming. And to show you that I can accelerate it. Godric stepped forward, his spiritual form blazing. Enough threats. You want a fight, Aldrich? I'll give you one. Godric. Harry put a hand on the Founder's arm. The contact sent a jolt through both of them, living magic touching spectral energy, the lordship bridging the gap. Not here. Not now. Aldrich tilted his head, studying Harry with those terrible burning eyes. Interesting. You command them. The founders of Hogwarts, the greatest witches and wizards of our age, and they defer to you. To a child. He shook his head slowly. Enjoy it while it lasts, Lord of Death. The boundary is failing. The darkness is rising. And when it breaks through, he leaned forward, and his whisper carried across the bridge like a blade. I will be there to welcome it. He vanished. Not disapparated, dissolved, his form unraveling like smoke in a wind, scattering into the space between worlds. The light returned. The temperature rose. The sky brightened. Harry exhaled slowly. His hands were steady, but his heart was hammering. Well, Godric said. That was dramatic. It was a declaration, Salazar said quietly. He was staring at the spot where Aldrich had stood, and the ice of his composure had cracked. His face was open, wounded, the face of a man confronting a failure that had haunted him for a millennium. He's allied himself with whatever's behind the boundary. He's seeding the ley lines to accelerate the boundary's collapse. And he's powerful enough to enter Hogwarts grounds without triggering the wards. That last part concerns me most, Rowena said. These wards are my work. Nothing should be able to pass them without my knowledge. Her jaw tightened. He's found a way through the boundary itself. He's not walking through the wards, he's stepping around them, using the space between as a bypass. Can we fix that? I need to study the problem. Give me a day. Harry nodded. He looked at Salazar. Tell me about him. All of it. Salazar was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke, and his voice was stripped of its usual careful control. Aldrich was the first student I ever taught who I believed could surpass me. He came to Hogwarts at 14, no family, no resources, nothing but raw talent and a mind like a razor. All four of us recognized his potential. Godric trained him in combat. Rowena taught him theory. Helga grounded him. And he paused. I taught him everything else. Occlumency, legilimency, advanced magical theory, the hidden arts that we didn't teach the general student body. I saw myself in him. Young, ambitious, brilliant, and desperately afraid of being ordinary. He was afraid of death, Helga said softly. From the beginning. Not in the way all young people fear death, casually, abstractly. He was terrified of it. A phobia that ran so deep it shaped everything he did. Every spell he learned, every technique he mastered, it was all in service of one goal. Immortality, Harry said. He asked us to teach him, Godric said. Over and over. Begged, argued, demanded. We refused. Not because we didn't understand his fear, but because we knew, that the paths to immortality are all corruptions. Every one of them violates the natural order. Horcruxes, philosopher's stones, the darkest forms of soul magic, they all damage the boundary, and they all exact a price from the practitioner that makes the cure worse than the disease. When we refused for the last time, Salazar said, he left. Disappeared. We searched for years. Found nothing. Eventually, we assumed he'd died. But he hadn't died. He'd found a way to bind himself to the space between, the boundary itself. He made it his home, his prison, his source of power. 1,000 years in that place. Salazar's voice dropped. 1,000 years between life and death, alone, with nothing but his fear and his rage. It would break anyone. And now something else has found him there, Harry said. The darkness. It gave him purpose. Direction. Power. Yes. And he's seeding ley lines across Britain to accelerate the boundaries collapse, so the darkness can break through. Yes. And I'm the only one who can stop him. The founders were quiet. The answer was obvious and didn't need saying. Harry looked at the bridge where Aldrich had stood, at the faint shimmer in the air where the boundary had been torn by his presence. He thought about a brilliant student, betrayed by his own fear, abandoned to 1,000 years of suffering. He thought about Cassandra Vane, brilliant and broken by grief. He thought about Voldemort, brilliant and broken by the same terror that had consumed Aldrich. Fear of death. Always fear of death. The oldest enemy, and the one Harry now stood against. Then we train faster, he said. That night, he wrote to Daphne. Greengrass, situation escalating. Bring Astoria Saturday. I'll explain then. And thank you. For everything you're doing. The coalition, the political work, the advice. I know you said not to read into it. I'm reading into it. Harry, her reply came with the morning owl. Potter, Saturday, 10 a.m. Astoria is nervous. Tell the founders to be gentle. And stop reading into things. It's unbecoming. DGPS. I may have read into your PS as well. Don't let it go to your head. Harry held the letter and felt the warmth of it in his chest, a different warmth from the lordship, simpler and more human, the warmth of connection. Of someone who saw him clearly and chose to stand beside him anyway. The darkness pressed against the boundary. Aldrich plotted in the space between. Bramwell maneuvered in the ministry. Vane grieved in the Department of Mysteries. And Harry Potter, Lord of Death, student of the Founders, guardian of the threshold between worlds, sat in his kitchen and smiled at a letter. Then he stood, ate his breakfast, and went to work. The Morning Post, 2 days later, carried the announcement he'd been expecting. Daphne had been right about the timeline, almost to the day. Ministry announces new Office of Arcane Regulation. Minister Bramwell establishes oversight body for unprecedented magical phenomena. In a statement to the Wiesengemot yesterday evening, Minister Thaddeus Bramwell announced the creation of the Office of Arcane Regulation, OAR, a new department charged with monitoring and regulating magical activities that fall outside existing legal frameworks. While the minister did not name specific targets, sources within the ministry confirmed that the OAR's primary focus will be the activities of Harry Potter, the so-called Lord of Death, whose recent magical activities at Hogwarts have caused alarm among senior ministry officials. Harry set down the paper. Expected, Salazar said in his mind. Your response. Harry thought about it for exactly 5 seconds. Then he picked up his quill and wrote to Daphne. Time to build that coalition. What do you need? Her reply was 3 words, a war council. Harry dressed, ate, picked up the lordship's weight, and walked into the morning. The fight was here. The real fights, all of them, political and personal and cosmic, were converging. The boundary was cracking. Aldrich was moving. The ministry was closing in. And somewhere in the vast dark space between life and death, the thing that watched was growing stronger. Good. Harry thought. Let it come. He'd spent his whole life fighting battles other people said were impossible. This one was just bigger. He operated to Hogwarts, where Godric was waiting with a grin and a fist, and the training continued. Chapter 3, What the Dead Remember. Saturday came wrapped in fog. Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts at 9:30, 30 minutes early, watching the mist roll down from the mountains and pool in the valley like something poured from a giant's cup. He'd been up since 4, Godric's training, then an hour of ley line work with Helga on the contaminated channels beneath the Quidditch pitch. His body ached in places he didn't know he had, and his magical reserves were running at maybe 60%, but he didn't care. Today mattered for reasons that had nothing to do with combat or cosmic threats. Today he was going to try to help Astoria Greengrass. Helga had spent the previous evening preparing. She'd examined Harry's description of blood curses, the little he knew from Dumbledore's notes and what Daphne had shared in her letters, and her expression had grown increasingly troubled. Blood curses are old magic, she'd said, her round face drawn tight with concern. Old and cruel. They embed themselves in the family line, passing from parent to child, growing stronger with each generation. The curse doesn't just attack the body, it attacks the life force. It feeds on the boundary between the victim's living self and their death, pulling them toward the threshold before their time. Can the lordship do anything? Possibly. You exist at the intersection of life and death. If the curse is pulling Astoria toward death, you may be able to push back, strengthen the boundary around her, shore up her life force, slow the curse's progression. But Harry, dear, slowing is not curing. I need to see her before I can say more. Now Harry waited at the gate, and at precisely 10 o'clock, 2 figures appeared on the road from Hogsmeade. Daphne walked with her usual controlled stride, but today her attention wasn't on Harry. It was on the girl beside her, younger, smaller, with the same pale blonde hair but darker eyes, and a fragility about her that wasn't about size or build but about something deeper. Astoria Greengrass walked like someone who'd learned to move carefully, to conserve energy, to treat her body as something that might betray her at any moment. Harry's death senses hit him the moment they were within range. He saw the curse. It coiled around Astoria like a serpent made of shadow, not visible to normal eyes, but blazingly apparent to his lordship's senses. It was threaded through her blood, woven into her bones, and it pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm that was pulling, gently, constantly, inevitably, at the membrane between her life and her death. She was 16 years old, and the boundary around her was thinning. He kept his face neutral. He'd learned that from Salazar, never show shock when shock would burden someone who already carried too much. Potter. Daphne's voice was calm, but her eyes searched his face with an intensity that told him she'd been dreading this moment. Whatever Harry saw, whatever his reaction, it mattered. Greengrass. He turned to the younger girl. Astoria. Thanks for coming. Astoria looked up at him, and her expression was a complicated cocktail of nervousness, skepticism, and the bitter amusement of someone who'd been poked and prodded by healers her entire life. Daphne says you might be able to help. She also says you've summoned the actual founders of Hogwarts to teach you magic, which is either impressive or delusional, and I haven't decided which. Harry liked her immediately. Fair. Let's go with impressive and I'll try to prove it. They walked to the castle. Harry led them to an empty classroom on the ground floor, private, quiet, away from the rebuilding crews. He'd set it up that morning with chairs, a table, and the kind of ambient lighting that Helga had specified, warm, natural, channeled through the windows with a mild enhancement charm that Rowena had taught him. "Astoria," Harry said. "I'm going to make someone visible. Don't be alarmed." Helga materialized beside him, and to her credit, Astoria didn't scream. She went very still, her eyes widening, and her hand found Daphne's and gripped it tight. "Hello, sweetheart," Helga said, her voice carrying the warmth of a summer afternoon. "I'm Helga Hufflepuff. I'd like to look at your curse, if you'll let me." Astoria stared at the founder of Hufflepuff House, the woman whose name she'd read in textbooks, whose portrait she'd walked past 1,000 times, and said, in a very small voice, "You're shorter than I expected." Helga laughed. It was a rich, genuine sound that filled the room and made the tension drain out of it like water from a bath. "I always was." Drove Godric mad, he kept trying to stand next to me in official portraits so he'd look taller. "Now, may I?" Astoria nodded. Helga moved closer, and Harry channeled the lordship's power to give her enough substance to interact with the physical world. Her spectral hands hovered over Astoria's shoulders, not touching, sensing. Harry watched through his own death senses and saw Helga's awareness extend into Astoria's body like roots into soil, feeling along the curse's pathways, mapping its architecture. The founder's expression changed. The warmth remained, but underneath it, Harry saw something he'd only seen in Helga once before, at Dunmore, when she'd felt the contaminated ley lines. Controlled fury. "This curse," Helga said quietly, "is a masterwork of cruelty. Whoever created it understood blood magic at a level that very few wizards in any era have achieved. It's self-replicating, the curse copies itself into each new generation, adapting to the host's magical signature. It's also self-defending, any attempt to remove it triggers a cascade that accelerates the progression." Daphne's face had gone white. The healers at St. Mungo's said the same thing. They tried a purification ritual 2 years ago. Astoria spent a month in the intensive ward. Because they attacked the curse directly. That's like trying to remove a parasite by tearing it out, you damage the host. Helga withdrew her hands and looked at Harry. "But the Lord of Death has a different option." "The boundary," Harry said, understanding blooming. "The curse operates by eroding the boundary between Astoria's life and death. You can reinforce that boundary. Not remove the curse, but strengthen what it's attacking. Shore up the defenses from the other side." "Will it hurt?" Astoria asked. Her voice was steady, but Harry could see her pulse jumping in her throat. "It shouldn't," Harry said. "But I've never done this before, so I'm going to be very careful. And you tell me the moment anything feels wrong." Astoria looked at Daphne. Some silent communication passed between the sisters, the kind that didn't need words, built on years of shared fear and shared strength. Daphne gave a tiny nod. "All right," Astoria said. "Do it." Harry knelt in front of her chair and placed his hands on either side of her head, not touching, hovering an inch from her temples. He closed his eyes and reached for the lordship. The boundary around Astoria shimmered into his awareness, thin, eroded, the curse gnawing at it like acid. He could feel the progression, could trace the curse's trajectory. At the current rate, Astoria had perhaps 10 years. Maybe 15, if she was careful, if she didn't strain herself, if she lived the careful, cautious, diminished life the curse demanded. 10 years. She was 16. Harry pushed. Not against the curse, Helga was right, that would trigger the cascade. He pushed at the boundary itself, pouring his power into it like concrete into a cracked foundation. He felt the membrane thicken, strengthen, the thin spots filling in, the erosion slowing as the boundary became more resistant to the curse's corrosion. Astoria gasped. Not in pain, in relief. Like someone who'd been carrying a weight she'd forgotten about, and it had just been halved. "Oh," she whispered. "Oh, that's..." Harry pushed deeper, found more thin spots, reinforced them. The curse fought back, he could feel it adapting, redirecting, trying to find new weak points, but the boundary held. He wasn't curing anything. He was buying time. But the time he was buying was measured in decades, not years. When he finally withdrew, sweat was running down his face and his arms were shaking. The drain on his reserves was enormous, he was down to maybe 30%. But Astoria's boundary was solid. Thick. Reinforced with the power of the lordship itself. "How do you feel?" he asked. Astoria looked at her hands. Flexed her fingers. Took a deep breath, a real breath, full and unrestrained, the kind she probably hadn't taken in years. Her eyes filled with tears. "I feel." She laughed, a wet, incredulous sound. "I feel like I'm not dying." The words hit the room like a detonation. Daphne made a sound, a small, broken sound that she immediately tried to swallow, and turned away. Harry saw her shoulders shake once before she controlled them. "The curse is still there," Harry said, "because honesty mattered more than comfort. I didn't remove it. I reinforced the boundary it's attacking. It will try to adapt, find new weak points. I'll need to do this again, regularly. Monthly, maybe. To maintain the reinforcement. But she has time," Daphne said, her back still turned, her voice rough. "She has time. A lot more of it." Daphne turned around. Her eyes were red, her composure shattered, and she looked at Harry with an expression that made the air between them feel charged. Not gratitude, something rawer, something that went beyond thankfulness into a territory that neither of them had names for yet. "Thank you," she said. 2 words. But the way she said them, the way her voice cracked on the second word, the way her eyes held his without flinching, carried the weight of everything she'd been carrying for years. The fear for her sister. The helplessness. The carefully maintained illusion that she was fine, that she had everything under control, that she didn't need anyone. Harry nodded. Words seemed inadequate. Astoria, with the emotional agility of a teenager who'd just been given her life back, looked between them and said, "Are you two going to keep staring at each other, or can I go see the castle? I've never been here when it wasn't trying to kill me." Helga laughed so hard she flickered. Harry walked them to the entrance hall and watched the sisters head off toward the grounds, Astoria pulling Daphne by the hand, animated and bright in a way that Daphne clearly hadn't seen in a long time, if the stunned joy on her face was anything to go by. He stood in the doorway and felt the exhaustion in his bones and the satisfaction in his chest, and decided that if everything else about the lordship was burden and battle, this ability to push back death, to buy time for someone who deserved more of it, made it worth it. "That was well done," Helga said softly. "The reinforcement was elegant. You're developing a real instinct for boundary work. Thank you for showing me how. I showed you the principle. The execution was yours." A pause. "She'll need monthly treatments, as you said. The curse will adapt. But you've given her decades, Harry. That matters." Harry went to the library to meet Rowena, but the lesson she'd planned never happened. He was halfway up the second-floor staircase when the screaming started. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a shriek that existed on multiple frequencies at once, audible to the ears and to the death senses, cutting through the castle like a blade through silk. Harry felt it in his bones, in his teeth, in the lordship itself, and he took the stairs 3 at a time, following the sound to the third-floor corridor. He found nearly headless Nick. The ghost was pressed against the ceiling, his translucent form contorted in a way that looked agonizing, his mouth stretched wide in a scream that oscillated between sound and silence. His eyes, normally mild, slightly pompous, endlessly good-natured, were rolled back to white, and his half-severed head lolled at an angle that was wrong even for someone who'd been mostly beheaded 500 years ago. Students and workers were backing away, wands raised, faces pale. Nobody knew what to do. You couldn't stun a ghost. "Everyone back!" Harry shouted, pushing through the crowd. He reached out with the lordship, wrapping Nick's spectral form in a net of authority, and the ghost screaming changed, stuttered, broke apart into words. The hunger at the edge, it presses, the cracks widen and the hunger grows and it will devour and it will consume and there will be nothing, Harry pulled. Not gently, he didn't have time for gentle. He seized Nick's spirit with the full force of the lordship and dragged him down from the ceiling, wrapping him in layer upon layer of boundary energy until the external influence, whatever was driving the ghost mad, was cut off. Nick collapsed. His spectral form crumpled on the stone floor, gasping, shuddering, his usual dignity in ruins. Harry knelt beside him. "Nick. Can you hear me?" The ghost's eyes focused. They were wild, terrified, the eyes of someone who'd seen something that violated their understanding of reality. Harry, I saw, it's coming. Something is coming. I could feel it, pressing against everything, trying to get through, I know. I know, Nick. It's all right. You're safe. It spoke to me. Nick's voice dropped to a whisper. Through the cracks. It spoke to me. It said it's hungry. It said it's been hungry for so long. And it said. His eyes locked onto Harry's. It said the Lord of Death would open the door, willingly or not. The corridor was deathly silent. Every person present had heard those words, and Harry could see the fear spreading like ripples in water, the workers exchanging panicked looks, a young witch pressing her hand over her mouth, a grizzled builder gripping his wand so hard his knuckles were white. Harry stood. He addressed the corridor with a calm he didn't entirely feel. Nick was affected by a magical disturbance. I've stabilized him. There's no danger to anyone in the castle. He said it with the quiet authority that Salazar had been teaching him, the voice that made people believe not because of what you said, but because of how you said it. The panic receded. People nodded, relaxed fractionally, began to disperse. Harry stayed with Nick until the ghost recovered enough to float under his own power, then walked him to the Gryffindor common room and left him in the care of the fat lady, who was far more nurturing than her portrait suggested. Then he went to the room of requirement. It was healing, as Helga had said it would. The door appeared when he asked for it, not the elaborate, fully formed door of years past, but a simple wooden entrance that opened onto a smaller, simpler space. Plain stone walls. A fireplace. 4 chairs. Harry sat. The founders manifested. Tell me, he said. Now. I'm done waiting. Whatever is behind the boundary, whatever just possessed Nick, I need to know. Today. The founders looked at each other. The silent communication between them lasted several seconds, and Harry could feel the weight of it, the gravity of a decision that had been deferred and could be deferred no longer. Salazar spoke first. Before there was death, he said, there was ending. He let the word settle. Harry waited. The natural cycle, birth, life, death, what comes after, is an ordered system. It has rules, structure, purpose. Death is part of that system. It's not the end of existence, it's a transition. The boundary exists to manage that transition, to ensure that souls pass through cleanly, that the energy of the living returns to nourish the cycle, that there is continuity. But the ordered system wasn't always there, Rowena said, picking up the thread. Before the boundary existed, before death had structure and meaning, there were the primordials. Raw cosmic forces. Entropy, chaos, dissolution. Not evil, not in the way humans understand evil. They didn't have consciousness, didn't have intent. They simply were. Forces of ending without purpose, destruction without renewal. When the boundary formed, Helga said, when death became an ordered transition rather than a raw dissolution, the primordials were caged. Pushed behind the boundary, sealed away by the very structure that gave death its meaning. The ordered system of life, death, and renewal was their prison. Most of them dissolved over time, Salazar said. Without purpose, without consciousness, they simply faded. Became background noise. But one survived. One was strong enough, or stubborn enough, or hungry enough to persist. It didn't just survive, it evolved. Over eons, it developed something like consciousness. Something like will. Something like hunger. Moros, Harry said. The name came from the lordship itself, rising up from the knowledge written into his bones. The founders flinched. All four of them, simultaneously, a reaction so visceral and immediate that it told Harry everything he needed to know about how seriously they took this threat. Moros, Salazar confirmed. The primordial of doom. The last remnant of a time before death had meaning. It wants what it has always wanted, to break the boundary, destroy the ordered cycle, and return reality to a state of raw, purposeless ending. Not death as we understand it. Not the transition to what comes after. Just, nothing. Dissolution without renewal. Entropy without hope. Annihilation, Godric said. His voice was flat, stripped of its usual vigor. Total, absolute, permanent. Every soul that has ever passed through the boundary, every person who has ever died and moved on to whatever comes next, would be consumed. Not destroyed. Dissolved. Merged into Moros's hunger and lost forever. The word settled over the room like a shroud. And the Horcruxes opened the door, Harry said. The Horcruxes were the worst damage the boundary has ever sustained, Helga said. 7 deliberate violations of the natural order, tearing the fabric that keeps Moros contained. The boundary was already weakened by centuries of dark magic, necromancy, infery, every act that violated the cycle. But the Horcruxes created fractures deep enough for Moros to reach through. Not fully. Not yet. But enough to influence the physical world. To whisper. To corrupt. The risen dead and done more, Harry said. Nick's possession. The contaminated ley lines. All symptoms, Rowena said. The disease is Moros itself, pressing against the fractures, widening them, preparing for the moment when the boundary fails entirely. Aldrich is helping it. Aldrich exists in the space between, the boundary itself. He's been exposed to Moros's influence for centuries. We don't know how much of what's left of Aldrich is actually Aldrich, and how much is Moros wearing his face. Salazar's voice carried a weight of guilt that made the air heavy. But he's accelerating the process. The ley line contamination, the organized dark energy, he's working to weaken the boundary from within, creating conditions for Moros to break through. Harry sat with it. The scope of the threat, not just global, but existential, threatening not just the living but every soul that had ever existed, was staggering. He let it wash over him, let the fear and the enormity of it hit him full force, and then he did what he'd always done. He set it aside and focused on what he could do next. How do I stop it? You can't destroy a primordial, Salazar said. Moros isn't alive. It can't be killed. It can only be contained. Then how do I contain it? The boundary itself is the containment. Repair the boundary, seal the fractures, and Moros is trapped again. But the fractures Voldemort created are deep, and Aldrich is actively working against your repairs. You need to stop Aldrich, seal the fractures, and reinforce the boundary, all while Moros pushes against you from the other side. You make it sound impossible. It should be impossible, Godric said, and his voice had recovered some of its fire. But then, so was everything else you've done. Surviving the killing curse. Destroying 6 Horcruxes. Walking into a forest to die and walking back out. You are, if I may be blunt, the most impossible person I've ever met, and I once watched Helga punch a dragon. I did not punch a dragon, Helga said primly. I firmly redirected its attention. You punched it in the snout. It was being unreasonable. Despite the weight of the conversation, despite the horror of what he'd just learned, Harry felt something loosen in his chest. These people, these brilliant, complicated, deeply human ghosts, had spent 1,000 years carrying this knowledge. They'd watched the boundary deteriorate from the inside, unable to act, unable to warn anyone, trapped in the fabric of a castle they'd built. And now, finally, someone could hear them. Someone could act. "I'll need to be stronger," Harry said. "Faster. The training needs to accelerate." "Agreed," Salazar said. "Which brings me to something I've been waiting to discuss." He looked at the other founders. "Harry needs to understand the full spectrum of magic. Not the sanitized version. Not the ministry-approved curriculum. Everything." Godric's jaw tightened. "You're talking about the restricted arts." "I'm talking about giving him the tools he needs to survive. The boundary between light and dark magic is a political construction, you know this, Godric. You've always known it. In our time, magic was magic. We taught our students to understand all of it, to make informed choices about what to use and when. The ministry's classification system has produced generations of wizards who are afraid of entire branches of magical knowledge, and that fear has left them, and the boundary, vulnerable." Godric was silent for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry. "He's right. I don't like it, but he's right. If you're going to face Moros, you need everything. Including the magic that most people are too frightened to learn." "Show me," Harry said. Salazar stood. "Come." They relocated to the dungeons, Salazar's old domain, the deep stone corridors beneath the castle where the air was cool and the magic was thick. Salazar led Harry to a chamber that Harry had never seen before, hidden behind a wall that responded to Parseltongue, though Harry's attempt came out more as a hissing cough than fluent serpent speech. The chamber was circular, lined with shelves that held nothing. Anything that had been stored here had long since crumbled to dust. But the room itself was intact, the stone floor inlaid with silver runes that caught the wand light and glowed. "This was my private workshop," Salazar said. "Where I developed techniques that I didn't teach in the general curriculum. Not because they were evil, because they were dangerous in untrained hands. The distinction matters." He gestured, and a ball of energy appeared between them, dark, yes, in the sense that it pulled at the light around it, but Harry could see with his death senses that it wasn't malicious. It was just, different. A different frequency of magic, operating on different principles. "The ministry classifies this as dark magic," Salazar said. "But watch." He shaped the energy, molded it with precise, practiced movements, and directed it at a stone on the floor. The stone cracked, and from the crack, a tiny sprout emerged. Green, tender, reaching for the light. Harry stared. "Death magic," Salazar said. "The magic of endings and transitions. It ended the stone's current state. And in doing so, it created the conditions for new growth. The seed was trapped in the crack, unable to reach soil, unable to germinate. The dark magic broke the barrier that was preventing life. He let the sprout grow for a moment, then turned to Harry. "Now you try. But different. Take this." He produced a second ball of energy, this one bright, warm, unmistakably light, in the traditional sense. "And destroy something with it." Harry took the energy. It felt like sunlight concentrated, like joy distilled. He directed it at another stone. The stone exploded. Not cracked, shattered into fragments that ricocheted off the chamber walls. The energy, uncontrolled, was devastatingly destructive. "Light magic," Salazar said into the ringing silence. "Applied with destructive intent. No less harmful than the darkest curse. No less violent than a killing curse. The magic isn't light or dark. The wizard is. The intent is. The understanding is." The lesson that followed was the most challenging of Harry's training so far. Salazar taught him to perceive magic without the filter of classification, to see the underlying energy patterns regardless of their traditional labels. To use techniques that the ministry had banned not because they were inherently harmful, but because they were powerful and poorly understood. He learned that what the ministry called dark healing, a banned practice, was actually the original form of magical medicine, rooted in the understanding that healing sometimes required controlled destruction. A curse that was killing someone from the inside needed to be ended, and ending was the province of death magic. Light-side healing tried to overpower the curse with life energy, which worked sometimes but was horrifyingly inefficient and often failed against strong curses. This is what I used on Astoria, Harry realized. The lordship's power, its death magic. I was reinforcing the boundary using the energy of endings. Precisely. And it worked because you understood, instinctively, what the healers at St. Mungo's could not, that the curse was a process of death, and only the authority over death could counter it. Salazar's expression was complex: pride, vindication, an ancient bitterness at being proven right too late for it to matter. This is what I tried to teach, 1,000 years ago. This is what they called dark. This is why I left. The admission hung in the air. Salazar looked away, and Harry saw it, the fracture line running through the founder's composure, the crack where a millennium of isolation and misrepresentation had worn the stone thin. For what it's worth, Harry said, I think you were right. About this. I was right about many things. I was also catastrophically wrong about others. The two are not mutually exclusive. Salazar straightened, and the crack sealed itself, not healed, just hidden. Enough philosophy. Practice the techniques I showed you. Tomorrow, we integrate them with Godric's combat training. You need to be able to use the full spectrum of magic while someone is trying to kill you. Sounds like fun. It will be the opposite of fun. But you will survive it. The ghost of a smile. Probably. Harry emerged from the dungeons in the late afternoon, magically drained but intellectually energized. The castle was quieter now, the construction crews had knocked off for the day, and the corridors had the peaceful, dusty quality of a building slowly healing itself. He found Daphne in the entrance hall. She was alone. Astoria had gone home earlier, tired from the excitement, but a good tired, a normal tired, not the bone-deep exhaustion of someone being eaten alive by a curse. Daphne was sitting on a bench by the doors, her ledger closed on her lap, staring at nothing. Hey, Harry said. She looked up. Her composure was back, not the iron wall of their early interactions, but something softer, a barrier she maintained by choice rather than necessity. Hey. He sat beside her. Close enough that he could feel the warmth of her through his robes, not so close that it meant anything. Or maybe it did. He was losing the ability to pretend it didn't. Astoria looked good, he said. She felt good. She told me she took a full breath and it didn't hurt. She hasn't been able to do that in 2 years. Daphne's voice was steady, but her hands were clasped tight in her lap. Harry, She stopped. He waited. I've spent 3 years being terrified, she said. Every morning I wake up and I check on her. Every morning. Before I eat, before I dress, before I do anything. I check to make sure she's still breathing. And this morning, for the first time in 3 years, I didn't. Because I knew she was all right. Because of what you did. It's not permanent. I'll need to, I know. Monthly treatments. I know. She looked at him, and the walls came down, not all the way, not completely, but enough that he could see the person underneath, fierce, loyal, exhausted, grateful, and something else. Something that made the air between them feel like it was humming. But for the first time, I believe she's going to be okay. And I don't know how to. I don't know what to do with that. I've been running on fear for so long that I don't remember what comes after. Whatever you want, Harry said. That's what comes after. She stared at him. You say things like that so easily. Like it's simple. It is simple. The execution's the hard part. Spoken like a true Gryffindor. Spoken like someone who's been making it up as he goes since he was 11. Strategy is Salazar's department. I just point myself at the problem and hope for the best. She laughed. It was quiet, almost reluctant, as if she didn't want to give him the satisfaction, but it was real, and it transformed her face in a way that made Harry's chest do something complicated. They sat in the entrance hall as the afternoon light slanted through the windows, turning the stone floor gold and shadow, and talked. Not about politics or the boundary or the coalition or any of the heavy things that dominated their waking hours. They talked about nothing, about Hogwarts, about classes they'd shared and never spoken during, about the absurdity of magical education. We literally had a teacher who was possessed by Voldemort, Harry said. And a teacher who was a Death Eater. And a teacher who was a fraud. And a teacher who was a werewolf, and he was the best one, about their childhoods, about the parts of themselves they didn't usually show. I wanted to be a healer, Daphne said. Before the war. Before Astoria's diagnosis. I had the grades, the aptitude. But after the diagnosis, everything became about the curse. Research, treatment options, specialist consultations. And then the war started, and everything became about survival. She shrugged, a tiny, precise movement. Now the war's over and I don't know what I want anymore. Except for Astoria to be safe. You could still be a healer. I could. Or I could go into politics. Merlin knows I've got the instincts for it. Or I could do something else entirely. The point is I have options now, and I haven't had options in so long that I've forgotten how to choose. You're doing all right from where I'm sitting. The coalition you're building, the political work, that's not nothing. That's necessity. I'm good at it because I have to be, not because it's what I love. What do you love? She looked at him sideways. That's a dangerous question, Potter. I'm a dangerous person. Don't flirt with me. You're terrible at it. I'm actually pretty good at it when I'm not trying. That's the most Gryffindor thing anyone has ever said. He grinned. She tried not to smile and failed. The light caught her hair, and for a moment, just a moment, the weight of the world lifted, and they were just two people sitting in a hallway, trying to figure out what came next. The moment broke gently, naturally, when footsteps echoed from the corridor above. They separated, not guiltily, not hastily, but with the awareness of people who knew they'd crossed a line and weren't sure how far they wanted to go. Wednesday, Daphne said, standing. Committee meeting. And I'll have the coalition numbers by then. I'll be here. She walked to the doors, then turned. Harry. The first name. His real name. Not Potter, not Lord of Death, not the boy who lived. Just Harry. Thank you, she said. For Astoria. For this. Anytime. She left, and the entrance hall felt emptier than it should have. That night, Harry did something he'd been putting off since the lordship began. He stood in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place at midnight, alone. The founders were resting, he'd asked them for privacy, and they'd respected it without question. Even Salazar, who never respected anything without question, had simply nodded and faded. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the boundary. He'd visited ghosts. He'd summoned the founders from their place within Hogwarts fabric. But he'd never reached beyond, into the true beyond, the place where souls went after the transition. The peaceful dead. The ones who'd moved on. He reached, and the boundary parted for him like a curtain. For a moment, he was nowhere, suspended in the space between, the thin membrane that separated the living world from whatever lay beyond. It was warm here. Quiet. He could feel the primordial's presence distantly, a cold pressure at the edges, but here, in the heart of the boundary, it was held at bay. Then he stepped through. He stood in a field. Not a real field, not physical, not made of matter. A place made of peace, of accumulated love, of the residual energy of every soul that had ever passed through the boundary and found rest. It looked like a field because Harry's mind needed it to look like something, and what it chose was a meadow in summer, wild grass rippling in a wind that smelled like home. They were waiting for him. James Potter stood with his hands in his pockets, his messy hair, Harry's hair, always Harry's hair, catching the not-quite sunlight. He looked younger than Harry had expected, or maybe he just looked like himself, the age he'd been when he died, forever 31, with the confident slouch and the quick grin and the eyes that danced. Lily stood beside him. Red hair, green eyes, Harry's eyes, always Harry's eyes, and an expression that held the entire universe's worth of love in a single human face. Sirius leaned against a tree that existed because Harry needed a tree for Sirius to lean against. He looked healthy, whole, younger than Harry remembered, the Azkaban years stripped away, the haunted look replaced with the reckless grin of the man he'd been before the war. Remus sat in the grass, long legs stretched out, looking peaceful in a way that Harry had never seen in life. The scars were gone. The weariness was gone. He looked like someone who'd finally been allowed to rest. "Hi," Harry said. His voice cracked. Lily moved first. She crossed the meadow in 3 steps and wrapped her arms around her son, and Harry, the Lord of Death, the guardian of the threshold, the man who'd faced Voldemort and the primordial and 1,000-year-old revenant without flinching, broke apart in his mother's arms. He cried. Not the controlled, careful tears of someone managing their grief, but the raw, ugly sobbing of a child who'd been orphaned at 15 months and had spent 17 years pretending he was fine. Lily held him and didn't speak, just held him, and her hands in his hair were the realest thing he'd ever felt. When the storm passed, he pulled back and wiped his face. James was there, his hand on Harry's shoulder, his expression a complicated mix of pride and sorrow and fierce, helpless love. "Look at you," James said. "Lord of Death. My son, Lord of Bloody Death." "Lily, did we really produce that?" "Language, James. He's 18 and he runs the afterlife. I think he can handle the word, bloody. He can handle it. I don't like hearing it. They sounded so normal. So ordinary. So perfectly, heartbreakingly like parents." "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner," Harry said. "You came when you were ready," Lily said. Her hand found his face, cupping his cheek. "We've been watching. We always watch. I'm so proud of you, Harry. So unbelievably proud. Even the parts where I nearly got killed repeatedly. Especially those parts," James said. "That's the Potter way." "It's the Potter way because you're all reckless idiots," Lily said fondly. "Harry, listen. We don't have forever, even the Lord of Death shouldn't linger here too long. There are things I need to say." She took his hands. Her eyes, his eyes, were steady and serious and full of a love so deep it had its own gravity. "Live," she said. "That's all I ever wanted for you, from the moment you were born. Live. Not survive, live. Love someone. Let someone love you. Build something that isn't a battlefield. You've spent your whole life fighting, and you'll fight again, I know you will, I know what's coming. But don't let the fighting be all there is. Promise me." Harry's throat was too tight for words. He nodded. "The girl," James said, with a grin that was pure marauder. "The blonde one. The Slytherin." "James, what?" "I'm his father. I'm allowed to have opinions about his love life." "You have opinions about everything. That's because I'm usually right." "You're never right. You asked me out 47 times before I said yes. And the 47th time, I was right." Harry laughed. It came out wet and broken and beautiful, and the sound of it seemed to make the meadow brighter. He turned to Sirius. His godfather hadn't moved from the tree, leaning there with his arms crossed, watching the family reunion with a smile that held all the things Sirius Black had never been good at saying. "Hey, kid," Sirius said. "Hey. You doing okay?" "I'm doing okay." "Good. Sirius pushed off the tree and walked over. He didn't hug Harry, that wasn't his style. He gripped Harry's shoulders and looked him in the eye, man to man, with an intensity that burned. I need you to hear something. You are not responsible for my death. You are not responsible for anyone's death. You carry enough without adding guilt that isn't yours. You hear me? I hear you. Good. Now raise hell. Do what you do. And if that Slytherin girl hurts you, I will haunt her from beyond the grave, Lord of Death's rules be damned. You can't, watch me. Harry turned to Remus. The last marauder, the quiet one, the thoughtful one, the one who'd been his best teacher and his father's best friend and who'd never, in all his years of suffering, stopped being kind. How's Teddy? Remus asked. The question was so simple, so human, so purely Remus that Harry almost started crying again. He's good. He's amazing. Andromeda's taking care of him, but I visit every week. His hair changes color when he's happy, usually turquoise. Remus's face lit up. Like his mother. Exactly like his mother. Harry. Remus stood, and his hand found Harry's arm, gentle, steady, warm. Tell him about us. When he's old enough. Tell him we loved him. Tell him we chose to fight because the world he'd grow up in was worth fighting for. I will. And Harry, the burden you're carrying. The lordship, the boundary, what's coming. You don't have to carry it alone. You have friends. You have teachers. You have, he glanced toward the distance, where the meadow faded into a warm, golden light. You have us. Not physically. Not in the way you need. But we're here. We're always here. Harry stood in the field of peace with his parents and his godfather and his teacher, and the weight of the lordship, the burden that could not be shared, felt, for a few precious minutes, lighter than air. Then the time came, as it always does. He felt the pull of the living world, the boundary gently insisting that he return. He said goodbye. He hugged his mother again, clapped his father on the shoulder, exchanged a look with Sirius that said everything, and let Remus squeeze his arm one final time. He stepped back through the boundary, and the kitchen materialized around him. Dark. Cold. Empty. He sat at the table and breathed, and the tears came again, but different this time, not grief, not loss. Something cleaner. Something that felt like letting go. 2 days later, Aldrich came to Hogsmeade. Harry felt him before he saw him, a distortion in the boundary, like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples across Harry's awareness. He was in the village, browsing honeydukes with an anonymity he hadn't expected. The shop owner treated him like any other customer, and the other shoppers were too focused on chocolate to notice, when the ripple hit. He set down the box of fizzing whizbees and walked outside. Hogsmeade's High Street was its usual picturesque self, thatched roofs, cobblestones, the cheerful bustle of a wizarding village on a summer afternoon. Families were out. Children. A group of Hogwarts volunteers heading to the Three Broomsticks for a well-earned pint. And at the far end of the street, standing in the middle of the road like a glitch in reality, was Aldrich. He looked worse than last time. More ragged, more unstable, his form flickering between almost solid and translucent with a rhythm that suggested effort, like someone straining to hold themselves together. The burning eyes were brighter, hotter, more desperate. Lord of Death, Aldrich said, and his layered voice echoed off the shop fronts. I've come to talk. People were noticing. Conversations died. A mother pulled her child behind her. Wands appeared. Then talk, Harry said, walking toward him. Not aggressively, steadily. The way you approach a dangerous animal. But not here. There are civilians. I chose here deliberately. You care about them. That makes them leverage. Harry stopped walking. The air between them hummed. Don't, Harry said quietly. Whatever you're planning, don't. I'm planning to show you what's coming. So you understand that cooperation is your only option. Aldrich raised one gaunt hand and pressed it against the air. The boundary cracked. Not the slow, grinding deterioration that Harry had been fighting, a sharp, deliberate fracture, punched through the membrane by a being who lived within it and knew its weaknesses intimately. The crack was small, a few feet across, but through it, the dark energy of the contaminated ley lines surged, and the dead of Hogsmeade stirred. Under the cobblestones. Beneath the foundations of the shops. In the old cemetery behind the church. The village had 1,000 years of dead buried in its soil, and Aldrich was waking them up. The street erupted. Cobblestones cracked and split as skeletal hands pushed through from below. The foundations of the nearest shop buckled, and a figure, ancient, skeletal, dressed in the rotting remnants of medieval robes, dragged itself from the earth. More followed. 12. 24. Rising from every direction, from every buried grave and forgotten bone, animated by the dark energy pouring through Aldrich's crack in the boundary. People screamed. The mother who'd pulled her child behind her was backing away, her wand shaking in her hand. A shopkeeper slammed his door and bolted it. The Hogwarts volunteers drew wands but looked lost. This wasn't in any textbook. Harry moved. He didn't think about technique or training or the fine points of boundary manipulation. He drew on the lordship like breathing, pulling power from the threshold between life and death, and slammed it outward. A wave of energy rolled out from him, visible, golden white, pulsing with authority. Every risen corpse within 30 feet of him collapsed instantly, the dark energy animating them shredded by the lordship's command. But more were rising, faster than he could put them down, and Aldrich was still standing at the end of the street, his hand pressed against the boundary, feeding power into the crack. Godric! Harry shouted. The founder materialized beside him like a detonation, blazing, furious, his spectral form radiating combat energy that made the air sizzle. Go! Godric roared. Get to Aldrich. I'll hold the line here. Godric spun and unleashed a torrent of magic that Harry had never seen him use in training, raw, devastating, a continuous beam of force that swept across the rising dead like a searchlight, annihilating everything it touched. The dead couldn't threaten a founder. Godric was 1,000 years of combat mastery condensed into a spirit of pure magical fury, and the undead were nothing to him. Harry ran. He sprinted down Hogsmeade's high street, dodging rising corpses, leaping over cracked cobblestones, his body moving the way Godric had taught him, magic and motion fused, each step propelled by a burst of force that ate the distance. He closed on Aldrich in seconds. You can't stop this, Aldrich said. His form was more solid now, fed by the energy pouring through the crack. The boundary is failing. It will fail with or without me. I'm simply accelerating the inevitable. Nothing is inevitable. Harry reached for the crack in the boundary. He could feel it, jagged, raw, pulsing with the dark energy Aldrich was channeling. On the other side, distant but unmistakable, Moros pressed. The primordial's hunger was a physical thing, a weight, a heat, a need so vast it defied comprehension. Harry seized the edges of the crack and pushed. Aldrich pushed back. The collision of forces was spectacular. Harry's lordship energy met Aldrich's boundary-corrupted power, and the resulting detonation blew out every window on the high street. Glass rained down like glittering rain. The cobblestones beneath them buckled and cracked. The air itself seemed to tear, reality protesting the forces being exerted on it. They fought. Not with spells, with raw magical force, wielded through the boundary itself. Aldrich knew the boundary's weaknesses the way a locksmith knew locks, intimately, professionally, from a millennium of study. He struck at points Harry hadn't learned to defend, exploiting fracture lines and stress points with surgical precision. But Harry had something Aldrich didn't, authority. The lordship wasn't just power, it was dominion, the rightful mastery over the threshold between worlds. Where Aldrich fought the boundary like an attacker breaching a wall, Harry was the wall. He could feel every fracture, every stress point, and he could reinforce them faster than Aldrich could exploit them. Aldrich realized this. His burning eyes widened, and for a moment, Harry saw something beneath the madness: surprise. He hadn't expected Harry to be this strong. Not yet. 2 weeks, Aldrich hissed. 2 weeks of training and you already. Harry closed the crack. Not gently, he slammed it shut with the full force of the lordship, sealing the fracture with boundary energy so dense it was practically solid. The dark energy feeding the risen dead cut off like a switch being thrown, and across Hogsmeade, every animated corpse collapsed into bone and dust. Aldrich staggered. Without the crack feeding him power, his manifestation weakened, his form flickering, the solidity draining away. "This isn't over," Aldrich said, backing away, his form dissolving at the edges. "The fractures multiply. Every day, new cracks. You can't seal them all. And when Moros breaks through, he won't. He will. And when he does, everything, every soul, every life, every death that ever meant anything, will be consumed. The Founders can't stop it. You can't stop it. The only question is whether you'll open the door yourself and control the transition, or whether Moros will tear it open and there'll be nothing left to control." "There's a third option," Harry said. "I fix the boundary. I stop you. And I contain Moros." Aldrich stared at him. The madness in his eyes flickered, and for 1 second, one brief, agonizing second, Harry saw the person underneath. The brilliant student. The terrified boy. The human being who'd spent 1,000 years in darkness because he was afraid to die. "You can't save everyone," Aldrich whispered. And then he was gone, dissolved into the space between, leaving nothing but a faint distortion in the air and the echoes of destruction. Hogsmeade was a mess. Broken windows, cracked streets, traumatized civilians. The Hogwarts volunteers were already moving, helping people out of shops, casting repair charms, tending to the few injuries. Godric stood in the middle of the street, spectral and magnificent, directing the cleanup with the brisk authority of a man who'd managed 1,000 battles. Harry stood where Aldrich had been and breathed. His reserves were critically low, maybe 10%. His body ached from the physical exertion and the magical strain. But the crack was sealed, the dead were down, and nobody had been killed. A hand on his arm. He turned. Daphne. She'd been in the village. He realized with a jolt that she must have been in one of the shops when the attack started. Her robes were dusty, her hair had come loose from its knot, and there was a scratch on her cheek where flying glass had caught her. But her wand was out and her eyes were steady and she'd clearly been fighting. Harry could see the residue of shield charms and stunning spells on her wand arm. "You're bleeding," she said. He looked down. A shard of glass had embedded itself in his forearm at some point during the fight. He hadn't felt it. "Ha! Ha! You have a piece of glass sticking out of your arm and you say, ha! Merlin, you're impossible." She holstered her wand, took his arm, and extracted the glass with a quick, practiced motion that hurt more than the original injury. Then she pressed her palm over the wound and cast a healing charm, not elegant, not professional, but effective. The bleeding stopped. She didn't let go of his arm. That was him. The Founder's student. Aldrich? Yeah. He's strong. He's desperate. It's not the same thing, but it's close enough. Daphne looked up at him. They were standing in the wreckage of Hogsmeade's High Street, surrounded by rubble and dust and the lingering echoes of violence, and the adrenaline was still singing in Harry's blood, and she was still holding his arm, and, "Are you all right?" she asked. Not the polished, careful version of the question. The real one. The one that meant I was terrified for you without saying it. I am now. That's a terrible line. I know. I'm serious. That's the worst line I've ever heard. I know. I told you, I'm only good at flirting when I'm not trying. She laughed, a short, breathless, adrenaline-fueled sound, and pulled him toward her by his arm and kissed him. It was not a romance novel kiss. It was messy, tasted like dust and copper, and Harry's injured arm protested when she grabbed it. But her mouth was warm and her free hand fisted in the front of his shirt, and she kissed him like she was making a decision, like she was choosing him, with the same deliberate precision she brought to everything else. Harry kissed her back with considerably less precision and considerably more enthusiasm, and for a few seconds, the boundary, and the lordship and Morros and Aldrich and the ministry and all of it faded into background noise, and there was only this, a girl who tasted like determination, holding on to him in the ruins of a cobblestone street. She pulled back. Her eyes were bright, her composure in absolute shambles, her hair a disaster. "Don't read into that," she said. "I'm absolutely reading into that. I was in shock. From the battle. You were not in shock." "I might have been in shock. You healed my arm 30 seconds before kissing me. That's not shock. That's triage followed by a deliberate tactical decision. I hate you. You really don't." She stared at him for 2 heartbeats, and then the composure that she'd been trying to rebuild crumbled, and she smiled, really smiled, fully smiled, the kind of smile that transformed her entire face from beautiful to incandescent. "No," she said. "I really don't." That night, while Hogsmeade was repaired and the ministry sent Aurors who arrived hours too late and asked questions nobody could answer, Harry sat in the room of requirement with all 4 founders and told them what Aldrich had said. "He's right about one thing," Salazar said reluctantly. "The fractures are multiplying. Every time he creates a new crack, even if you seal it, the boundary is weaker. The scar tissue, if you will, is less resilient than the original fabric." "Then I need to do more than seal cracks," Harry said. "I need to reinforce the entire boundary. Can it be done?" Rowena and Helga exchanged a look. "Theoretically," Rowena said. "The boundary is a magical structure. It has a lattice, like any spell, but vastly more complex, the most complex magical structure in existence, in fact. If you could perceive the entire lattice and reinforce it systematically. That's a task that would take decades," Helga said. "Even for the Lord of Death. Unless," Rowena said slowly, "you used an anchor point. A place where the boundary is naturally strongest, where the reinforcement could be amplified and propagated outward." "Hogwarts," Harry said. "Hogwarts. The ley line convergence, the founder's magic, 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment. If you wove your reinforcement into the castle itself and used it as an amplifier, the effect could propagate across the entire boundary. How long? Months of preparation. Hours of execution. And it would require power that—" She hesitated. "Power that I'm not sure exists." "It exists," Helga said quietly. "In him. In the lordship." "But Rowena, the risk, I know the risk." "What risk?" Harry asked. "The reinforcement would require you to become part of the boundary," Rowena said. "Temporarily. You would need to merge your consciousness with the entire structure, feel every crack, every fracture, every weak point simultaneously, and reinforce them all at once. The magical strain would be enormous. If you lost focus, if the boundary collapsed while you were merged with it, I'd die. You'd cease to exist. Not the same thing. Death is a transition. What would happen to you would be dissolution. Total. Permanent. No afterlife. No beyond. Nothing." The room was very quiet. "That's the option," Harry said. "Not a question." "That's an option," Helga corrected firmly. "And we are not there yet. There may be other ways. We will explore them. But if there aren't other ways, then we will discuss it when we've exhausted the alternatives," Helga said with a finality that brooked no argument. "You are not sacrificing yourself again, Harry Potter. Not if I have anything to say about it. Once was more than enough." Harry looked at her, this short, fierce, warm-hearted woman who'd been dead for 1,000 years and still had more protective energy than anyone he'd ever met, and felt something that he'd spent his whole life wanting and never quite having. A mother's refusal to let him die. "All right," he said. "We explore alternatives." The owl arrived the next morning. Not from the ministry this time, from Kingsley Shacklebolt personally, marked urgent and private. "Harry, something happened in the Department of Mysteries last night. I'm telling you this in my capacity as a friend, not as an auror, because officially it didn't happen and I was never told about it." Cassandra Vane accessed the death chamber after hours. Alone. The monitoring wards show she spent 3 hours in front of the veil. When security found her, she was speaking to someone. They couldn't see who. She was removed and sent home, and Bramwell has classified the incident. "Harry, the veil was pulsing. Security describes it as breathing. It hasn't done that in recorded history. I don't know what she's doing. But I thought you should know." Harry set down the letter and closed his eyes. The boundary rippled in his awareness, the whole vast structure of it, shimmering and damaged and pressing against his consciousness. And somewhere in London, at one specific point where the boundary manifested as a physical structure, he felt it. The veil. Pulsing. Breathing. Something was talking to Cassandra Vane through the cracks. He reached deeper, stretched his awareness toward the ministry, toward the Department of Mysteries, toward the veil itself. It was far, farther than he'd ever reached before, and the effort made his vision blur. But he felt it. The veil, and the crack behind it, and through the crack, a presence. Not Aldrich, different. Older. Vaster. The primordial itself, pressing against the veil with focused intent, directing its hunger not at the boundary in general but at one specific person. A grieving mother standing in the dark, begging for her daughter's voice. Morrow's was talking to Cassandra Vane. And through the veil's cracks it was whispering promises. Harry opened his eyes. "Salazar," he said. The founder materialized. One look at Harry's face and his expression sharpened. "Tell me," Salazar said. "Morrow's is reaching Cassandra Vane through the veil. It's exploiting her grief. Promising her something, Elena's return, probably." Salazar's jaw tightened. Classic manipulation. Target the desperate, offer what they want most, extract what you need in exchange. What does Morrow's need from her? Access. The veil is a physical manifestation of the boundary, one of the oldest, one of the most direct. If Vane, who has the knowledge and resources of the Department of Mysteries, were to deliberately breach the veil from the inside. He didn't finish the sentence. It would make Aldrich's cracks look like pinpricks. Precisely. Harry stood. "I need to talk to her. She won't listen. You already refused her once. In her mind, you're the obstacle between her and her daughter. Then I'll show her what she's actually talking to. What's really whispering through the veil." Harry grabbed his cloak. If she understood that it wasn't Elena on the other side, that it was a primordial wearing her daughter's voice, you assume she'll choose rational understanding over grief. People rarely do. Then I'll assume wrong and deal with the consequences. But I have to try. He apparat to the ministry. The Department of Mysteries was in the lowest levels, deep underground, accessible through a plain black door that never seemed to be in the same place twice. Harry had been here before, under worse circumstances, and the memories pressed against him as he walked the corridor, Sirius falling through the veil, the prophecy shattering, the battle raging. He pushed the memories down. Not away, down. Into the foundation of his occlumency, where they could support him instead of distracting him. The door was locked. Harry pressed his hand against it and pushed with the lordship. The lock wasn't physical, it was magical, a complex enchantment keyed to department personnel. But the enchantment was woven from the same magical fabric as everything else, and Harry could read that fabric now. Rowena's lessons paid off. He deconstructed the lock's lattice, found the authorization node, and bypassed it in 4 seconds flat. The door opened. The circular room beyond was dark, the blue flames on the walls casting an eerie, shifting light. Doors lined the walls, all identical, and the room rotated when Harry entered, the old security measure, designed to disorient intruders. Harry ignored it. He could feel the veil. Through walls, through doors, through the bedrock itself, the boundary's physical manifestation pulled at his lordship's senses like a magnet pulling at iron. He walked to the correct door without hesitation and pushed it open. The death chamber. It was exactly as he remembered. A vast, sunken room with stone benches arranged in tiers, descending toward a dais at the center. On the dais, the archway. The veil. A ragged curtain of fabric that wasn't fabric, fluttering in a wind that didn't exist, whispering with voices that Harry could now identify, not the dead, not souls. The boundary itself, vibrating, murmuring, breathing. Cassandra Vane stood before the archway. She was silhouetted against the veil's dim glow, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, her posture rigid with the particular intensity of someone holding a conversation they can't afford to break. Her lips moved, though Harry couldn't hear the words from this distance. He descended the stone steps. Cassandra. She turned. Her face was transformed, not by madness, not yet, but by something adjacent. A wild hope, a desperate certainty, the light in her eyes too bright and too focused. Potter. You shouldn't be here. Neither should you. I have every right. This is my department. And that, Harry pointed at the veil, is my domain. What are you doing? Speaking to my daughter. The words were delivered with absolute conviction. Harry could feel the veil pulsing behind her, the presence on the other side pressing against the fabric, and he reached out with the lordship and looked. What he saw made his blood freeze. The presence on the other side of the veil was Moros. Vast, ancient, hungry, the primordial of doom, pressing against the fabric of reality with patient, relentless force. But what it was projecting through the veil, the whispers, the voice, the presence Cassandra was interacting with, was a mask. A construction. A perfect facsimile of Elena Vane, built from the echoes and memories that Moros had consumed from the boundary's damaged edges. It wasn't Elena. It was a puppet wearing Elena's voice, operated by a force that wanted nothing less than the annihilation of everything that existed. Cassandra, Harry said carefully. That's not Elena. Don't. Her voice cracked like a whip. Don't tell me what I hear. I know my daughter's voice. You know what something wants you to hear. I can show you the truth, what's actually on the other side of the veil right now. But you have to let me. Why should I trust you? You refused to bring her back. You have the power, and you refused. Because bringing people back isn't what the power is for. And because what's talking to you through the veil isn't offering to bring Elena back, it's using Elena's memory to manipulate you into something catastrophic. Cassandra stared at him. The wild light in her eyes flickered, and underneath it, Harry saw the brilliant unspeakable she'd been before grief had consumed her, analytical, skeptical, trained to question everything. That part of her heard Harry's words and recognized their logic. But grief is louder than logic. Show me, then, she said. If you're so certain. Show me what's there. Harry stepped forward and placed his hand on the veil's archway. The stone was warm, blood-warm, alive-warm, and the boundary thrummed against his palm. He extended his awareness through the fabric, into the space beyond, and projected outward what he found. The chamber filled with the truth. Moros's presence became visible, not physically, but to the magical senses that every witch and wizard possessed. A vast, formless darkness, pressing against the veil with a hunger that was palpable, that filled the room with a cold that went deeper than temperature. And in front of that darkness, like a mask held up by a monster, the echo of Elena Vane, a construct, a puppet, empty behind the familiar face. Cassandra saw it. She took a step back. Then another. Her face went through a series of expressions so fast they blurred: shock, horror, denial, more horror, and finally a grief so total that it made her previous despair look like mild disappointment. "No," she whispered. "I'm sorry," Harry said, and meant it with everything in him. That can't be." She was shaking. Her wand hand trembled. "Elena. Elena, are you there? Is it really?" The construct shifted. Moros, realizing its deception had been exposed, abandoned the pretense. The mask of Elena Vane dissolved, and what pressed against the veil was raw, undisguised, and terrible. The hunger. The doom. The primordial in all its ancient, annihilating intent. The veil bulged outward. Harry threw himself between Cassandra and the archway, pouring the lordship's power into the fabric, reinforcing it, holding it against the primordial's push. The effort was staggering. This wasn't a small crack, this was the veil itself, one of the most significant boundary points in existence, and Moros was pushing against it with focused, deliberate force. The stone beneath his feet cracked. The whispers became screams. The veil stretched, thinned, and for one horrible moment Harry could see through it, could see the darkness on the other side, vast and patient and smiling. He held. Through sheer will, through the stubbornness that had defined him since childhood, through the lordship's authority and the training of 4 founders, he held the veil against the primordial's assault. His nose was bleeding. His ears were ringing. His vision was going gray at the edges. But he held. Moros withdrew. Not defeated, not even close. Just, testing. Probing. Measuring Harry's strength, cataloging his weaknesses, filing the information away for future use. The push receded, the veil settled, and the death chamber went quiet. Harry dropped to one knee, gasping. Blood dripped from his nose onto the stone floor. Behind him, Cassandra Vane slid down the wall and sat on the floor with her arms around her knees. She wasn't crying. She was past crying. She stared at the veil with the hollow, devastated eyes of someone whose last hope had been burned to ash. "It was never her," she said. "No." It used her voice. Her words. It knew things only Elena would know. It consumed echoes from the boundary. Memories, impressions, the residue that souls leave behind when they pass through. It built a copy. A convincing one. Where is she? The real Elena? Harry reached, gently, carefully, beyond the veil, past the primordial's lurking presence, into the peaceful beyond. He searched, and he found her. A warm, bright presence among millions of others, at rest, at peace, unaware of the primordial that pressed against the barrier between her world and the world of the living. "She's safe," Harry said. "She's at peace. She's beyond Moros's reach, the peaceful dead are protected by the boundary itself. As long as the boundary holds, they're safe. As long as it holds. That's why I'm here. That's why I can't bring people back. Every breach weakens the boundary, and a weak boundary puts everyone on both sides at risk. Including Elena." Cassandra was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was raw but steady, the voice of someone rebuilding themselves from rubble. "The minister doesn't know what's happening. The veil, the boundary, the primordial, none of it. He thinks this is about regulating you. About control. I know. I can brief him. If you'll let me. He's not unreasonable, he's frightened, and he's making bad decisions because of it. But if he understood the actual threat, would he believe you? I'm the head of the Department of Mysteries. I've spent 6 years studying the veil. If I tell him the boundary between life and death is failing and that an ancient cosmic force is trying to break through, he'll believe me." She paused. "He'll also probably panic. Can you manage him?" "I can try." She looked at Harry, and something shifted in her expression, the enmity draining away, replaced by a grudging, painful respect. "You could have destroyed me tonight. I was compromising the boundary, communing with Moros, acting against everything you're trying to protect. You could have shut me down by force. You're a grieving mother, not a war criminal. There's a difference. Not everyone makes that distinction. I do. Cassandra Vane stood, slowly, painfully, like someone rising from a long illness. She smoothed her robes, pushed her hair back from her face, and collected herself with the practiced efficiency of a woman who'd been putting herself back together after catastrophe for her entire career. I'll brief Bramwell tomorrow. And Potter, she held out her hand. I owe you a debt. I don't like owing debts. I'll repay this one. Harry shook her hand. Her grip was firm, her palm was cold, and her eyes were clear for the first time since he'd met her. He left the Department of Mysteries and walked through the empty ministry corridors, past the sleeping portraits and the flickering torches, and apparat home to Grimmauld Place. The kitchen was dark. He sat at the table and put his head in his hands and felt the weight of everything, the lordship, the boundary, Moros, Aldrich, Cassandra, Bramwell, the coalition, the training, the fight, the girl who tasted like determination, pressing down on him like deep water. You handled that well, Salazar said, manifesting quietly in the corner. Better than I expected. Thanks. The vain woman, she'll be useful. If she briefs Bramwell, it takes political pressure off you. And if she can redirect the Department of Mysteries' resources toward understanding the boundary rather than monitoring you. Salazar. Yes. Not now. Please. The founder was quiet for a moment. Then, of course. Rest, Harry. Tomorrow. Everything always happens tomorrow. Harry lifted his head. His eyes were burning. His nose was still crusted with dried blood. His reserves were so depleted that the simple act of breathing felt like work. But beyond the exhaustion, beneath the weight, he felt something else. Something that had been growing since the lordship began, fed by the training and the battles and the moments of unexpected grace, Astoria's first real breath, his mother's arms, Daphne's kiss in the rubble. Purpose. Not the grim, grinding purpose of survival, but something warmer. Something that looked, if he squinted, like hope. He went to bed. He dreamed of a meadow, and a girl with ice-blonde hair, and 4 ghosts who stood like pillars against a dark sky, and somewhere beyond the horizon, a crack of golden light that might have been dawn. When he woke, the light through the curtains was pale and new, and an owl was tapping at the window. It was from Daphne. Harry, stop nearly dying. It's inconvenient and it worries me, and I don't like being worried because it's inefficient and it makes my handwriting untidy. Coalition update, 14 Wisingamot votes confirmed. Enough to block Bramwell's regulation proposal if it comes to a vote. The Bones, Longbottom, and Abbott families are on board. The Knotts and Zabinis are cautious but willing. I'm meeting with 2 more families this week. Astoria sends her love. She went flying yesterday. First time in 3 years. She fell off the broom twice and loved every second of it. Wednesday. Committee meeting. Be there. Daphne P.S. I'm still not reading into anything. For the record. P.P.S. That's a lie. Harry read the letter 3 times, then folded it and put it in his pocket, and went to meet Godric in the dawn. The boundary pulsed. The cracks whispered. Moros waited. But the light was growing stronger, and Harry Potter, Lord of Death, student of the Founders, guardian of the threshold between worlds, was not afraid. Not today. Chapter 4, The Gathering Storm. The boundary was failing. Harry could feel it the way you feel a fever coming on, a wrongness in the background of everything, a persistent ache that colored his waking hours and invaded his dreams. 3 weeks after Hogsmeade, new fractures were appearing faster than he could seal them. 2 a day. Then 3. Then 5. Each one small, each one manageable on its own, but the cumulative effect was like watching a windshield crack in slow motion, every new fracture connected to the last, spreading outward, weakening the whole. He stood on the astronomy tower at dawn, eyes closed, his awareness stretched across the boundary like a man pressing his ear to a cracking dam. Scotland was the worst. The ley line network that fed Hogwarts was deeply contaminated, and every new fracture drew on that contaminated energy like an infection drawing on a weakened immune system. But it wasn't just Scotland anymore. Wales had 3 fracture points. Cornwall had 2. London, thick with a millennium of magical activity, the ley lines so overworked they practically groaned, had 7. The dead were rising. Not in the dramatic, village-destroying way Aldrich had engineered in Hogsmeade. These were quieter incidents, a grave disturbed in a rural churchyard, a Muggle hospital reporting a corpse that briefly reanimated on the mortuary slab, a wizarding family in Devon who woke to find their recently deceased grandmother standing in the kitchen, staring at the wall with empty eyes. Each incident lasted minutes, sometimes seconds, and each one left a residue of terror and confusion in its wake. The ministry was drowning in reports. The Auror office was stretched thin, deploying teams to investigate incidents that multiplied faster than they could respond. Obliviators were working double shifts to manage the Muggle witnesses. The Daily Prophet, which had, until now, been treating Harry's lordship as an entertaining curiosity, somewhere between celebrity gossip and conspiracy theory, had started running front-page stories with headlines that hit like hexes. Lord of Death or Lord of Destruction? Ministry questions Potter's role in Rising Dead Crisis exclusive. Sources confirm Potter's death magic linked to nationwide undead incidents. Bramwell demands accountability. No one is above the law, not even the boy who lived. Harry read the papers without flinching. He'd survived Rita Skeeter and the Triwizard Tournament. A few hostile headlines weren't going to break him. But the political damage was real. Bramwell was using the crisis to justify exactly what Daphne had predicted, a regulatory framework that would give the ministry authority over Harry's actions and, by extension, over the boundary itself. He's not wrong to be frightened, Harry told the founders, standing in the room of requirement with the morning papers spread across a conjured table. The boundary is failing. People are scared. He's doing what leaders do when they're scared, he's looking for someone to control. He's doing what bad leaders do, Godric corrected. A good leader would be marshalling resources, seeking allies, preparing for the actual threat. Bramwell is playing politics while the world cracks apart. He doesn't know what the actual threat is, Rowena said. Cassandra Vane was supposed to brief him. She did. Harry held up the most recent letter from Vane, short, frustrated, written in handwriting that suggested she'd been gripping the quill hard enough to crack it. He listened. He asked questions. And then he classified the entire briefing as speculative threat assessment and filed it with the Department of Mysteries, which answers to him. He's not denying the threat, he's controlling the information. As long as he's the only one who knows the full picture, he controls the narrative. Smart, Salazar said, with the grudging respect of one political operator recognizing another. Dangerous, but smart. Can Cassandra go above his head? Helga asked. Not without violating about 6 ministry regulations and the Official Secrets Act. She's trying to work within the system. But the system is designed to funnel information upward to the minister, and the minister is sitting on it. Then we go around the system, Daphne said. She was standing by the window, arms crossed, her hair catching the morning light. She'd been spending more time at Hogwarts over the past 3 weeks, officially for the rebuilding committee, which she ran with the ruthless efficiency of a military logistics officer, and unofficially for the coalition work, which had expanded from political networking into something that resembled, in Salazar's admiring words, a shadow government in embryonic form. And unofficially, she was spending time with Harry, though neither of them had defined what spending time meant. They hadn't kissed again since Hogsmeade. They hadn't talked about the kiss. They orbited each other with the careful intensity of 2 people who knew something was happening and were both too busy saving the world to stop and name it. The Wisengamot session is in 4 days, Daphne continued. Bramwell is going to present the Office of Arcane Regulation proposal. He needs a simple majority to pass it, 40 of 78 seats. He currently has 35 locked in. We have 14 confirmed against. That leaves 29 undecided, Harry said. 29 members who haven't committed either way. Most of them are old families, traditional, cautious, waiting to see which way the wind blows. If we can swing 6 of them, we can block the proposal outright. If we can swing 11, we can force a counter-proposal. What kind of counter-proposal? Daphne turned from the window, and her expression was sharp with the particular brightness she got when she was building something. An advisory council instead of a regulatory office. Same concept, liaison between the Lord of Death and the ministry, but the power dynamic is reversed. Instead of the ministry overseeing you, you sit on a council that advises the ministry. You maintain independence. The ministry gets information access and the appearance of oversight. Everyone saves face. Will Bramwell accept it? Not willingly. But if we have the votes to block his proposal and the votes to pass ours, his choice is between an advisory council he doesn't love and no oversight at all. Politicians hate losing more than they hate compromising. Salazar, who had been listening with the focused attention of a man watching his own strategic philosophy executed by a worthy student, inclined his head. The proposal is sound. But the undecided votes, they need more than political arguments. They need to see Harry. They need to be reassured that the Lord of Death is an ally, not a threat. I know, Daphne said. That's why Harry is coming to the pre-session reception. Harry looked at her. The what? The night before a major Waisengamot vote, the traditional families host a reception. Formal. Drinks. Conversation. It's where the real decisions get made, not in the chamber, but in the corridors, over glasses of elf-made wine. You need to be there. You need to be charming, confident, and reassuring. You need to make 30 undecided witches and wizards believe that you are the solution to the crisis, not the cause of it. I'm not great at formal events. I know. That's why I'll be there. As my date. As your political advisor. A pause. The slightest coloring of her cheeks that might have been the light. Who happens to be your date? Godric, who was physically incapable of keeping quiet, let out a sound that might have been a cough and might have been a laugh. Harry studiously ignored him. The 4 days before the Waisengamot session were the most intense of Harry's training so far. Godric pushed the combat sessions to a new level, 2 hours every morning instead of 1, incorporating the full-spectrum magic that Salazar had introduced. Harry learned to fight with death magic and life magic simultaneously, weaving destruction and creation into a combat style that was uniquely his own. He could shatter a shield with one hand and heal a wound with the other. He could throw a curse that looked like light magic but carried the entropy of death magic, bypassing standard defensive wards. You're synthesizing, Godric said approvingly, after Harry executed a combination that knocked the founder off his feet for the 3rd time in a session. Not just using both types, combining them. That's new. I couldn't do that. Neither could I, Salazar admitted, watching from the sidelines with an expression of academic fascination. The lordship gives you a unique perspective, you exist at the intersection of life and death, and your magic reflects that duality. You're not casting light spells or dark spells. You're casting boundary spells. Rowena was teaching Harry to perceive the boundary's lattice structure at ever greater levels of detail, zooming in, as it were, from the macro view of the entire boundary to the micro view of individual fracture points. Each fracture had a geometry, a pattern, a weakness that could be exploited for repair. She was building Harry a mental map of the entire boundary, fracture by fracture, point by point. If the reinforcement becomes necessary, she said, you'll need to perceive the entire structure simultaneously. That requires a mental framework capable of processing enormous amounts of information at once. Think of it as upgrading your mind's operating capacity. Is that possible? With sufficient acclimacy, yes. The mental landscape Salazar has been building with you, It's not just defensive. It's architectural. A well-designed mental landscape can process information in parallel, holding multiple streams of awareness simultaneously without losing coherence. How many streams? Rowena looked at him steadily. For the full reinforcement. Every fracture in the boundary. Simultaneously. There are currently over 3,000. Harry said nothing. 3,000 simultaneous points of focus. 3,000 fractures to perceive, evaluate, and reinforce at once. The scope of it was staggering. "We'll get there," Rowena said, and her voice carried the quiet certainty of a woman who had built the impossible before and was prepared to do it again. Helga continued the ley line work, but the focus shifted from individual contamination points to the network as a whole. She taught Harry to perceive the ley lines as a connected system, not isolated rivers but a web, an ecosystem, where contamination in one line could spread to others through junction points. "The contamination is spreading faster than we can clean it," she admitted one evening, her round face troubled. "Aldrich seeding is part of it, but the fractures are contributing too. Every crack in the boundary leaks dark energy into the nearest ley line, adding to the contamination. It's a feedback loop. Break the loop." Easier said than done. The ley line network underlies all of magical Britain. Cleaning it completely would require access to every junction point, there are over 200, and the sustained application of purification magic at each one. Even with your power, it would take months. Then we don't clean the whole thing. We focus on the critical points. The junctions that feed Hogwarts, the Ministry, the major population centers. Keep the most important areas functional while the peripheral contamination continues. Helga considered this. "Triage," she said. "Triage. It could work. It's not a solution, it's buying time. But time is what we need." She looked at him with an expression that was part admiration, part concern. "You're thinking like a healer, Harry. Prioritizing, conserving resources, accepting that you can't save everything at once. That's good. It's also hard. I know. Do you? Because the part you're not saying, the part you're trying not to think about, is that triage means accepting that some areas will get worse while you focus on others. People in those areas will be affected. The dead will rise. Magical creatures will go berserk. And you'll have to let it happen because you can't be everywhere." Harry met her eyes. "I know," he said again, and the weight of those two words was enormous. Salazar's contribution was different. He wasn't teaching Harry new techniques, he was preparing him for the Wizengamot. "Politics is magic without a wand," Salazar said, pacing the room of requirement while Harry sat in a chair that had been transfigured to resemble the Wizengamot seating. "The principles are identical. You assess the terrain. You identify the power structures. You find the leverage points. And you apply force, not physical force, not magical force, but rhetorical force, at the exact point and the exact moment where it will have the maximum effect. I'm not a politician. You're the Lord of Death. You don't need to be a politician, you need to be a presence. The Wizengamot members who are undecided aren't weighing policy, they're weighing you. They want to know if you're competent, stable, and trustworthy. They want to know if you're someone they can work with or someone they need to fear. And if the answer is both?" Salazar almost smiled. "Then you're learning." They practiced. Salazar played the role of hostile Wizengamot member, firing questions at Harry, aggressive, insinuating, designed to provoke or destabilize. Harry learned to respond without defensiveness, to answer accusations with facts, to redirect hostile questions into opportunities for his own message. "Minister Bramwell claims your activities are responsible for the Rising Dead incidents," Salazar said, in character. "How do you respond?" "The Rising Dead incidents are caused by damage to the boundary between life and death, damage that accumulated over decades of dark magic and was catastrophically worsened by Voldemort's Horcruxes. I didn't cause the damage. I'm trying to repair it. But the incidents have increased since you claimed the lordship. The incidents have increased because the damage is progressing. The boundary was deteriorating before I existed. My claiming the lordship didn't cause the deterioration, it gave someone the ability to fight it. Without the lordship, the boundary would be failing without anyone capable of addressing it. You're asking us to trust you with power that has no precedent and no oversight. I'm asking you to trust the evidence. Every incident I've responded to has been contained. Every fracture I've sealed has stayed sealed. And the alternative to trusting me is trusting that the boundary will fix itself, which, with respect, it won't. Salazar broke character. Good. But too defensive in the middle section. When he accuses you of causing the problem, don't explain, redirect. The boundary was failing before I was born. I'm the first person in a millennium capable of doing something about it. The question isn't whether you trust me, it's whether you can afford not to. That sounds arrogant. It sounds confident. There's a difference, and in the Wiesengemot, confidence wins votes. The reception was held at the Bones estate, a sprawling manor house in Hampshire that managed to be both grand and comfortable, with the slightly worn elegance of old money that had been around too long to feel the need to impress. Susan Bones had offered the venue as a gesture of alliance, and Daphne had accepted with the smooth gratitude of someone who understood exactly what the gesture signified. The Bones family, one of the most respected neutral houses, was publicly associating itself with Harry's cause. Harry apparat to the estate gates at 7 in the evening, wearing dress robes that Daphne had selected for him with the focused attention of a general choosing armor. Dark blue, well cut, simple enough to avoid looking ostentatious, expensive enough to command respect. He'd drawn the line at the cufflinks. Daphne was waiting inside the entrance hall. She wore robes of deep green, Slytherin colors, a deliberate choice that signaled her heritage without apology, and her hair was down, falling over her shoulders in a way that made Harry's brain short-circuit for approximately 2 seconds before he forced himself to focus. "You look presentable," she said, adjusting his collar with practiced hands. "High praise. Don't get used to it." She stepped back, evaluated him with a critical eye, and nodded. "Remember what Salazar taught you. Confidence, not arrogance. Answer questions with facts. Don't volunteer information. And for Merlin's sake, don't mention the primordial, we're saving that for the Wiesengemot session if we need it. What if someone asks directly? Deflect. The situation is complex and I'd be happy to discuss it in a more appropriate forum. That buys time without lying. I notice you're very good at not lying without actually telling the truth. It's a Slytherin specialty. Shall we?" The reception was larger than Harry expected, perhaps 60 people, filling the Bones Estate's ballroom with the particular hum of political conversation. Harry recognized many faces: Augusta Longbottom, formidable in her vulture hat, the Zabini matriarch, elegant and watchful, Theodore Knott's mother, a quiet woman with nervous hands, several ministry officials he'd seen in corridors, and, to his surprise, a handful of foreign guests, a representative from the French ministry, a delegation from the ICW. He worked the room the way Salazar had taught him, not glad-handing, not performing, but being present. He moved through conversations with a calm directness that made people lean in rather than pull back. He answered questions about the lordship with matter-of-fact honesty. He made no promises he couldn't keep. And he listened, really listened, to what people were afraid of, because fear was the engine driving everything. The wizarding world was terrified. The war had ended barely 2 months ago. People were still burying their dead, still rebuilding their lives, still waking up from nightmares about green light and masked figures. And now the dead were rising. The boundary between life and death, a concept most people had never thought about, was making itself violently, visibly known. They wanted someone to fix it. They also wanted someone to blame. Harry gave them neither. He gave them information, calm, and the quiet assurance of competence. And slowly, conversation by conversation, the room shifted. "You're doing well," Daphne murmured, appearing at his elbow between conversations. Augusta Longbottom just told me she's switching her vote to our counterproposal. That's 3 new votes in an hour. How many do we need? 7 more to block Bramwell. 14 to pass the advisory council. And how many can we realistically get tonight? Daphne scanned the room. See the woman in the maroon robes? Olivia Selwyn. Old family, enormous influence, currently undecided. She controls at least 3 other votes, her allies follow her lead. If you can convince her, we're close. What does she care about? Education. She's been pushing for curriculum reform for years, wants magical theory taught alongside practical spellwork. She thinks the current system produces technically competent but intellectually shallow wizards. Harry almost laughed. I'll tell her about Rowena. Don't tell her about Rowena. The founders are leverage, we use them strategically. Tell her you agree with her position on education reform and that your experience has shown you the gaps in the current curriculum. Let her connect the dots. You're terrifying. Thank you. Harry crossed the room and introduced himself to Olivia Selwyn. She was sharp-eyed, silver-haired, and regarded him with the penetrating skepticism of someone who'd been in politics long enough to see through everyone's act. Lord Potter, she said. Or do you prefer Lord Death? Harry works. Informal. I appreciate that. Most young men who claim extraordinary power can't wait to use their titles. She sipped her wine. Tell me something that isn't in the papers. The current Hogwarts curriculum teaches magic as a collection of discrete spells to be memorized and executed, Harry said. Wand movement, incantation, effect. It doesn't teach the underlying principles, why magic works, how spells relate to each other, what the fundamental rules are. Students graduate knowing hundreds of spells but understanding nothing about the magical theory underneath. Selwyn's eyebrows rose. That's a remarkably specific critique. I've had my eyes opened recently. By a teacher who showed me that understanding the structure of a basic Protego charm could make it 40% more efficient. That every spell has an underlying lattice that can be perceived, analyzed, and improved. That the division between light and dark magic is a political classification, not a scientific one. He watched the words land. Selwyn's expression shifted from skepticism to interest to the bright, focused attention of someone hearing their own beliefs articulated by someone with the power to act on them. You're describing a revolution in magical education, she said. I'm describing what magical education was supposed to be. 1,000 years ago, Hogwarts founders taught all of this. The knowledge was lost, or suppressed, over centuries. I'd like to see it restored. And you have the knowledge to restore it? I have access to sources that do. Selwyn studied him for a long moment. Then she set down her wine glass with a decisiveness that told Harry the conversation was over and the decision was made. I'll be voting against the Office of Arcane Regulation, she said. And I'll be supporting your counter-proposal, if it includes provisions for educational reform. It will. Then we have an understanding. She extended her hand. Olivia. Harry. He shook her hand and returned to Daphne, who'd been watching from across the room with the carefully blank expression of someone trying very hard not to look pleased. She's in, Harry said. I know. I could tell from the handshake. Daphne allowed herself a small, controlled smile, the kind that meant she was actually beaming on the inside. With Selwyn's block, we have the votes to block the OAR. And we're within 3 votes of passing the advisory council. 3 votes in one evening. 2. Amelia Fawcett and her son are already leaning our way, they just need a push. The 3rd is harder. Edgar Whitmore. Whitmore? Related to Malcolm Whitmore, Bramwell's undersecretary? His father. Edgar is old guard, traditional, cautious, loyal to the ministry as an institution. He won't vote against his son's boss without a very good reason. Can we get him? Not tonight. But at the session tomorrow, if the debate goes our way, he might abstain. An abstention from a Whitmore would be almost as valuable as a vote. It signals to Bramwell that his own allies aren't fully behind him. Harry looked at her, this fierce, brilliant, strategically minded woman who'd been building a political coalition from scratch in 3 weeks and was within touching distance of outmaneuvering the Minister for Magic, and felt something that went beyond attraction. Respect. Admiration. The recognition of a partner, not a follower. "What?" she said, noticing his expression. "Nothing. You're just very good at this." "I know." But her cheeks colored slightly, and she looked away. They left the reception together, walking out into the cool Hampshire evening. The sky was clear, the stars sharp, and the grounds of the Bones estate stretched out in moonlit silence. They walked the gravel path toward the apparition point, and the political performance fell away, and they were just two people walking in the dark. "Harry." Daphne stopped walking. Her voice had changed, the strategic sharpness gone, replaced by something softer and more uncertain. "After tomorrow. If the vote goes our way. What then?" "Then we have political cover and I focus on the boundary." "That's not what I'm asking." He looked at her. The moonlight caught her face, and she looked younger than she usually allowed herself to look, younger, softer, the walls lowered enough for him to see the fear underneath. Not fear of Moros or Aldrich or the crumbling boundary. Fear of something more personal. "I'm asking what happens to us," she said. "If there is an us. Because I've been operating on the assumption that there is, which is terrifying because I don't do assumptions, and I certainly don't do them about people who have a professional relationship with death." "There's an us," Harry said. "You say that so easily." "Because it's easy. The hard parts are everything else. But this, you and me, that's the easy part." She stared at him. "You're infuriating. You make these declarations, like they're obvious, like the answer was always clear, and I've been torturing myself for weeks trying to figure out." Harry kissed her. "Not like Hogsmeade, not messy, not fueled by adrenaline, not in the ruins of a battle. This was deliberate." He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her slowly, carefully, the way you handle something precious, and Daphne Greengrass, who controlled everything in her life with iron precision, made a small, helpless sound and melted into him. When they separated, her hands were fisted in his dress robes and her composure was in absolute ruins, and she was smiling, the real smile, the incandescent one, the one that made the whole world feel warmer. "All right," she said. "There's an us. There's an us. Good." She straightened his collar, smoothed his robes, and put herself back together with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been doing it her whole life. "Now take me home before I do something undignified." "What kind of undignified?" "The kind that would scandalize Godric Gryffindor and make Salazar Slytherin smirk." "Good night, Harry." She disapparated. Harry stood in the moonlight, grinning like an idiot, and felt, for one perfect moment, like everything might actually be all right. Then the boundary pulsed, a deep, sickening throb that he felt in his bones, and the moment ended. He closed his eyes and reached for it. Another fracture. Cornwall, this time. The third this week in the same region. The ley line network there was deteriorating fast. He sealed it from where he stood, 1,000 miles away, pushing his awareness through the boundary, finding the crack, reinforcing it. The effort left him lightheaded. He'd been sealing fractures so frequently that his reserves never fully recovered between sessions, always running at 70%, 60, sometimes 50. He needed more time. More power. More allies. He needed the vote to go right tomorrow. He operated home and slept. The Wisingamot chamber was modeled on the old Roman Senate, tiered seating arranged in a semicircle, rising steeply from a central floor where speakers addressed the assembly. The walls were dark stone, lined with torches that cast dramatic, flickering shadows. The ceiling was enchanted to show a perpetual twilight sky, neither day nor night, symbolizing the Wisengamot's role as a body that transcended ordinary time. Harry sat in the visitors' gallery, flanked by Ron and Hermione. Below him, 78 witches and wizards took their seats, and the chamber filled with the particular low buzz of political anticipation. He could see Daphne in the spectators section opposite, sitting with Susan Bones and Neville's grandmother. She caught his eye and gave him a barely perceptible nod. Minister Bramwell entered from the floor-level doors, followed by Malcolm Whitmore and a retinue of assistants. He looked polished, confident, and prepared, the look of a man who expected to win. The session opened with formalities that Harry endured with barely concealed impatience. Procedural votes, committee reports, minor legislation. The chamber murmured and shuffled through the routine business of governance. Then Bramwell stood, and the murmuring stopped. "Esteemed members of the Wisengamot," he said, his voice carrying the resonant authority of a practiced orator. "I bring before you today a proposal that I believe is critical to the safety and stability of our world." He laid out his case with skill. Harry had to admit that Bramwell was good. He presented the rising dead incidence as a crisis of governance, framing the problem not as a magical phenomenon but as a failure of oversight. The Lord of Death, he used the term with careful neutrality, neither mocking nor hostile, represented an unprecedented concentration of power in a single individual, outside the bounds of any existing legal framework. The Office of Arcane Regulation would provide necessary oversight, ensuring that this power was exercised responsibly and transparently. It was reasonable. That was the dangerous part. Bramwell wasn't ranting about threats or demanding Harry's arrest. He was calmly, rationally arguing that unchecked power was inherently dangerous, that oversight was the foundation of democratic governance, and that the wizarding world deserved to know that someone was watching the watchman. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. Harry watched the undecided members, their faces, their body language, the subtle cues of people weighing arguments. Bramwell was persuasive, and fear was a powerful amplifier. Then Augusta Longbottom stood. The old woman rose from her seat with the unhurried dignity of someone who had been in politics longer than most of the chamber had been alive. She leaned on her cane, adjusted her vulture hat, and regarded the minister with an expression that could have frozen fire. "Minister Bramwell," she said, "I have listened to your proposal with interest. I have a counter-proposal." She laid out the advisory council framework that Daphne had designed, concise, precise, devastating in its reasonableness. Where Bramwell's OAR was about control, the advisory council was about collaboration. Where the OAR placed Harry under ministry authority, the council placed him alongside it. Where Bramwell's proposal implied threat, Augusta's implied partnership. The chamber's mood shifted. Harry watched it happen, the undecided members sitting straighter, the skeptics reconsidering, the political calculation visible on every face. Augusta Longbottom's endorsement carried enormous weight. If this formidable woman believed the Lord of Death should be an ally rather than a subject, perhaps they should too. Bramwell's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his jaw tighten fractionally. He hadn't expected a counter-proposal this polished, this early. Whitmore, behind him, was scribbling furious notes. "A compelling alternative," Bramwell said smoothly. "But Madame Longbottom's proposal assumes that the Lord of Death's interests align with the ministry's. What assurance do we have of that?" "You could ask him," Augusta said dryly. "He's sitting right there." Every eye in the chamber turned to the visitors' gallery. Harry stood. "If the Wisengamot would hear me," he said, "I'd like to speak." A murmur ran through the chamber. Bramwell hesitated, refusing would look defensive, but allowing it gave Harry a platform. Political calculation flickered behind his eyes. "The floor recognizes Mr. Potter." Harry walked down the gallery stairs and onto the chamber floor. 78 pairs of eyes followed him, and he felt each one, the weight of scrutiny, the pressure of judgment. He thought of Salazar's coaching, of Godric's confidence, of Daphne's belief in him, and he stood in the center of the Wisengamot and spoke. "3 months ago," he said, "I walked into the forbidden forest and died." The chamber went absolutely silent. I stood in front of Voldemort, and I let him kill me, because it was the only way to destroy the piece of his soul that was inside me. I died. I was dead. And then I was given a choice, to stay dead, or to come back. I came back. He let the word settle. Every person in the room was staring at him. I didn't ask for the lordship of death. I didn't seek it. It was offered because I was the first person in 1,000 years to pass its tests, not tests of power, but tests of character. Can you wield absolute force without being corrupted by it? Can you touch the dead without being consumed by grief? Can you face death itself without flinching? He looked at Bramwell. I passed those tests. And I accepted the lordship because the alternative was worse, a failing boundary, a deteriorating world, and a threat that I'll describe in a moment. The rising dead incidents are symptoms of a problem that predates me by centuries. The boundary between the living and the dead has been damaged by dark magic, by necromancy, by infery, by every violation of the natural order since magic began. Voldemort's Horcruxes made it catastrophically worse. The boundary is failing, and when it fails completely, what comes through will make the last war look like a schoolyard fight. He paused. Daphne had told him not to mention the primordial unless necessary. He judged it necessary. There is a force on the other side of the boundary. Not a dark wizard. Not a creature. A primordial, a cosmic force of entropy that predates human civilization, predates magic as we know it. It has been contained by the boundary since the dawn of the ordered world, and it is pressing against the fractures, trying to break free. If it succeeds, every soul that has ever lived, everyone in this room, everyone you have ever loved, everyone who has ever died and passed on, will be consumed. Not killed. Dissolved. Gone, permanently, without possibility of recovery. Dead silence. Not a breath, not a whisper. That is the threat, Harry said. Not me. Not the lordship. The boundary is failing, and I am the only person capable of repairing it. The question before this body is simple: do you want to help me, or do you want to regulate me? Because I don't have time for both. He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes. Augusta Longbottom's steady gaze. Olivia Selwyn's sharp nod. The undecided members, their faces pale, their calculations fundamentally altered. Bramwell, his composure cracking for the first time, genuine fear bleeding through the political mask. I support Madame Longbottom's proposal for an advisory council, Harry said. I will work with the ministry. I will share information. I will accept counsel from this body and give it in return. But I will not submit to regulatory authority over the lordship itself, because that authority is not the ministry's to claim. It predates every institution in this room. It was given to me by the boundary itself, and my responsibility is to that boundary, to the living and the dead, before it is to any government. He stepped back from the floor. The silence stretched. Then Olivia Selwyn stood. I move to table the minister's proposal and vote on Madame Longbottom's counter-proposal immediately. Seconded, said a voice Harry didn't recognize, a middle-aged wizard in the Selwyn block. Bramwell's face was a controlled storm. He could see the votes shifting in real time, the undecided members moving, the political calculus rewriting itself. He opened his mouth to object, the floor shook. Not an earthquake, something deeper, something wrong. A vibration that Harry felt not in his feet but in the lordship itself, a shuddering, grinding sensation that came from the very fabric of reality. The enchanted ceiling flickered. The torches guttered. And Harry's death senses screamed. No, he whispered. No, not now, the veil. He could feel it. Miles below, in the Department of Mysteries, the veil was tearing. Not cracking, tearing. The damage that Cassandra Vane's weeks of communion with Moros had inflicted, the weakening she'd caused before she turned, the structural compromise that had been slowly propagating, it reached its breaking point. And the veil shattered. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. A wave of spiritual energy blasted upward through the ministry like a geyser, raw boundary energy, contaminated and chaotic, carrying with it the fragments of the broken veil and the things that had been pressing against it from the other side. Spirits flooded the ministry. Not the peaceful dead, not the gentle ghosts of Hogwarts. These were confused, angry, terrified spirits, souls ripped from the boundary's fabric by the veil's destruction, dumped into the physical world without transition or preparation. They poured through the ministry's corridors in a torrent of spectral energy, passing through walls, through floors, through people. Witches and wizards screamed as the cold of the dead washed through them. And behind the spirits, pressing through the breach like smoke through a crack in a window, came the dark energy. Moroza's influence, unfiltered, undiluted, pouring into the ministry and spreading outward. The Wizengamot chamber erupted into chaos. Members shouted, drew wands, stumbled over each other in the rising panic. The enchanted ceiling shattered, raining fragments of illusory twilight. The torches went out, plunging the chamber into a darkness that was alive with spectral light and the screaming of displaced spirits. Harry didn't hesitate. He vaulted the barrier between the floor and the gallery, landed in the center of the chamber, and raised both hands. The lordship blazed. Golden white light erupted from him, not a spell, not an incantation, but the raw authority of the Lord of Death, projecting itself into the physical world. The spirits closest to him stopped screaming. Their chaotic, panicked energy stilled, drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet. He could feel them, dozens of souls, confused and frightened, torn from their rest by the veil's destruction. "Be still," he said, and the word carried the weight of the lordship, the command of the guardian of the threshold. It resonated through the chamber, through the corridors, through the floors. Every spirit within range stopped moving. The chaos paused, held in suspension by Harry's will. But the dark energy continued to rise. He could feel it spreading through the ministry's lower levels, contaminating the wards, corrupting the protective enchantments that kept the building secure. And from below, from the shattered veil itself, something was climbing. "Ron! Hermione!" Harry shouted. They were already moving, Ron leaping from the gallery with his wand drawn, Hermione right behind him, both of them wearing the grim, focused expressions of people who'd been through worse and survived. "The spirits," Harry said. "Guide them out. The ones I've calmed, lead them to the atrium. I can hold them in stasis, but I can't move them and deal with what's coming from below." "What's coming from below?" Ron asked. "Nothing good. Go." Ron went. He always went. No questions, no hesitation, just the pure, distilled loyalty of the best friend Harry would ever have. Hermione was already casting a series of guiding charms that created luminous pathways through the dark corridors, directing the calmed spirits toward the atrium. Harry turned to the breach. The founders manifested around him, visible, blazing, their spiritual forms radiating the accumulated power of 4 lifetimes of extraordinary magic. The Wizengamot members who were still conscious stared in open-mouthed shock as 4 legendary figures materialized in their chamber. "Godric, Helga, go up. Secure the atrium. Keep the civilians safe and contain any spirits that get past Ron and Hermione." "Done," Godric said, and he was gone, a streak of red-gold light rocketing upward through the ceiling. Helga followed, her warm presence leaving a trail of calming energy that eased the panic wherever it passed. "Rowena, the wards. The ministry's protective enchantments are being corrupted by the dark energy. I need you to hold them." "I'll need to integrate with the building's enchantment matrix," Rowena said, already extending her awareness into the ministry's magical infrastructure. "It's nothing compared to Hogwarts, but the principles are similar. Give me 5 minutes. You have 3. Rowena vanished into the walls, literally, her spectral form merging with the building's magical structure, her consciousness spreading through the wards like water through a sponge. Harry looked at Salazar. "With me." They descended. Not by stairs, Harry pushed through the floor itself, the lordship dissolving physical barriers the way a hot knife dissolved butter. Salazar flowed beside him, his spectral form flickering with controlled power, his face set in the cold, focused expression of a man going to war. The Department of Mysteries was destroyed. Not physically, the corridors were intact, the doors still standing. But the magical infrastructure was shredded. Every protective enchantment, every monitoring ward, every security measure had been blown out by the veil's destruction. The blue flames that normally lit the circular room were gone, replaced by a pulsing darkness that moved like a living thing. The doors stood open, and through them, Harry could see the damage spreading, the time room's hourglasses shattered, the hall of prophecies shelves toppled, the love chamber's door blasted off its hinges. And ahead, the death chamber. The source. Harry pushed through the door and stopped. The veil was gone. The archway still stood, but the ragged curtain, the physical manifestation of the boundary at that point, had been torn away. In its place, a hole. A rift in reality, 3 meters across, pulsing with dark energy, and through it, Moros stared at him. Not literally, the primordial didn't have eyes. But its attention was focused on the rift with a terrible, patient intensity, and the moment Harry entered the chamber, that attention snapped to him. The weight of it was staggering. Harry felt his knees buckle, his vision swim, the lordship straining against a force that was older than death itself. "Open the door," Moros whispered. Not in words, in meaning, in pure intent, projected directly into Harry's consciousness. Open the door and let it end. All the suffering. All the fear. All the desperate, futile struggle of existence. Let it end. Let me end it. Harry pushed back. No. You are tired. I can feel your exhaustion. The boundary crumbles. The dead rise. Your allies fight and die and you cannot save them all. Why do you struggle? Why do you resist the inevitable? Because I'm stubborn, Harry said through gritted teeth. Ask anyone. He raised his hands and threw the lordship's power at the rift. Boundary energy, dense and brilliant, slammed into the tear in reality like mortar into a crack. The rift shuddered, contracted, and Aldrich stepped through it. The revenant emerged from the rift like a man stepping through a doorway, his form more solid than Harry had ever seen it, fed by the torrent of dark energy pouring through the breach. His burning eyes were brighter, his ragged robes whipped by impossible wind, and the power radiating from him made the air crackle and distort. Lord of Death, Aldrich said. I told you this day was coming. And I told you I'd stop it. You can't. Aldrich raised his hands, and the dark energy in the chamber answered, surging toward him, coiling around his gaunt form, amplifying his already terrifying power. Not while you're fighting the breach and me simultaneously. You have to choose, seal the rift, or defeat me. You can't do both. He was right. Harry could feel it, the rift demanded continuous pressure to close, and Aldrich was a threat that demanded his full combat attention. Dividing his power meant failing at both. Harry, Salazar said in his mind. Let me take Aldrich. Harry looked at his teacher. The founder's face was stripped of its usual careful control, raw with 1,000 years of guilt and grief and the desperate need to confront the student he'd failed. He's my responsibility, Salazar said. He was my student. My failure. Let me face him. You seal the rift. Harry hesitated. Salazar was powerful, spectacularly so, but Aldrich was fed by Moros's energy, enhanced beyond anything the founders had ever faced. The risk was enormous. Trust me, Salazar said. And Harry heard in those 2 words everything the founder had never said, the remorse, the determination, the ancient, aching need to make right what he'd gotten wrong. Go, Harry said. Salazar moved. The founder launched himself at Aldrich with a speed and fury that transformed the death chamber into a maelstrom of spiritual energy. Their collision sent shockwaves through the room, 2 beings from the same era, the same school, the same impossible origin, fighting with magic that modern wizards couldn't have comprehended. Salazar's combat style was nothing like Godric's direct, physical approach. It was fluid, deceptive, layered with feints and misdirections that reflected a mind as sharp as any blade. "You were the best student I ever had," Salazar said, ducking under a blast of dark energy that carved a trench in the stone floor. "You could have been the greatest wizard of our age. Instead, you chose to become this thing. You made me this." Aldrich screamed, and his voice cracked with a pain so old it had calcified. "You saw what I could be and you were afraid. All of you, afraid of a student who might surpass you. We were afraid of a student who was destroying himself. We tried to save you, Aldrich. We tried. You abandoned me." Their duel raged across the chamber, spectral fire and shadow, ancient magic and corrupted power, teacher and student locked in a combat that was as much emotional as it was physical. Harry focused on the rift. He planted his feet, raised his hands, and poured everything he had into sealing the breach. The boundary energy flowed from him in a continuous stream, dense and golden white, slamming into the edges of the rift and forcing them together. The rift fought him, Moros pushed from the other side, the primordial's force enormous, grinding against Harry's power like a glacier against stone. The pain was extraordinary. Not physical pain, existential pain, the sensation of his consciousness being stretched across the boundary, holding it together through sheer force of will while a cosmic force tried to tear it apart. His nose bled. His ears bled. His vision tunneled down to a narrow point of golden light. He held. The rift contracted. Inch by inch, the edges drew together, the boundary reasserting itself, the dark energy flow diminishing. Moros pushed harder, a surge of hunger and rage that made Harry's knees buckle and his vision go white, but Harry dug deeper, found reserves he didn't know he had, and pushed back. Behind him, Salazar and Aldrich fought. He heard the crash of magic, the crack of stone, the raw, wounded screaming of two people who had loved each other once and never learned to stop. "You could have been anything," Salazar shouted, and his voice was ragged, broken, the voice of a man watching his greatest failure destroy itself. "You could have been extraordinary without any of this. Your fear, your stupid, consuming fear, don't talk to me about fear. You're dead, Salazar. Dead and gone and you still can't." Aldrich staggered as Salazar landed a blow, a focused lance of spiritual energy that punched through his enhanced defenses and struck his core. "You still can't admit that you were wrong." "I was wrong." Salazar's voice dropped, and in the sudden quiet between strikes, the words carried the weight of 1,000 years. "I was wrong to leave. I was wrong to give up on you. I was wrong to let my pride keep me from coming back." Is that what you need to hear? Is that what a millennium of suffering was for? An apology? Aldrich froze. For 1 second, one tiny, infinite second, the madness in his burning eyes flickered, and the student looked out from behind the monster's face. Salazar saw it. And in that moment of hesitation, Salazar did something that Harry felt through the lordship like a thunderclap. He opened his defenses. Dropped every ward, every shield, every protection. Made himself completely vulnerable. "Then I'm sorry," Salazar said. "I'm sorry, Aldrich. For everything." Aldrich's hand was raised to strike. The dark energy coiled around his arm, ready to deliver a blow that would scatter Salazar's spirit to fragments. The student stared at the teacher who had just given him a clear shot, an undefended target, a chance to destroy the man who'd abandoned him. He didn't take it. The hand lowered. The dark energy dimmed. And for one moment, Aldrich was just a man, old, tired, broken, standing in a ruined room with the ghost of someone he'd loved. "It hurts," Aldrich whispered. "It always hurts. The space between, it never stops hurting." Then Moros surged. The primordial's influence slammed back into Aldrich like a fist, seizing the connection it had built over centuries, and the moment of humanity was drowned in a flood of dark energy. Aldrich screamed, not in rage but in agony, as Moros reasserted control, puppet strings snapping tight, the brief window of choice slamming shut. Aldrich attacked. Salazar, still undefended, took the full force of the blow. His spectral form shattered, not destroyed, Harry could feel it, but scattered, fragmented, his consciousness dispersed across the boundary in 1,000 shimmering pieces. Salazar! Harry screamed. But he couldn't stop. The rift was almost closed, 3/4 sealed, the boundary reasserting, Moros's push weakening as the breach narrowed. If Harry broke his focus now, if he turned to help Salazar, the rift would reopen and everything would be lost. He held. Aldrich turned toward him. The Revenant's face was a mask of anguish, the brief glimpse of humanity gone, replaced by a tortured, Moros-driven fury. He raised both hands, and Cassandra Vane stepped through the chamber door. She looked terrible. Her robes were torn, her hair was wild, and she was bleeding from a cut above her eye. She must have been in the department when the veil shattered, caught in the blast, navigating the destroyed corridors by memory and determination. She saw the rift. She saw Aldrich. She saw Harry, on his knees, holding the boundary together with everything he had. And she raised her wand and cast the most powerful stunner Harry had ever seen, not a standard stupefy, but something else, something layered with the experimental magic of the Department of Mysteries, the accumulated knowledge of 6 years studying the boundary between life and death. It hit Aldrich square in the chest. The Revenant staggered. The spell didn't knock him unconscious, you couldn't stun something that wasn't alive, but it disrupted his connection to the dark energy, scrambling the pathways that Moros used to control him. For 3 seconds, Aldrich was disconnected, powerless, just a spirit caught between worlds. 3 seconds was enough. Harry closed the rift. The boundary slammed shut with a force that knocked everyone in the chamber off their feet. The dark energy cut off instantly, like a tap being closed. The pulsing darkness in the corridors died. The spectral light faded. And in the sudden, ringing silence, Aldrich, disconnected from his power source, his form already fading, looked at Harry with eyes that were, for one last moment, purely human. "Find a way to end this," Aldrich whispered. "I don't want to be his weapon anymore." Then he was gone. Harry collapsed. He lay on the stone floor of the death chamber, staring at the ceiling, his reserves so depleted that breathing felt like heavy lifting. Cassandra Vane knelt beside him, her diagnostic wand tracing his vitals. "You're going to be fine," she said. "Magical exhaustion. Severe, but not critical." "Salazar," Harry managed. "The Founder? I saw him scatter. But he's not destroyed, I can feel the fragments reforming. He'll reconstitute. It'll take time." Harry closed his eyes. Relief washed through him, warm and overwhelming. Footsteps. Godric's voice, from somewhere above, "The atrium is secure. Helga's calming the last of the spirits." Rowena held the wards, barely, but she held them. "What happened down here?" "We won," Harry said from the floor. "It doesn't feel like winning, but we won. The aftermath took hours. The ministry was damaged, not structurally, but magically. The veil's destruction had sent shockwaves through every enchantment in the building, and Rowena spent the rest of the night integrating with the ward structure, patching holes, reinforcing weaknesses. The displaced spirits, nearly 100 of them, were calmed and guided back to the boundary by Harry, one by one, a painstaking process that drained his already depleted reserves to nothing. Ron and Hermione stayed. Of course they did. Ron organized the evacuation of ministry personnel with a decisiveness that surprised everyone except Harry, who'd always known his best friend was a natural leader when he stopped second-guessing himself. Hermione catalogued the damage to the Department of Mysteries with systematic thoroughness, creating a report that would later prove invaluable. Bramwell appeared in the death chamber at midnight. He stood in the doorway and stared at the empty archway, the veil gone, the breach sealed, the room scarred and silent, and his face showed something Harry had never seen on it before, genuine, uncomplicated fear. Potter, he said. His voice was hoarse. What you described in the Weisengamot. The primordial. That was real. It's always been real. I thought, he stopped. Swallowed. Started again. I thought you were exaggerating. Leveraging the threat for political advantage. I thought, he ran a hand over his face. I'm a politician, Potter. I see political motives because that's what I understand. I didn't understand this. Do you understand it now? Bramwell looked at the empty archway. At the scorch marks on the walls. At the trenches carved in the stone floor by the duel between Salazar and Aldrich. Yes, he said. Then help me. Stop trying to control me and start helping me. The vote can wait. The advisory council is on the table. Support it. Give me the political cover I need to work without interference, and I'll give you everything I know. Full transparency. No games. Bramwell was quiet for a long time. Then he nodded, once, slowly, the nod of a man accepting a reality he couldn't change. The vote will pass, he said. I'll make sure of it. He left. Harry watched him go and felt no triumph, just relief, and a bone-deep exhaustion that went beyond the physical. Daphne found him in the atrium at 2 a.m. He was sitting on the edge of the Fountain of Magical Brethren, or what was left of it. The fountain had been rebuilt after the war but was showing new damage from the night's events. His head was in his hands. He was running on fumes, his magical reserves so depleted that the Founders had involuntarily demanifested, unable to sustain their forms without his power to anchor them. Harry. He looked up. She was still in her Weisengamot robes, her hair disheveled, her face pale. She'd stayed through the entire crisis, not in the chamber, not in the fighting, but in the corridors, helping evacuate civilians, organizing the response with the calm efficiency that made her terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. She sat beside him on the fountain's edge. For a moment, neither of them spoke. You almost died, she said. I know. Again. I know. This is what it's going to be, isn't it? This is the life. Crisis after crisis, escalation after escalation, you throwing yourself at every threat because you're the only one who can. Daphne, don't Daphne me. Her voice cracked, and the composure she'd maintained all night finally broke. Not completely, Daphne Greengrass didn't do completely, but enough. Her eyes were bright, her jaw tight, her hands clenched in her lap. I watched the floor shake. I heard people screaming. I felt the dark energy wash through the building, and I didn't know if you were alive or dead, and I couldn't do anything. I just stood in a corridor and organized an evacuation and didn't know. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be honest. Is this going to keep happening? Harry looked at her. He could lie. He could soften it, qualify it, wrap the truth in political language the way she'd taught him. But she'd asked for honesty, and she deserved it. Yes, he said. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Moros is getting stronger. The boundary is getting weaker. There will be more nights like this. Daphne closed her eyes. He watched her process it, the fear, the frustration, the knowledge that the person she'd chosen to care about was locked in a fight that might kill him. He watched her weigh it against everything else, the connection between them, the partnership they'd built, the us that they'd declared barely 12 hours ago on a moonlit pathway. I'm not going to ask you to stop, she said. Because you can't, and because it would be an insult to both of us. But I need, she paused. I need you to promise me something. What? That you won't do it alone. That you'll let people help. That you'll let me help, not just politically, not just from the sidelines, but really help. Because I can't stand in corridors and not know, Harry. I can't do that. What are you asking? Teach me. Whatever the Founders are teaching you, the boundary work, the magical theory, whatever I can learn. I'm not the Lord of Death, but I'm not useless either. I'm smart, I'm capable, and I refuse to be the person who waits at home while you fight the apocalypse. Harry stared at her. The request was unexpected and simultaneously the most Daphne thing he'd ever heard. She didn't want reassurance or promises of safety. She wanted tools. She wanted to be in the fight, not watching from the stands. He thought about the danger. He thought about the risk of involving her more deeply. He thought about Salazar's scattered fragments, about Aldrich's tortured face, about Moros's grinding, endless hunger. Then he thought about his mother's words, live. Love someone. Let someone love you. Okay, he said. I'll talk to the founders. Thank you. They sat on the fountain's edge in the ruined atrium of the Ministry of Magic, and Daphne put her head on his shoulder, and Harry put his arm around her, and for a few minutes they were just two people who were very tired and very scared and very glad to be alive. Then Daphne lifted her head. If you die on me, Potter, I will personally cross the boundary, find you in the afterlife, and make your eternal existence a living hell. That's contradictory. I don't care. Promise me. I promise not to die. Good. She put her head back on his shoulder. Now take me home. I need 12 hours of sleep and you need about 40. He apparat her to the Greengrass estate. She kissed his cheek, soft, brief, impossibly tender, and went inside. Harry stood in the dark for a moment, feeling the warmth of the kiss like a brand, then apparat home. Grimmauld Place was dark and silent. Harry sat at the kitchen table and tried to feel the founders. Godric was there, faint, exhausted, but present. Helga, the same. Rowena was still partially merged with the ministry's ward structure, slowly extracting herself. Salazar was fragments. Harry could feel them, scattered across the boundary, tiny sparks of consciousness, slowly drifting back together like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Not destroyed. Reforming. But it would take days. Harry waited. At 3 a.m, the fragments coalesced enough for Salazar to speak. Not visibly, just a whisper in Harry's mind, faint and strained. I'm here. Thank God. Don't be dramatic. I was dispersed, not destroyed. A pause. Did it work? The rift? Sealed. Aldrich retreated. Moros is contained, for now. Good. Another pause, longer. He hesitated. Did you see? When I dropped my defenses. He hesitated. I saw. There's still something human in him. Under the madness, under Moros's control. The student I knew is still in there somewhere. Can he be saved? I don't know. But I have to try. I owe him that much. The whisper faded slightly, then returned. Harry. There's something you need to know. Something we've been preparing you to hear. Tell me. The boundary. When you sealed the rift, you felt it, didn't you? The way it responded to your will. The way it folded around you, through you, as if you were part of it. Harry remembered. In the moment of sealing, the boundary had felt less like an external structure and more like an extension of himself, his will, his consciousness, woven into the fabric of reality. Yes. That's because you are part of it. The lordship isn't just authority over the boundary. It's integration with it. You are becoming the boundary, Harry. Slowly, gradually, with each repair and each reinforcement, you are weaving yourself into the structure that separates the living from the dead. Harry sat very still. This is not a flaw. This is the design. The Lord of Death isn't a watchman standing outside the walls. The Lord of Death is the walls. The previous lords, the few who existed before the lordship was lost, all eventually merged with the boundary entirely. They became it. They are part of it now, part of the foundation that Moros is trying to break through. You're saying I'm going to dissolve into the boundary. Eventually. Not now. Not soon. The process takes decades, centuries, even. But with each act of repair, each reinforcement, you integrate a little more. And if the full reinforcement becomes necessary, the one Rowena described, merging your consciousness with the entire structure, it would accelerate the process. Dramatically. Harry stared at the dark kitchen. The tick of the clock. The creak of the old house. The infinite weight of what he'd just been told. How long, he asked. If I do the full reinforcement. How long before I dissolve completely? We don't know. It depends on the scale of the integration, the strength of your consciousness, the guess. A long silence. Years. Perhaps decades. Perhaps less. The full reinforcement would tie your consciousness to the boundary at a fundamental level. You would still be you, still human, still present in the physical world. But you would also be the boundary. Both simultaneously. And over time, the boundary would become the larger part. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Daphne, sitting beside him on the fountain. I need you to promise me something. Promise me you won't do it alone. He thought about his mother, in the field of peace. Live. Love someone. Let someone love you. Build something that isn't a battlefield. He thought about Aldrich, a brilliant boy who was afraid to die, and the 1,000 years of suffering that fear had bought him. He thought about the boundary, vast, ancient, cracked, beautiful, and the 3,000 fractures that needed sealing, and the primordial that pressed against them with patient, eternal hunger. All right, he said to the dark kitchen. I know what I'm facing. I know the cost. And I'm going to find another way. Harry, I'm not saying I won't do the full reinforcement if there's no alternative. But I'm going to exhaust every other option first. Helga said there might be other ways. Rowena is still working on the problem. And I have something that none of the previous lords had. What's that? The founders. Friends who won't let me martyr myself. And a girlfriend who promised to haunt my afterlife if I die. Salazar's whisper carried something that sounded, impossibly, like a laugh. Then rest. Rebuild your reserves. The boundary will hold for now, the rift is sealed, and Aldrich is weakened. We have time. Not much. But some. Use it wisely. Harry went upstairs. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling that had become as familiar as his own hands. The weight of the lordship pressed down on him, heavier now, more intimate, the knowledge of his eventual integration coloring everything with a bittersweet light. But beneath the weight, the fire still burned. The stubborn, impossible, infuriating refusal to accept the worst outcome. He'd been told he had to die before, by prophecy, by circumstance, by the remorseless logic of Horcrux's destruction. And he'd died. And he'd come back. He would find another way. The dawn came slowly, grey and soft, and Harry slept through it for the first time since the lordship began. His body demanded rest, and he gave it, and he dreamed not of darkness or cracks or hungry things pressing against the walls of reality. He dreamed of a girl with ice-blonde hair, standing in sunlight, smiling the smile that transformed her face, waiting for him. And in the dream, the boundary was whole. Chapter 5, Lord of Death. Salazar took 4 days to fully reconstitute. Harry felt the process, the scattered fragments of consciousness drifting through the boundary like embers on a wind, each one finding its way back to the others, drawn by a 1,000-year-old sense of self that refused to be permanently dispersed. On the second day, Salazar managed a full sentence. On the third, a visible manifestation that lasted 30 seconds before dissolving. On the fourth, he stood in the room of requirement, translucent and slightly flickering but unmistakably himself, and said, "That was unpleasant. Let's not do it again." Harry almost hugged him. He settled for a nod that communicated everything. The 4 days hadn't been idle. While Salazar reformed, Harry worked, sealing fractures, cleaning ley lines, training with Godric and Rowena and Helga. But the nature of the work had changed. The urgency had sharpened to a blade's edge since the ministry battle. The fractures weren't just multiplying, they were connecting, linking together into fault lines that ran through the boundary like cracks in thinning ice. Moros pressed against every one. And the primordial was learning. Each time Harry sealed a fracture, the next one appeared in a slightly different pattern, harder to reach, harder to close, as if Moros was studying his techniques and adapting. The dark energy contaminating the ley lines had become more organized, more directed. Where before it had pooled randomly, now it flowed with purpose, concentrating at specific junction points, building pressure, preparing for something. "It's setting up for a major push," Helga said, her hands pressed to the earth on the Hogwarts grounds, her face drawn tight with concentration. "The contamination pattern, it's not random anymore. It's strategic. The dark energy is being directed toward Hogwarts." "The ley line convergence," Harry said. "The largest concentration of magical energy in Britain. If Moros can corrupt the convergence point, the place where the three major ley lines meet beneath the castle, it would poison the entire network simultaneously. Every ley line in the country would become a channel for dark energy. Every fracture would widen. The boundary would fail." "How long?" Helga withdrew her hands from the earth. Her fingers were trembling. "Days. A week at most. The contamination is accelerating." Harry stood on the grounds of Hogwarts and looked at the castle he'd called home for 7 years. The repairs were nearly complete, new stone blended with old, the towers standing proud against the sky, the enchanted ceiling in the great hall restored to full functionality. It looked whole. It looked strong. It was standing on a time bomb. He called everyone together. The room of requirement expanded to accommodate them all, its magic straining but holding. Harry stood at the center. Around him, arranged in a rough circle, were the people who would decide whether the world survived the next week. The 4 founders, Godric blazing, Rowena sharp, Helga steady, Salazar still slightly translucent but present and alert. Ron and Hermione, shoulder to shoulder, wands holstered but ready. Neville Longbottom, who'd led an army at 17 and hadn't stopped being a soldier just because the war ended. Luna Lovegood, who'd arrived that morning without being asked, carrying a bag of strange instruments and wearing an expression of serene certainty, and simply said, "The Raxperts told me I was needed." Daphne, flanked by Susan Bones and Theodore Knott, the coalition's inner circle, representing a network of families and allies that now spanned most of magical Britain's political landscape. Cassandra Vane, who'd sent Harry an owl the morning after the ministry battle, "I'm in. Whatever you need. Tell me where to stand." She stood apart from the others, still carrying the weight of her grief, but her eyes were clear and her jaw was set. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, summoned by Harry's message, arrived within the hour, no questions asked. McGonagall had looked at the founders, looked at Harry, and said, "Well, Potter. You've certainly exceeded expectations." From her, it was practically a sonnet of praise. And Kingsley Shacklebolt, who'd come not as an Auror but as a member of the Order, wearing civilian robes and carrying his wand openly. Bramwell had grudgingly given him leave when Cassandra explained the situation. Harry looked at them all. These people, some of whom he loved, some of whom he barely knew, all of whom had chosen to be here, were looking back at him, waiting for direction. He didn't give a speech. Speeches were for people who needed convincing. These people were already here. "The boundary is going to fail," he said. "Probably within the week. When it does, Moros, the primordial I told you about, is going to try to break through. The focal point will be Hogwarts, because Hogwarts sits on the largest ley line convergence in Britain. If Moros corrupts the convergence, the entire boundary collapses." He let that sink in. "My plan is to reinforce the boundary before that happens. Use Hogwarts as an anchor point and propagate the reinforcement outward across the entire structure. The founders will help me prepare the castle's enchantments. Rowena and Helga have been working on the technical aspects for weeks. What do you need from us? Ron asked. Direct as always. When I begin the reinforcement, I'll be completely occupied, my consciousness merged with the boundary, unable to defend myself or the castle. During that process, Moros will throw everything it has at Hogwarts. Aldrich. Corrupted spirits. The risen dead. Whatever it can force through the weakened boundary. I need you to hold the castle while I work. A siege, Neville said, and his voice carried the steady calm of someone who'd survived the Carrows and found that everything after was manageable by comparison. A siege. How long? McGonagall asked. I don't know. Hours, maybe. The reinforcement has to propagate across the entire boundary, that's a global structure. It can't be rushed. And when it's done? Hermione asked. Her voice was careful, controlled, but Harry could hear the question underneath, what happens to you? When it's done, Moros is contained. The boundary holds. The fractures seal permanently. He paused. And I come back. You say that like there's a chance you won't, Ron said. Harry met his best friend's eyes. He couldn't lie to Ron. Not now. Not ever. There's a chance. The reinforcement requires me to integrate with the boundary, become part of it, temporarily. If I can't separate myself afterward. He didn't finish the sentence. The room was very quiet. You'll come back, Daphne said. Not a question. Not a hope. A statement of fact, delivered with the absolute certainty of a woman who had decided that this was how things would be and would accept no alternative. I'll come back, Harry said, and believed it because she did. The preparation took 3 days. 3 days of the most intense, focused work Harry had ever done. 3 days in which every skill the Founders had taught him, combat, theory, earth magic, mental architecture, was brought to bear on a single objective, turning Hogwarts into a weapon of restoration. Rowena designed the enchantment architecture. Working from the original framework she'd laid down 1,000 years ago, she built a new structure, a lattice of reinforcement spells that would use the castle's ley line convergence as a power source and Harry's consciousness as a guiding intelligence. The design was breathtaking in its complexity, thousands of interlocking enchantments, each one tailored to a specific fracture point, all connected through the ley line network, all anchored in the castle's ancient stones. The lattice will propagate along the ley lines, she explained, her spectral hands tracing diagrams in the air that Harry's enhanced perception could follow but that made everyone else's eyes cross. Each major junction point acts as a relay, receiving the reinforcement, amplifying it, and passing it on. The entire process is self-sustaining once initiated. Your job is to initiate it and guide the propagation. The lattice handles the rest. What about the contamination? Helga asked. The ley lines are still polluted. If the reinforcement propagates through contaminated channels, the reinforcement itself will purge the contamination. Think of it as a flood of clean water through dirty pipes. The force of the propagation will push the dark energy ahead of it and out through the fracture points, where it dissipates harmlessly. By the time the reinforcement reaches the boundary's edges, the ley line network will be clean. That's elegant, Salazar said, and coming from him, it was the equivalent of Godric weeping with admiration. Helga anchored the convergence point. She spent an entire day beneath the castle, deep in the bedrock, working with the raw ley lines themselves. She cleaned the convergence junction, the spot where the 3 major lines met, with a thoroughness and power that left Harry in awe. The earth itself seemed to respond to her, the stone warming under her touch, the ley lines brightening as centuries of accumulated contamination were stripped away. This is where you'll connect, she told Harry. The convergence point. When you initiate the reinforcement, you'll draw power from all 3 ley lines simultaneously. The force will be enormous, more magical energy than any single wizard has ever channeled. The lordship will help you contain it, but Harry. She looked at him with an expression that mixed pride and fear in equal measure. It's going to hurt. I can handle pain. I know you can. But this isn't physical pain. This is your consciousness expanding to encompass the entire boundary while simultaneously channeling enough magical energy to reshape the fundamental structure of reality. The strain on your mind will be, Helga. Harry put his hand on her spectral shoulder. I can do this. She looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. Her eyes were bright. Yes, she said. You can. Salazar rebuilt Harry's acclimacy for the final time. The mental landscape that had served Harry well, the rolling countryside, the false memories, the layered defenses, was restructured into something entirely new. Not a landscape anymore, but a framework. An architecture designed specifically for the reinforcement, a mental structure capable of processing 3,000 simultaneous data streams while maintaining coherent self-identity. This is the part that determines whether you survive, Salazar said, his voice stripped of its usual careful neutrality. The reinforcement will try to dissolve your consciousness into the boundary. Your acclimacy, this framework, is what keeps you you. As long as you maintain the framework, your identity remains coherent. If the framework breaks, you dissolve. What holds the framework together? Salazar looked at him. You do. Your sense of self. Your connections to the living world. The things that make you Harry Potter rather than an abstract consciousness. He paused. The previous lords dissolved because they had no anchors. They were solitary figures, isolated by their power, connected to nothing and no one. When the boundary called them, there was nothing to hold them back. I'm not solitary. No. You're not. The faintest trace of a smile. That may be your greatest advantage. The framework is designed to channel your connections, your love, your loyalty, your bonds with the living, into structural supports. Every person you care about becomes a pillar that holds your identity in place. How many pillars do I need? As many as you have. The more connections, the stronger the framework, the better your chances. Salazar's expression was complex, pride, concern, and something else that Harry recognized as the look of a teacher who knew his student was about to face a test beyond anything he could prepare him for. You have many connections, Harry. More than most. Use them. Godric's contribution was simpler and more direct. When the fighting starts, he said on the last morning, standing with Harry on the battlements as the sun rose, your people are going to be scared. They're going to face things they've never seen, spirits, corrupted dead, maybe worse. They'll look to you for strength, and you won't be there, you'll be in the boundary, working the reinforcement. So they'll look to each other. I know. They need to be ready. Not just magically, emotionally. They need to believe they can hold. Can they? Harry looked out over the grounds. In the courtyard below, his allies were preparing. Ron was running combat drills with the DA veterans, his voice carrying across the stones with a sergeant's authority. Hermione was working with Rowena on defensive ward placements, her quick mind grasping enchantment theory that most wizards spent decades studying. Neville was in the greenhouses with Professor Sprout, preparing magical plants that could serve as defensive weapons. Luna was doing something inexplicable with a set of crystals near the lake, but whatever it was making the water glow. Daphne was in the Great Hall, coordinating logistics, supply lines, communication channels, fallback positions. She'd taken over the organizational infrastructure with a competence that made McGonagall nod approvingly and Salazar look genuinely proud. Cassandra Vane was in the room of requirement, working with artifacts from the Department of Mysteries, devices and enchantments designed to interact with the boundary. She'd brought everything she could carry, and her expertise was proving invaluable. They can hold, Harry said. Good. Godric turned to him, and his expression was the most serious Harry had ever seen it, the warrior stripped of his humor, his bluster, his performative confidence, leaving only the man underneath. Harry. There's something I haven't said, and I need to say it before tomorrow. What? I'm proud of you. Godric's voice was rough. I've trained warriors all my life. Kings and knights and champions. None of them, not one, was your equal. Not in power, not in skill. In heart. You have the greatest heart I've ever known. Godric, shut up, I'm not done. I've spent 1,000 years as a ghost in a castle, watching generation after generation of students pass through these halls, and I thought I'd seen everything there was to see about human courage. I was wrong. What you're about to do, not just the reinforcement, not just the battle. All of it. Everything you've done since you were 11 years old. Walking into danger for people you love, facing impossible odds without flinching, choosing to be kind when the world gave you every reason not to be. That's not just bravery. That's something rarer and greater. I don't have a word for it. Harry's throat was tight. I learned it from good people. Godric gripped his shoulder, the contact real and warm, the lordship bridging the gap between spirit and flesh. You learned it from yourself. The rest of us just showed you what you already had. He squeezed once, then let go. Now. Tomorrow. Whatever happens. Fight like a Gryffindor. I will. And live like a Hufflepuff. Harry blinked. What? Something Helga told me once, a very long time ago. Fight like a Gryffindor and live like a Hufflepuff. The fighting gets you through the battle. The living gets you through everything after. He grinned, the old grin, the warrior poet's reckless joy. Smart woman, Helga. Don't tell her I said that. The last evening. Harry sat in the great hall after dinner, alone. The hall was restored, the enchanted ceiling showing a clear night sky, the 4 house tables replaced, the damage erased. It looked the way it had when Harry first saw it at 11 years old, vast, warm, magical in the most literal and figurative senses of the word. He didn't eat. He sat at the Gryffindor table and watched the stars appear one by one in the enchanted ceiling, and he thought about the people he loved and the things they'd given him. Ron's loyalty, steady as stone. Hermione's brilliance, fierce as fire. Neville's quiet courage. Luna's impossible wisdom. Ginny's strength. They'd spoken that afternoon, briefly, honestly, 2 people who'd loved each other and moved on and still cared deeply. She'd hugged him and said, "Come back from this." Simple. Direct. Ginny. Daphne's precision, her warmth hidden under ice, the way she'd chosen him with her eyes open. Astoria's laugh, free and unafraid for the first time in years, proof that the lordship could give as well as take. His parents, in their field of peace. Sirius. Remus. The dead he carried with him, not as burdens but as foundations. And the founders. For impossible teachers who'd given him everything, their knowledge, their skill, their time, their trust. Who'd come when he called and stayed when he needed them and become, in the space of weeks, the family he'd never had. Tomorrow, they were going to ask him to become the boundary. To merge his consciousness with the structure of reality itself, to feel every crack and fracture simultaneously, to channel enough power to reshape the world. And he was going to do it, because there was no one else, and because the alternative was annihilation. But tonight, he sat in the great hall and watched the stars and let himself be, for one last evening, just Harry. Footsteps. Forceps, or the spectral equivalent, approaching from different directions. The founders manifested around him, one by one, as if drawn by the same impulse. Godric sat across from him at the Gryffindor table. Rowena took a seat at Ravenclaw. Helga settled at Hufflepuff. Salazar, after a moment's hesitation, sat at Slytherin. For a while, nobody spoke. They sat in their respective houses' places, for ghosts and one living boy, in the hall they'd built 1,000 years ago, and the silence was comfortable and sad and full of everything they didn't need to say. "We should talk about tomorrow," Rowena said eventually. "We should," Harry agreed. "The reinforcement will require more power than you can generate alone," she said. Even with the ley line convergence, even with the lordship. The boundary is too damaged, the fractures too numerous. You'll need an additional power source. Harry looked at her. She met his gaze steadily, and he understood. No, he said. Harry, no. You're talking about pouring your spiritual energy into the reinforcement. Using yourselves as fuel. We're talking about completing the work we started 1,000 years ago, Helga said gently. The boundary was our responsibility before it was yours. We built this castle on a convergence point because we understood the importance of the boundary. We wove our magic into these stones to strengthen it. What we're proposing is simply, the final step. The final step is you ceasing to exist. The final step is us becoming what we always intended to become, Salazar said. His voice was quiet, measured, but there was something underneath it, a peace that Harry had never heard from him before. Part of the boundary's foundation. Permanently. Not dissolved, integrated. Our consciousness, our magic, our accumulated wisdom, woven into the structure that protects the living from the dead. You'd be gone. I wouldn't be able to summon you anymore. You wouldn't be in the castle anymore. We'd be in the boundary, Godric said. In the thing that matters most. The thing we've been watching crack and crumble for 1,000 years, unable to do anything about it. You're giving us the chance to fix it, Harry. Really fix it. Not patches and repairs, a genuine, permanent strengthening. And it would solve your problem, Rowena added, practically. With our energy supplementing yours, the power requirement drops significantly. The strain on your consciousness decreases. Your chances of surviving the process improve from uncertain to very good. You've been planning this, Harry said. All of you. Since when? The founders exchanged looks. Since the beginning, Helga admitted. Since you summoned us. We knew what was coming. We knew what the lordship would require. And we knew that the only way to give you the power you'd need, while keeping you alive, was to contribute our own. Why didn't you tell me? Because you would have refused, Salazar said simply. And spent weeks trying to find an alternative instead of training. We needed you focused. We needed you ready. And now you are. Harry stared at them. These 4 extraordinary people, dead for a millennium, summoned from the threshold, given form and voice by his power, who had spent every day of his training knowing that it would end with their sacrifice. Who had taught him and challenged him and protected him and loved him, knowing the cost. This isn't fair, he said, and his voice cracked. Nothing worth doing is fair, Godric said. It's just necessary. I don't want to lose you. You won't lose us, Helga said. We'll be in the boundary. In the castle. In every stone, every ward, every enchantment. We'll be in the foundation of the world itself. You won't see us, but you'll feel us. Always. Harry pressed his hands flat on the table and breathed. The wood was warm under his palms, Hogwarts' heartbeat, the pulse of 1,000 years of magic, the founder's legacy made physical. Is there another way? He asked. There are always other ways, Rowena said honestly. But none as certain. None as permanent. And none that protect you as well as this one. He sat with it. The grief pressed against his chest like a physical weight, and the acclimacy framework Salazar had built, the one designed to hold his identity together during the reinforcement, creaked under the emotional load. Then he thought about what Salazar had said. Every person you care about becomes a pillar. The more connections, the stronger the framework. The founders were connections. The strongest he had, aside from the living. If they integrated with the boundary, if they became part of the structure that Harry was going to merge with, they wouldn't be pillars holding him up from the outside. They'd be the foundation he was standing on. You'll be there, he said. During the reinforcement. I'll be able to feel you. Every moment, Helga said. Every fracture, Rowena said. Every stone, Godric said. Every step, Salazar said. Harry looked at them, at Godric's fierce grin and Rowena's sharp eyes and Helga's warm face and Salazar's quiet certainty, and memorized them. Every detail. Every line and shadow and glimmer of spectral light. He carved them into the deepest level of his mental architecture, where nothing, not Moros, not the boundary, not the dissolution of consciousness itself, could touch them. All right, he said. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, they said, together, and the word was a promise and a farewell and a battle cry all at once. Harry went to the entrance hall. Daphne was waiting, sitting on the same bench where they'd first talked about Astoria, her ledger closed on her lap. They told you, she said. Not a question. You knew. Helga told me 2 days ago. She wanted me to be prepared. Daphne set the ledger aside. She also told me something else. About you. About the integration. What did she say? That you'll need anchors. People in the physical world whose connection to you is strong enough to pull you back when the boundary tries to keep you. She said. Daphne paused, and for once her composure wasn't a wall but a bridge, letting him see across to the vulnerability underneath. She said love is the strongest anchor there is. That the previous lords dissolved because they had no one to come back to. I have someone to come back to. You'd better. She stood, crossed the distance between them, and kissed him, not the messy, adrenaline-fueled kiss of Hogsmeade or the deliberate, careful kiss of the Bones estate. This was something else entirely. Slow, deep, fierce with the desperate intensity of someone saying goodbye without using the word. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright but dry. Daphne Greengrass did not cry. She decided, and she acted, and she held. I'll be your anchor, she said. When you're in the boundary, when the reinforcement is pulling you apart, you find me. You follow my voice. You come back. I'll come back. Promise me. I promise. She pressed her forehead against his, and they stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, the castle that had been home and haven and battlefield for both of them, and breathed together, and the night was quiet around them. Dawn came too fast and too bright. Harry stood in the courtyard as the first light hit the battlements, watching his allies take their positions. The preparation was complete, 3 days of work distilled into a network of defensive wards, strategic positions, and contingency plans that reflected the combined brilliance of every mind involved. The outer defenses were Rowena's design, implemented by Hermione and Flitwick, layered ward structures that would resist spiritual intrusion, each layer independently powered by the castle's ambient magic. The wards wouldn't stop Moros directly, but they'd slow and filter the dark energy, buying time. The ground defenses were Neville's responsibility. He'd spent 2 days seeding the grounds with magical plants, devil's snare in strategic choke points, venomous tentaculas along the approach paths, a ring of whomping willows that Sprout had somehow coaxed into transplanting around the castle's perimeter. When Harry had asked how she'd managed that, Sprout had smiled and said, I asked nicely. The castle's interior was organized into defensive zones, each one held by a team. Ron commanded the entrance hall with a squad of DA veterans. Kingsley held the corridors with Aurors he'd personally recruited. Luna, who had, without anyone noticing, become the unofficial expert on spiritual entities, was in the astronomy tower with a set of crystalline instruments that she claimed could harmonize dissonant spectral frequencies, which sounded like nonsense and probably worked perfectly. Daphne ran communications from the Great Hall, coordinating between teams through a network of enchanted mirrors that Cassandra Vane had provided from the Department of Mysteries. Susan Bones and Theodore Knott served as her runners, relaying orders and updates with the quiet efficiency of people who'd found their purpose. McGonagall stood on the front steps with her wand drawn and her expression set in the particular granite-hard determination that had once made a young Harry Potter feel safe. She would hold the gates. Merlin help anything that tried to get past her. Harry walked through the positions, checking each one, meeting eyes, trading nods. He didn't give a speech. He didn't need to. These people knew what was coming and why they were here, and they'd chosen to stand. The last person he saw was Cassandra Vane, stationed in the room of requirement with her Department of Mysteries artifacts. She'd set up a monitoring array, a semicircle of silver instruments that tracked boundary integrity in real time, displaying the data as a three-dimensional map of shimmering light. "The boundary is holding," she said, reading the instruments. "Barely. The fractures are connecting. I'm seeing fault line formation across the entire Scottish network. When the convergence point comes under attack, the fault lines will propagate outward. Total boundary failure within," she calculated, 4 to 6 hours after initial breach. Then I have 4 to 6 hours to complete the reinforcement. If Moros doesn't accelerate the timeline. The primordial's influence is stronger than it was even a week ago. The Veil's destruction gave it a foothold. She looked at him. "Potter. Harry. Whatever happens today, thank you. For showing me the truth about the Veil. About Elena. You'd have figured it out eventually. Eventually might have been too late." She turned back to her instruments, and Harry left her to her work. He descended to the chamber beneath the castle. It wasn't a room that appeared on any map. Helga had shown it to him during the ley line work, a natural cavern directly beneath the Great Hall, where the three major ley lines converged in a nexus of raw magical energy that made the air hum and the stone walls glow with a faint, pearlescent light. The founders had worked here, in the earliest days of Hogwarts, weaving the ley lines into the castle's foundation. It was the heart of the castle, and the heart of what Harry was about to attempt. The convergence point itself was visible, 3 streams of light flowing through channels in the bedrock, meeting at a point in the center of the cavern where the energy was so dense it was almost liquid. Harry could feel it against his skin like warm rain, against his mind like the hum of a vast engine. The founders stood at the cardinal points around the convergence, their spectral forms brighter than Harry had ever seen them, blazing with the accumulated energy they'd been conserving, preparing for this moment. "Ready?" Godric asked. Harry stood at the convergence point. The ley line energy flowed around him, through him, the lordship drinking it like water. His awareness expanded automatically, the boundary shimmering into perception, the thousands of fractures visible as dark lines against a surface of light. "Ready." He knelt. Placed his hands on the stone floor, directly over the convergence. Closed his eyes. And reached. The boundary opened to him like a door. His consciousness expanded, outward, upward, through the castle, through the ley lines, into the vast shimmering membrane that separated the living from the dead. It was like stepping from a small room into an infinite sky. The boundary stretched in every direction, limitless, ancient, and damaged beyond anything he'd perceived from the outside. 3,000 fractures. He could see them all. Feel them all. Each one a wound in the fabric of reality, each one leaking dark energy, each one a point where Moros pressed and prodded and pushed. And beyond the boundary, in the space that existed before death had meaning, the primordial waited. Vast and patient and hungry, pressing against the fractures with the accumulated force of eons. It felt Harry's presence. It turned its attention toward him with the slow, grinding inevitability of a continent shifting. And it pushed. The attack didn't come from one direction, it came from everywhere. Every fracture, every fault line, every weak point in the boundary simultaneously. Moros threw itself against the membrane with a force that Harry felt in his bones, in his blood, in the deepest core of his being. The boundary buckled. Fractures widened. New cracks appeared. And above, in the physical world, the sky tore open. Harry felt it happen, the boundary's damage manifesting visually, the aurora-like shimmer of the membrane becoming visible to everyone as it strained and cracked. The sky above Hogwarts split along a line that ran from horizon to horizon, and through the crack, darkness poured. Not physical darkness, the absence of light was almost an afterthought. This was the darkness of Moros itself, leaking through the boundary into the physical world. Where it touched the air went cold. Where it touched the ground, the earth blackened. Where it touched the wards screamed. And through the cracks, things emerged. Not just the recently dead, not just the confused, frightened spirits of the ministry breach. These were older things. Ancient things. Spirits that had been trapped in the boundary for centuries, corrupted by Moroz's influence, twisted into weapons. They poured through the fractures like an invading army, descending on Hogwarts in a wave of spectral fire and shadow. The Second Battle of Hogwarts began. Harry felt it distantly, the fighting above, the screams and spellfire and the crash of magic against magic. He couldn't see it, couldn't participate, couldn't help. His entire consciousness was focused on the reinforcement, and the lordship demanded everything he had. He initiated the lattice. Rowena's design activated, the thousands of interlocking enchantments she'd woven into the castle over the past 3 days, each one connecting to the next, forming a network that used the ley line convergence as its power source. Harry's consciousness was the key that turned the lock, and as the lattice engaged, he felt the reinforcement begin to propagate. It moved along the ley lines like light along fiber optic cables, fast, bright, scouring the contamination ahead of it. Each junction point received the signal, amplified it, and sent it onward. The boundary began to strengthen, fractionally, incrementally, the membrane thickening at each point the reinforcement touched. But it was slow. Too slow. 3,000 fractures, and each one required individual attention, a specific reinforcement pattern tailored to the geometry of the crack, delivered through the ley line network, guided by Harry's consciousness. He had to perceive each fracture, assess it, craft the appropriate response, and deliver it, 3,000 times, simultaneously. His occlumency framework strained. 3,000 simultaneous data streams, each demanding focus, each requiring precision. The framework held, Salazar's masterwork, designed for exactly this purpose, but the edges creaked, and Harry could feel his identity stretching, thinning, the boundary between himself and the structure blurring. Harry. Helga's voice, warm and steady, from somewhere both near and infinitely far. We're here. Take what we offer. The founders poured themselves into the reinforcement. It began with Helga, a flood of warm, earthy energy that surged into the ley lines and amplified the reinforcement's power tenfold. Harry felt her consciousness merge with the boundary, not dissolving, not yet, but blending, her awareness expanding along the ley line network, becoming part of the infrastructure that carried the reinforcement outward. She reached every contaminated junction point simultaneously and purged them, not one by one, but all at once, a master of earth magic performing her greatest work. The land remembers, she said, and her voice was everywhere, in the stones, in the soil, in the roots of every tree and the flow of every stream. We built on this land because it was strong. It's still strong. It will hold. Rowena was next. Her energy was different, sharp, precise, crystalline. She didn't flood the system, she refined it. Every enchantment in the lattice became sharper, more efficient, more perfectly attuned. The reinforcement's propagation speed doubled, then tripled. Fractures that would have taken Harry minutes to address were sealed in seconds as Rowena's consciousness optimized the process with the relentless perfection of a mind that had never accepted anything less than the best. The structure is sound, she said. My life's work, perfected at the last. Harry, when you seal the final fractures, look for the pattern. Every fracture has a resonance. Find the resonance, and the seal becomes permanent. Godric's energy hit like a thunderclap. Raw power, unsubtle and overwhelming, a warrior's magic applied to a builder's task. Where Helga healed and Rowena refined, Godric forced, slamming the reinforcement through resistance points, breaking through Moroz's interference, carrying the signal forward through sheer unstoppable momentum. Hit it harder, he said, and even at the end, even becoming part of the eternal, Godric Gryffindor was laughing. Whatever stands in your way, hit it harder. That's all the wisdom I have, and it's never failed me. And Salazar. Salazar's contribution was the quietest and the most essential. He didn't add power or precision or force. He added architecture. His consciousness wrapped around Harry's occlumency framework and reinforced it, adding new supports, new connections, new pathways that distributed the cognitive load across a wider structure. 3,000 data streams became manageable. Harry's identity, which had been stretching thin, snapped back into focus. "I built your mind for this," Salazar said. "Every lesson, every exercise, every midnight session. This. Right here. Hold on to who you are, Harry. The boundary will try to take you. Don't let it. Who am I? You're Harry Potter. You're the boy who lived. You're the Lord of Death, and you are stubborn and reckless and kind and impossible, and you are going to survive this because I refuse to let my best student die. Hold on." Above him, the battle raged. Ron Weasley stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts and watched the dead pour through the front doors, and he planted his feet and raised his wand and did not move. "Line formation," he shouted, and the DA veterans snapped into position, a wall of wands and shields, blocking the corridor. The spirits hit the line and the line held, not through power but through stubbornness, through the refusal to give ground that was as Gryffindor as it was Weasley. Ron fought with a precision that would have surprised anyone who thought of him as Harry's sidekick. He'd been training with the Aurors for months, and the raw talent that had always lurked beneath his insecurity had finally found its expression. His shield charms were walls. His offensive spells were hammers. And his voice, carrying over the chaos, steady and certain, kept his people fighting when fear should have broken them. "Hold the line. They're dead, we're not, and I am not losing this school to a bunch of skeletons." Hermione was everywhere. She moved through the castle like a ghost herself, appearing wherever the fighting was thickest, reinforcing wards, sealing breaches, casting defensive enchantments with a speed and complexity that made experienced wizards stare. She'd internalized Rowena's teachings, not just the individual spells but the underlying theory, and she applied them with a creativity that was purely her own. When a section of the outer wards collapsed under the weight of corrupted spirits, Hermione didn't try to rebuild it. She redirected the ambient magical energy from the damaged section into the adjacent wards, strengthening them to compensate. When the spirits adapted and attacked the strengthened sections, she shifted again, a constantly evolving defense that never let the enemy find a stable target. Neville held the grounds. His magical plants fought alongside him, Devil's Snare grasping at spirits with tendrils that had been enchanted by Luna to interact with spectral entities, venomous tentaculars lashing out at risen dead, the ring of Whomping Willows smashing anything that came within range with the mindless enthusiasm of trees that had finally been given permission to hit things. Neville himself stood at the center of the living barrier, his wand in one hand and the sword of Gryffindor in the other. The blade had appeared when he needed it, as it always did, and he cut through corrupted spirits with a calm, methodical efficiency that was more Hufflepuff than Gryffindor in its steadiness. Luna sat in the astronomy tower and sang. It shouldn't have worked. It was impossible, absurd, Luna at her most inexplicable. She sat cross-legged on the tower floor, surrounded by her crystal instruments, and sang a wordless melody that had no recognizable magical properties, no theoretical basis, and no business doing what it did. But the sound carried. It spread through the castle, through the grounds, through the wards. And where it reached, the corrupted spirits faltered. Not destroyed, calmed. The rage and confusion that Moroz's influence had instilled in them eased, and for moments, brief, beautiful moments, the spirits remembered who they'd been. Some of them stopped fighting. Some of them turned and walked back toward the boundary, drawn by a peace that Luna's song somehow embodied. Nobody could explain it. Luna didn't try. When asked later what she'd been singing, she said, "Oh, just something my mother used to hum. It's for lost things, to help them find their way home." McGonagall held the gates. The Transfiguration Professor stood on the front steps of Hogwarts and transformed the world. The stone beneath the attackers' feet became quicksand. The air in front of them became a wall of glass. The rubble in the courtyard became an army of stone soldiers that fought with the silent, implacable determination of their creator. McGonagall fought the way she taught, with absolute precision, zero tolerance for error, and an underlying fury that had been building since the day she watched Voldemort's forces attack her school. Cassandra Vane monitored the boundary from the room of requirement, feeding real-time intelligence to Daphne in the Great Hall. Fracture cluster forming at grid reference 7, redirecting reinforcement resources, seal holding at 60%, Harry's consciousness is stable, Morrow's is increasing pressure on the western fault line, Daphne coordinated everything. Every team, every position, every resource, every contingency. She sat at the center of the communication network like a spider at the heart of a web, processing information from 12 sources simultaneously, making decisions in fractions of seconds, her voice cool and clear through the enchanted mirrors. Ron, shift your line 20 feet south, they're flanking through the Transfiguration corridor. Kingsley, reinforce the second floor, we're losing the ward integrity there. Neville, pull the tentaculars back to the inner perimeter, they're overextended. Luna, keep singing, whatever you're doing, it's working. She ran the battle the way she ran the coalition, with intelligence, precision, and an absolute refusal to lose. Deep beneath the castle, Harry fought a different battle. The reinforcement was propagating. The boundary was strengthening, fracture by fracture, the damage of centuries being repaired in hours. But Morrow's was fighting back, not just pushing against the boundary but actively interfering with the reinforcement itself, corrupting the ley line signals, disrupting the lattice, trying to break Harry's connection to the convergence point. And at the same time, the primordial was trying to break Harry's mind. Why do you resist? Morrow's whispered, and its voice was everywhere, in the boundary, in the ley lines, in the space between Harry's thoughts. You are so tired. You have fought so long. Let go. Let the ending come. There is peace in dissolution. There is rest in oblivion. Harry held. The framework held. But Morrow's whispers were insidious, they didn't attack his defenses, they seeped through them. They found the exhaustion and amplified it. They found the fear and magnified it. They found the doubt, can I really do this? Am I strong enough? What if I fail? And fed it. You will fail, Morrow's whispered. You will dissolve. You will become nothing. And the boundary will fall, and everything you love will end. This is the truth. This is doom. This is inevitable. Harry's framework cracked. A tiny fissure, barely there, but in a structure holding 3,000 simultaneous data streams, even a tiny fissure was catastrophic. The data streams blurred. His identity wavered. For one terrifying moment, he couldn't remember his own name. Then the anchors engaged. He felt them, every person he loved, every connection he'd built, pulling at him from the physical world like ropes tied to a drowning man. Ron's loyalty, steady and unbreakable. Hermione's brilliance, burning like a star. Neville's courage, quiet and immovable. Luna's impossible, luminous faith. And Daphne. Daphne, who was somewhere above him, running a battle with the precision of a master strategist, whose voice carried through the enchanted mirrors with the cool certainty of someone who had decided that failure was not an option. He could feel her, not magically, not through the lordship, but through something older and more fundamental. The connection between two people who had looked at each other and said yes, this, you. You will fail, Morrow's whispered. I have people to come back to, Harry answered. The fissure sealed. The framework solidified. And the reinforcement surged forward with renewed force, powered by the Founder's sacrifice and anchored by the living, and the boundary held. The battle turned. It didn't happen all at once, it happened in stages, like a tide turning. First the fractures stopped widening. Then they began to narrow. The dark energy pouring through the cracks in the sky diminished, the flood becoming a stream, the stream becoming a trickle. The corrupted spirits weakened, their connection to Morrow's power fading as the boundary strengthened between them and their source. Above Hogwarts, the crack in the sky began to close. Aldrich appeared. Harry felt him before he saw him, a distortion in the boundary, familiar and terrible, the revenant forcing his way through the membrane one last time. But this time was different. Aldrich didn't emerge with the controlled, deliberate precision of his previous appearances. He erupted, blasted through the boundary by Moroz's force, a weapon fired from a cannon, aimed at the heart of Hogwarts. He materialized in the courtyard, directly above the cavern where Harry knelt. His form was more solid than ever, fully physical, blazing with dark energy, his burning eyes wild with a mix of Moroz's hunger and his own tortured consciousness. The defenders converged. Ron's line shifted. McGonagall raised her wand. Neville turned from the grounds. "No," came a voice from the castle itself. "He's mine." Salazar Slytherin manifested in the courtyard. He shouldn't have been able to. He'd poured his spiritual energy into the reinforcement, he should have been part of the boundary by now, his consciousness merged with the lattice. But Salazar Slytherin had built his mental architecture on defiance, and the last thing he did before he dissolved was refuse. He pulled himself from the boundary through sheer force of will, one final manifestation, burning the last of his independent consciousness like a candle burning its final inch of wick. He materialized between Aldrich and the castle, translucent, flickering, barely there. But there. "Aldrich," Salazar said, and his voice was stripped of everything, every wall, every mask, every carefully maintained layer of control. What was left was raw. Human. Real. "Aldrich, listen to me." "I can't," Aldrich staggered, clutching his head. The dark energy coursing through him pulsed and surged as Moroz drove him forward. "He's in my head, he won't let me stop, then I'll help you." Salazar stepped forward. "The way I should have helped you 1,000 years ago." Harry felt what happened next from within the boundary. He felt Salazar's consciousness reach out, not as an attack, not as a defense, but as a bridge. The founder extended himself toward his former student, offering a connection, a lifeline, a link between Aldrich's fractured consciousness and the boundary's strengthening fabric. "Come home," Salazar said, and the words echoed through the boundary like a bell. "You've been in the cold long enough. Come home." Aldrich screamed. Moroz screamed through him, the primordial raging against the loss of its weapon, trying to maintain its grip on the consciousness it had twisted and controlled for centuries. The dark energy around Aldrich blazed, flared, and broke. Salazar's connection punched through Moroz's control like a spear through ice. It reached Aldrich's core, the remnant of the brilliant, frightened boy who had once been the best student of the greatest teacher of the age, and it offered what Moroz never could. Not power. Not immortality. Not freedom from death. Peace. Aldrich's burning eyes dimmed. The dark energy around him dissipated. His form, solid, physical, blazing, softened, became translucent, became spectral. The 1,000-year-old prison of the space between was opening, and on the other side was not nothing but everything, the peaceful beyond, the place where souls found rest, the destination that Aldrich had been too afraid to reach for an eternity. "I'm afraid," Aldrich whispered, and he sounded young. "I know," Salazar said. "So was I." Aldrich looked at his teacher. The madness was gone. The rage was gone. The fear remained, it would always remain, it was so deeply woven into him that it was part of his soul's fabric, but it was no longer the loudest thing in him. The loudest thing was relief. "Will it hurt?" Aldrich asked. "No," Salazar said, and for the first and last time in his existence as a spirit, he smiled fully, the smile of a man who'd finally gotten it right. "It won't hurt at all." Harry reached from within the boundary and opened the way. The threshold between the living and the dead parted, not torn, not breached, but opened, gently, by the Lord of Death exercising the authority that was his by right. The warmth of the peaceful beyond spilled through, and in the courtyard of Hogwarts, surrounded by battle and darkness and the end of the world, a column of golden light appeared. Aldrich stepped into it. The relief on his face as he passed through was the most beautiful and most devastating thing Harry had ever seen. 1,000 years of suffering, of fear, of loneliness and madness and rage, ended. Resolved. Completed. Aldrich's spirit passed through the boundary and was gone. Salazar watched him go. Then the founder turned, toward the castle, toward the sky, toward the boundary where his consciousness was already dissolving, the final embers of his independent existence guttering out. "Harry," he said, and his voice was barely a whisper. "I'm here," Harry said from within the boundary. "Finish it. You have everything you need. Finish it and come back." "I will. I know you will." A pause. "You were my best student, Harry Potter. Better than Aldrich. Better than all of them." The ghost of a smile. "Don't let it go to your head." Salazar dissolved. His consciousness merged with the boundary, not as a traumatic dissolution, but as a homecoming. Harry felt him settle into the structure, becoming part of the foundation, and through the boundary's fabric he heard the faintest echo of a voice he'd come to trust with his life. "Go." Harry went. The reinforcement hit critical mass. With Aldrich gone, with Moroz's primary weapon destroyed, the primordial's interference weakened. The reinforcement lattice surged forward, powered by the convergence, fueled by the founder's sacrifice, guided by Harry's consciousness and anchored by the love of everyone he'd ever cared about. Fractures sealed. Not one by one, in cascades, in chains, each sealed fracture strengthening the surrounding membrane, making the next seal easier, the next repair faster. The boundary rippled and thickened and healed, and the sound it made, a deep, resonant hum that Harry felt in his soul, was the sound of a world being saved. Moroz raged. The primordial threw everything it had at the boundary, entropy and hunger and the accumulated fury of eons of imprisonment. It pushed against the reinforcement with a force that should have been unstoppable, that should have shattered Harry's consciousness like glass, that should have ended everything. Harry held. He held because of Ron, who'd never left his side. He held because of Hermione, who'd never stopped believing in him. He held because of Daphne, who'd looked at him and said there's an us like it was the simplest thing in the world. He held because of 4 ghosts who'd given everything, their knowledge, their power, their existence, to give him this chance. He held because he was Harry Potter, and holding on in the face of impossible odds was what he did. The last fracture sealed. The boundary rang like a bell, a single, clear, perfect note that resonated across every plane of existence. The sound was felt in every ley line, every ward, every enchantment. In the courtyard of Hogwarts, the defenders looked up as the crack in the sky closed, not slowly, not grudgingly, but with a sharp, decisive finality that echoed through reality like a door slamming shut. The darkness retreated. The corrupted spirits dissolved. The risen dead collapsed. The temperature rose. The light returned. And in the cavern beneath Hogwarts, Harry Potter knelt at the convergence point with his hands on the stone floor and his consciousness spread across the boundary of the entire world, and he felt Moroz, contained, caged, sealed behind a boundary that was stronger than it had been since the dawn of creation, rage against its prison. And fail. "You cannot hold me forever," Moroz whispered, distant now, its voice muffled by layers of reinforced boundary. "I am eternal. I am patient. I will wait." "Then wait," Harry answered. "I'll be here." He pulled back. The consciousness retrieval was the hardest part. The boundary didn't want to let him go, not maliciously, not with intent, but with the passive attraction of a vast structure for one of its components. Harry's consciousness had been spread across the entire boundary, merged with its fabric, integrated into its architecture. Pulling himself back to a single point, a single body, a single mind, was like trying to gather a river back into a cup. The framework held. Salazar's masterwork, reinforced by the anchors of the living, created a structure that Harry's consciousness could flow back into. He followed the framework's pathways, gathering himself piece by piece, pulling back from the boundary's edges, and sticking. The boundary held on to him. Not with force, with love. The founders were there, in the structure, and their presence called to him. Stay, the boundary seemed to say. You belong here. You are part of this. Stay and be whole. For one moment, one infinite, terrifying, beautiful moment, Harry wavered. The boundary was vast and peaceful and warm, and the physical world was small and painful and complicated, and the founders were there and his parents were on the other side and the entirety of existence was singing to him, asking him to stay. Then he felt Daphne. Not her magic. Not her voice through an enchanted mirror. Herself, the irreducible essence of Daphne Greengrass, fierce and brilliant and afraid and loving, pulling at him from the physical world with the desperate strength of someone who had promised to be his anchor and meant every syllable. Come back, she said, or felt, or was. Come back to me. Harry came back. His consciousness snapped into his body like a rubber band released. The world exploded into focus, the cavern, the convergence, the stone beneath his hands, the air in his lungs, the thundering of his heart. He was physical. He was human. He was Harry. He was alive. He collapsed sideways on the cavern floor, gasping, shaking, his entire body racked with tremors. His magical reserves were so depleted that breathing felt like climbing a mountain. His vision swam. His ears rang with the echo of the boundary's song. But he was alive, and the boundary was whole. Footsteps. Running. The cavern's entrance burst open and Daphne was there, dusty, disheveled, wild-eyed, her composure blown to smithereens, and she crossed the distance between them in 3 steps and dropped to her knees beside him and pulled him into her arms with a force that drove the remaining air from his lungs. You're alive, she said into his neck. You're alive, you're here, you came back. Promised, Harry managed. Never do that again. Can't promise that. Then promise you'll always come back. I promise. I'll always come back. She held him on the cavern floor, in the fading glow of the convergence point, and above them Hogwarts stood, whole, standing, defended by the extraordinary people who had chosen to fight for it. And in the boundary that surrounded everything, for ancient presences settled into their eternal rest and were at peace. The aftermath was measured in days and weeks and quiet miracles. The boundary held. Not just held, thrived. The reinforcement propagated outward from Hogwarts, carried by the purified ley lines, strengthening the membrane across the entire planet. Fractures sealed permanently. The contamination cleared. The rising dead incident stopped, not gradually, not over time, but completely, between one day and the next. Whatever Moros had planned, whatever foothold it had established in the physical world, was sealed behind a boundary that now carried the strength of 4 founders woven into its fabric. The dead rested. The living breathed. Harry spent 3 days in the hospital wing, recovering from magical exhaustion so severe that Madame Pomfrey, who had been recalled for the battle and had immediately taken command of the medical response with the cheerful tyranny of a woman who'd been patching up Harry Potter since he was 11, threatened to permanently attach him to the bed if he tried to leave early. He didn't try. He was too tired to try. And besides, Daphne was there, sitting in the chair beside his bed, reading political correspondence and occasionally looking up to verify that he was still breathing. Ron and Hermione visited every day. Ron recounted the battle with the vivid, dramatic flair of someone who'd been genuinely terrified and was processing it through storytelling. Hermione brought books, reference materials, theoretical texts, and, on the 3rd day, a handwritten analysis of the reinforcement's magical architecture that she'd compiled from Cassandra Vane's monitoring data. It's unprecedented, she said, her eyes bright with the particular fervor of someone who'd witnessed something that rewrote the rules. The lattice structure, the way Rowena designed it to propagate through the ley lines, it's a completely new approach to large-scale enchantment. And the power dynamics, Harry, you channeled more magical energy than any wizard in recorded history. The monitoring instruments actually broke trying to measure it. I had help. You had the Founder's energy feeding the system, yes. But the guidance, the control, the conscious direction of the reinforcement across 3,000 fracture points simultaneously, that was you. Your occlumency framework held a cognitive load that should be humanly impossible. Salazar designed the framework. Salazar designed the architecture. You filled it with yourself. There's a difference. Hermione closed her notebook. Harry, I'm going to write about this. A proper academic paper. On the reinforcement of the boundary between life and death, practical applications of Founder-era enchantment theory. It needs to be documented. For future reference. Future reference. In case it ever needs to be done again. And because Rowena Ravenclaw would never forgive me if I let this level of magical innovation go unrecorded. Harry smiled. She wouldn't. She'd come back and haunt you. She's part of the boundary now. She could probably find a way. On the fourth day, Harry got out of bed. He dressed slowly, carefully, feeling the fragility of a body that had channeled the power of a ley line convergence and survived. He was thinner than before, the reinforcement had burned through his physical reserves as well as his magical ones. But his magic was returning, the lordship's power rebuilding itself like a tide flowing back in. The boundary was part of him now more than ever, he could feel it constantly, a background hum that was as natural as his heartbeat. But it didn't pull at him. It didn't try to absorb him. It was content, and he was separate, and the distinction held. He walked to the great hall. It was morning. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, painting the stone floor in blocks of gold. The enchanted ceiling showed a perfect summer sky, blue, cloudless, stretching to infinity. The 4 house tables were set for breakfast, and the hall was filled with people. Not students, not yet, the term hadn't started, but rebuilders, volunteers, the dozens of witches and wizards who'd fought in the battle and stayed to help with the cleanup. They saw him come in. The hall went quiet. Then someone started clapping. Harry never saw who, it could have been anyone, could have been everyone. The applause started and spread and built until the great hall rang with it, a sound that was part gratitude and part relief and part the simple, overwhelming joy of being alive in a world that had nearly ended and hadn't. Harry stood in the doorway and let it wash over him, and he didn't wave, didn't bow, didn't speak. He just stood there, in the hall that the Founders had built and the Founders had saved, and felt the warmth of the living pressing against him like sunlight. Then Neville shouted, "Come eat breakfast, you git," and the spell broke, and Harry laughed and went to the Gryffindor table and sat down and ate eggs and toast and drank tea that tasted like the best thing he'd ever put in his mouth. The political resolution came faster than anyone expected. Bramwell resigned 3 days after the battle. Not dramatically, not with scandal or shame, with a quiet, dignified statement that acknowledged what he called a failure of vision and expressed his hope that his successor would better serve the wizarding world in a time of unprecedented change. The advisory council was established unanimously by the Wisengamot, with Harry as its founding member and Daphne as its liaison to the Wisengamot's political structures. Cassandra Vane took the seat representing the Department of Mysteries. Kingsley took the Auror office seat. And, at Harry's insistence, Hermione took the seat designated for public liaison, charged with the task of explaining the boundary and the lordship to a wizarding world that desperately needed to understand both. "You're going to reform magical education," Harry told her. "Everything Rowena taught me. Everything Salazar showed me about the light-dark distinction. All of it. Put it in the curriculum. That's a decade-long project. Then start now." Hermione's eyes blazed. "I'll need resources. Authority. Access to the Founders' research. Talk to Daphne about the authority. Talk to Cassandra about the resources. And the research." Harry paused. "The Founders are in the boundary now. But their knowledge is in the castle. In the stones, in the wards, in the enchantment matrix. Everything they taught me, I can write it down. We can preserve it. You're talking about creating a new magical textbook. I'm talking about creating a new magical tradition. One that doesn't divide magic into light and dark. One that teaches understanding, not just execution. One that respects the boundary and the natural order instead of violating it out of ignorance. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, the fierce, determined, slightly terrifying smile that meant she'd found a project worthy of her abilities. "Let's do it," she said. The week settled into a rhythm that Harry had never experienced before, normalcy. He trained, not with the desperate urgency of the pre-battle period, but with the steady, sustainable discipline of someone who understood that his role was permanent and his skills needed to grow accordingly. He practiced wandless magic in the mornings. He studied the boundary in the afternoons. He sealed the occasional minor fracture, they still appeared, rarely, the natural wear and tear of existence, with an ease that spoke to how strong the reinforcement had made the membrane. He visited Astoria every month. The boundary reinforcement around her held, and the blood curse's progression had slowed to a crawl. Helga's presence in the boundary, her knowledge, her power, woven into the structure, seemed to enhance the treatment. Astoria was thriving, flying, laughing, attending the reopened Hogwarts as a seventh-year student, living the life the curse had tried to steal from her. He visited his parents. Not often, the visits were taxing, and the peaceful beyond was not a place for the living to linger. But occasionally, when the weight was heavy, he'd close his eyes and reach through the boundary and find them in their field of peace. His mother would hold his hand. His father would crack jokes. Sirius would tell him stories. Remus would ask about Teddy. He visited the founders. Not in person, they couldn't manifest anymore, couldn't be summoned, couldn't speak in words. But Harry could feel them in the boundary. When he walked the halls of Hogwarts, he felt Rowena in the wards, a sharpness, a precision, an insistence on excellence that made the castle's protections better than they'd ever been. He felt Helga in the grounds, a warmth in the earth, a vitality in the gardens, a sense of welcome that made every person who entered Hogwarts feel, however briefly, like they'd come home. He felt Godric in the stones, a strength, a resilience, a fierce pride that made the castle stand taller against whatever the world threw at it. And he felt Salazar in the shadows, a watchfulness, a guardian's vigilance, a quiet voice at the edge of awareness that whispered, "Be careful, be smart, be better." They were gone and they were everywhere, and Harry carried them the way he carried everyone he'd ever loved, not as a burden, but as a foundation. Ron proposed to Hermione in the autumn. He did it badly, stammering, red-faced, with a ring he'd bought with his first Auror paycheck that was too small for her finger. Hermione said yes before he finished the question, and Harry stood as best man and felt the uncomplicated, radiant joy of watching his two best friends choose each other. Neville and Hannah Abbott were already living together, running the Leaky Cauldron with a combination of Neville's quiet strength and Hannah's organizational prowess that made the pub the most popular gathering spot in Wizarding London. Luna published a paper on spectral harmonics that was alternately praised as groundbreaking and dismissed as lunatic, which was how Luna's contributions to magical knowledge always went. She didn't mind. She was already working on her next project, a comprehensive study of the Boundaries ecosystem, based on data she'd collected during the battle using her crystal instruments. The boundary isn't just a barrier, she told Harry over tea in the Leaky Cauldron. It's alive. It has its own ecology, currents, patterns, cycles. The founders are part of that ecology now. They're like coral. Building the reef, making it stronger, creating habitats for other things to live. Other things? Spirits who choose to stay in the boundary rather than passing through. Not ghosts, they're different. These are caretakers. The founders were the first, but they won't be the last. Over time, others will join them. The boundary will become a living system, self-maintaining, self-repairing. That's what Helga wanted, Harry said. A living system. Not a wall, an ecosystem. Helga was very smart, Luna said. For a dead person. Harry laughed, and the sound of it, easy, unforced, genuine, was proof of something he'd thought he might never have, happiness. A Saturday in late October. Clear sky, golden light, the Scottish Highlands painted in amber and rust. Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts, watching students arrive for the autumn term. First years, wide-eyed and trembling, clutching their trunks and staring at the castle with expressions of awe that Harry recognized from his own first sight of Hogwarts, 8 lifetimes ago. Daphne found him there. She always found him. She was dressed for the committee meeting that afternoon. The rebuilding committee had evolved into the Hogwarts Restoration Council, overseeing not just physical repairs but the magical infrastructure upgrades that Harry and Hermione were implementing. She traded the ice-cool political armor of their early interactions for something warmer, still sharp, still precise, still unmistakably Daphne, but softer at the edges. She smiled more. She laughed more. She let people see her, the real her, the person behind the composure. "You're being nostalgic," she said, slipping her arm through his. "I'm watching first years. That's nostalgic." "Fine. I'm being nostalgic." He looked at the castle, whole, strong, beautiful in the autumn light, its towers rising against the sky with the quiet confidence of a building that had stood for 1,000 years and intended to stand for 1,000 more. He could feel the founders in the stones. In the wards. In the enchantment matrix that Rowena had rebuilt and that Hermione was studying with religious devotion. In the ley lines that Helga had purified and that now flowed clean and strong beneath the highland soil. In the strength of the walls that Godric had made unbreakable. In the shadows that Salazar watched over with an eternal vigilance. "They're here," Harry said. "I can feel them. In everything." "I know," Daphne said. "I can feel Helga in the gardens, everything grows better than it should. Sprout thinks it's the new fertilizer. I haven't corrected her." Harry smiled. He watched a small girl with enormous glasses trip on the threshold of the gates, catch herself, and stare up at the castle with an expression of wonder so pure it made his chest ache. "Do you think she'll be okay?" he asked, nodding toward the girl. "Of course she will. She's at Hogwarts." Daphne squeezed his arm. "Come on. Meeting starts in an hour, and you promised Flitwick you'd look at the 4th floor wards." 5 minutes. 2. 3. Fine. 3. "But then we're going, and you're not going to get distracted by the Quidditch pitch again." "I was checking the ley line junction under the pitch." "You were watching Ginny's team practice." "Those two things are not mutually exclusive." Daphne rolled her eyes, the elegant, controlled eye roll of a woman who'd perfected the expression over years of practice, and didn't let go of his arm. Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts and felt the boundary hum. Whole. Strong. Alive. The founders in the fabric, the living on the surface, the dead at peace beyond. Morrows caged and silent, contained by a barrier that carried the love and sacrifice and stubborn refusal to give up of 4 impossible teachers and 1 very stubborn boy. The autumn wind carried the scent of fallen leaves and fresh stone. Somewhere in the castle, a piano was playing. One of the ghosts, probably, Hogwarts ghosts, were calmer now, steadier, anchored by the strengthened boundary. Somewhere in the grounds, Hagrid's booming laugh echoed off the mountains. Somewhere in the corridors, first years were finding their way, lost and wondering and exactly where they were supposed to be. Harry took Daphne's hand and walked toward the castle. Toward home. Toward the life he'd been promised by his mother in a field of peace, the life he'd been told to live by the bravest people he'd ever known, the life he'd chosen on a forest floor when he decided to come back. The boundary pulsed, steady as a heartbeat. The founders held. The world turned. And Harry Potter, Lord of Death, guardian of the threshold, student of legends, and the most impossible person anyone had ever met, walked into the sunlight and did not look back. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.